Reincarnated as the stepmother of a rich family's wayward son. Chapter 1, Rebirth. The night was deep and heavy. Towering buildings pierced the darkness, their dazzling lights shifting and overlapping, illuminating the name of the night bar. Through the crack in the door, one could see a crowd dressed in bizarre outfits, moving wildly to intense music, drinking heartily. Shu Wan stood at the entrance, her mind in a daze. Was she dreaming? Just before sleeping, she was still in the northern garden of the Prime Minister's mansion. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar world, with a strange memory suddenly in her mind. A group of strangers had brought her here. "Young madam, the young master is inside," said a middle-aged man in black clothing as he approached. He was the butler of the Fu family. Shu Wan hadn't yet figured out whether this was a dream or an illusion. She suppressed her swirling thoughts and calmly nodded, "Lead the way." The butler was momentarily stunned as he looked at Shu Wan's calm and delicate profile. She still had the familiar appearance, bright teeth and slender eyebrows, a crescent moon smile, but her aura was completely different. At this moment, Shu Wan simply standing there was like the bright moon in the sky, seemingly deserving of everyone's admiration. For a moment, the butler even thought of their eldest young master. The two shared an inexplicable resemblance. After a while, the butler finally reacted and cautiously called out, "Miss Shu." "Not going." Shu Wan frowned slightly. There was a long-honed authority in her eyes, a presence that made people's hearts tremble. As the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, the future crown princess and mother of a nation, her status was extraordinarily noble. She was long accustomed to being in a position of power. However, this behavior was utterly shocking to those around her, like a comet colliding with Earth. After all, everyone had met Shu Wan only 2 months ago. Back then, she was meek and barely spoke, completely opposite to who she was now. All eyes involuntarily followed Shu Wan's departing figure. Her posture was graceful, step steady, walking like a flowing ink painting that perfectly displayed noble elegance. The butler, having served the Fu family for so long, had seen countless officials and dignitaries, yet he had to admit that Shu Wan possessed an innate nobility that even royal princesses lacked. While everyone was still stunned, Shu Wan's figure was already disappearing beyond the door. The butler quickly gave a signal to the others, "Follow her." Inside the bar, the deafening music made Shu Wan's ears ache. The flashing lights obscured faces. She scanned the corner but didn't see the young master of the Fu family. How strange. The bar called and said the young master was here fighting, but he doesn't seem hurt at all, the butler said from behind. Shu Wan turned her head. "Which one is Fu Yang?" The butler pointed to a silver-haired figure at a VIP table. "The one with silver hair is the young master." Following the butler's finger, Shu Wan saw a silver-haired youth sitting lazily with his legs crossed on the sofa. The dim lighting made it hard to see his face clearly. "You all go and tie him up. Bring him home," Shu Wan said, her head aching from the loud music. To deal with such a troublesome young master, she chose the simplest and most direct method. "Yes, young madam." Her subordinates began to approach Fu Yang. At that moment, Fu Yang's group also noticed Shu Wan. After all, her striking face was impossible to miss here. "Lin Yang, your stepmother's really come to find you. Not gonna lie, she's really pretty." Fu Yang hated people knowing he was from the Fu family, so in front of classmates and friends, he used the alias Lin Yang. "How pretty. Let me see. Today's the first time I'm meeting my stepmom," said a lazy youth, lifting his head with a mocking smile. He had an exquisitely handsome face. The flashy silver hair was just a backdrop to that face. He wore metal accessories on his wrists and fingers, a diamond cross earring in his right ear, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes, paired with his casual, lazy posture. Though every detail screamed arrogant and playful, he somehow didn't come off as unpleasant, probably because of the clarity in his eyes. At just 14 years old, the youth tried hard to show personality and rebellion, but couldn't hide the pure, clear gaze like a summer spring. However, what stunned Shu Wan wasn't this. It was that this youth bore a 5-point resemblance to the benefactor from her past life. But unlike the gentle and refined benefactor of her past, this youth mockingly raised an eyebrow at Shu Wan. "Stepmom, why come out drinking alone? How about a drink with me?" Fu Yang was clearly provoking Shu Wan. The butler motioned to the bodyguards to take Fu Yang away, but Shu Wan raised a hand slightly. Wait outside. The butler hesitated, knowing Fu Yang's personality better than Shu Wan. Young madam, maybe. It's fine. You all leave. All right. Since Shu Wan insisted, the butler couldn't argue and left with the bodyguards. Aren't you leaving? Staying to play with us? Fu Yang leaned lazily on the sofa, eyes full of clear admiration as he glanced at Shu Wan. HMPH, his dad does have good taste in women. What game? Shu Wan sat down beside Fu Yang and looked at him. Fu Yang lifted his chin and pointed at the dice on the table. You know how to play this. If I win, you come home with me, Shu Wan said, noticing the cocktail in front of Fu Yang. Curious, is it good? Hearing her challenge, Fu Yang instinctively wanted to mock her, but the follow-up question caught him off guard. You think too much. The crowd burst out laughing. Fu Yang had never lost. Ignoring the laughter, Shu Wan picked up the dice box. Best 2 out of 3, lowest wins? Lowest. Fine. The onlookers quickly set up 2 dice cups. Shu Wan casually shook one and slammed it on the table. Ready. Stepmom talks big, but Fu Yang hadn't finished his mocking when Shu Wan opened her cup. The 3 dice inside were stacked, the top showing a 1. Fu Yang's eyes froze, surprised as he looked at Shu Wan. Someone by Fu Yang wanted to comment, but Fu Yang raised his hand, signaling silence. Then he took the cup, shook it lightly like Shu Wan, and opened it on the table, also a 1. Shu Wan covered the cup, shook it again, and opened it, still a 1. Fu Yang followed suit. They tied. Strange, Lin Yang, your stepmom's pretty good. Fu Yang was calm. His friends were excited. Looks like you're gonna tie. Boring. Fu Yang waved his hand, the 3 stacked dice appearing on the table. He waved to Shu Wan. Fine, you go home. There's no tie. Shu Wan confidently took the dice and shook again. If anyone was paying attention, though her movements were the same, her wrist twitched slightly as she placed the cup down. No one noticed, except Fu Yang. At the moment the dice settled, he sensed something was off. But he didn't care, took a sip of his drink. The lowest is 1. You say no tie? Seems like you're not confident. I'm confident, Shu Wan said, revealing the cup. The 3 dice inside had turned to dust. Fu Yang choked, red in the face, coughing violently, unable to breathe. People panicked and took out their phones to call the police and ambulance. Just as Fu Yang's face nearly turned purple, Shu Wan stepped forward and slapped his chest. You've got some nerve. How dare you hit me? Fu Yang glared angrily at Shu Wan. Shu Wan pointed at his throat. Is that how you talk to your lifesaver? Only then did Fu Yang realize that her slap had helped him breathe again. He coughed awkwardly. I'm just healthy, what does it have to do with you? Shu Wan didn't argue. I won. Go home. I never said I'd keep my word. Fu Yang recovered and acted arrogant again, arms resting on the sofa, legs lazily crossed, daring her to make him leave. It was already late. Though the era had changed, Shu Wan's biological clock was still accurate. Sleepiness surged and her patience waned. She stood in front of Fu Yang and asked once more, really not coming with me? Shu Wan's naturally cold beauty held a serious expression, giving her an unexplainable oppressive dignity. Fu Yang refused to admit he was intimidated by her and struck an even more arrogant pose, pointing his shoe tip at her. He didn't believe little Shu Wan could dominate him. He raised an eyebrow. Stepmom, you. Before he could finish, Shu Wan tapped his shoulder bone. Fu Yang couldn't say a word. Then, in front of his many underlings, Shu Wan picked him up like a chick and carried him out of the bar. His face was lost. He and Shu Wan were sworn enemies now. Chapter 2, Suppression. The butler waited outside for a while, and seeing no one come out, he started to worry about Shu Wan's safety. He walked in with the bodyguards, intending to help her. But just 2 steps in, he saw Shu Wan carrying Fu Yang as she came out. Although Fu Yang was only 14, young people grow fast these days, and now he was at least 180 centimeters tall. Shu Wan's hands looked as delicate and fragile as jade ornaments in a display case, beautiful and slender. Who would have thought they could hold so much strength? And yet it was exactly these hands that subdued the usually arrogant young master, who was always shouting and defying everyone. Seeing Fu Yarn held down by Shu Wan, his eyes full of anger but with nowhere to vent it, the butler almost smiled but dared not show it. "Young madam, young master. Uncle Wang. Hurry up and make this woman let me go. Don't tell me you're tired of living." Fu Yarn shouted. Seeing the butler, Fu Yarn felt even more humiliated. He struggled to break free but had no strength at all. "Forget him. Let us go home," Shu Wan said casually. She shoved Fu Yarn into the car and then sat in herself. "All right," the butler got into the front passenger seat and signaled the driver to start. Fu Yarn had never been ignored so completely before. He glared furiously at Shu Wan. "What did you put in me to make me like this? Does my dad know you're so cruel?" "Your dad would probably thank me for bringing you home from the bar," Shu Wan replied calmly while flipping through a magazine. Having just arrived in this era, Shu Wan was fascinated by everything about it. She responded to Fu Yarn nonchalantly. Fu Yarn was momentarily speechless but still unwilling to admit defeat. "Why can't I move? Untie me. If you promise not to make a scene again, I'll untie you." Fu Yarn was about to agree but felt Shu Wan's tone was like talking to a child, so he immediately became annoyed. "When have I ever made a scene? I'm ordering you, untie me now." Shu Wan ignored him. Fu Yarn was furious but powerless. Holding the same posture for a long time, his shoulders ached terribly. After about 10 minutes, he gritted his teeth and deliberately lowered his voice. "Fine, I promise. Let me go first, my hands hurt, I think they are dislocated." Without looking up, Shu Wan touched a point on Fu Yarn's chest, and he suddenly regained feeling. He shook his arm, shifted to a more comfortable position, and rested his leg on the table, his shoe less than an arm's length from Shu Wan. Disrespectful as it was, Shu Wan paid no attention to his provocation. She quietly looked at her magazine, a bit puzzled how could these models appear in magazines wearing just a few strips of cloth so openly. The lighting in the bar was dim earlier, so Fu Yarn had a good look at Shu Wan's face. Now that they were close, his eyes involuntarily drifted to her. She wore a simple white knit top, her hair tied back casually, revealing a slender neck. Without makeup, her exquisite features were even more striking and pure. Shu Wan exuded a cold elegance, not just aloofness, but a beauty shaped and tempered by centuries of history, independent from the world. She quietly read, the light falling on her frosty, snow-like face, as if even time had paused for a moment. No one would believe it if told such a woman could lift him with one hand. Recalling the humiliating scene earlier, Fu Yarn was still annoyed. "Hey, Shu Wan, what trick did you use to freeze me like that?" "Pressure point technique," Shu Wan answered without hesitation. "Pressure points?" Fu Yarn was stunned. "You know pressure point techniques? Seriously, where did his dad find such a mysterious woman?" "Yeah, is there a problem?" Shu Wan looked up briefly from the magazine. After flipping through an entire fashion magazine, Shu Wan was no longer fazed by Fu Yarn's striking silver hair. At least Fu Yarn was still dressed properly, not wandering around in just a few strips of cloth. Fu Yarn wanted to argue that Shu Wan was talking nonsense, but thinking of how powerless he had been earlier, the words stuck in his throat. "Do you know who you are? You dare treat me like this? You're really full of yourself. I'm your dad's legally wedded wife. We have a marriage certificate you can check. So what? My dad doesn't like you. You're just a name on paper. A legal guardian is still a guardian." Fu Yarn laughed bitterly. He realized he simply couldn't argue with Shu Wan. He turned his head away and chose silence. But soon, seeing Shu Wan quietly reading reflected in the car window, he grew irritated again. He grabbed the remote and pressed a couple of buttons. Suddenly, the Phoenix blared through the car. The impatient drum beats, fast tempo, and heavy metal style surged into his ears instantly. Fu Yarn turned the volume up high. The whole car was filled with music, and even the butler's voice was drowned out. Holding the remote, Fu Yarn knew the driver wouldn't dare oppose him. Grinning at Shu Wan, he raised an eyebrow. "I like this kind of music. You can't even take away my hobbies, can you?" Shu Wan glanced at him indifferently, then looked back down at her magazine. Watching Shu Wan's calm profile, Fu Yan snorted. He wondered how long she could keep pretending. He cranked the volume even higher and picked fast-paced rock songs. Even he started feeling his ears ache after about 5 minutes. But thinking that quiet Shu Wan must be suffering even more, he endured it. While Fu Yang was overwhelmed by the loud music, Shu Wan remained unaffected. She had temporarily blocked her hearing using pressure point techniques. At this moment, she couldn't hear any outside noise and was lost in her own thoughts about the current situation. She had read some supernatural folklore before and had always thought reincarnation was nonsense. But now, in this strange environment, with memories that weren't her own flooding her mind, she knew she had reincarnated into the body of a woman with the same name 1,000 years later. The original owner had already married. Their husband was the eldest young master of the Fu family in the imperial capital. But since he often worked overseas, she had never met him. Yesterday marked 1 year since the original owner came to their Fu family. Although their husband was cold and the stepson rude, compared to her original family, the original owner had it better in the Fu household. Yet the original owner quietly died last night, which allowed this otherworldly soul to take over the body. With so many memories in her head, Shu Wan couldn't figure out exactly why the original owner died. Just thinking about last night gave her a splitting headache. Instinctively, she raised her head to look out the window. In her past life S dynasty, there was a night curfew after the second watch. The streets were deserted. But now it was already 11 p.m., and the streets were still bright and bustling, full of cars and people. From the original owner's memories, Shu Wan knew this era had relaxed restrictions on women, but seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. Drivers were men and women alike, shops had female staff, and girls wore short sleeves and shorts that would have been condemned in her past life, openly walking the streets. The car radio broadcasted news. The team led by 2 successfully developed Artemisinin, U.S. research group used non-cloning technology to cultivate human stem cells, shaking the world, won the world championship. One outstanding woman after another stepped from behind the scenes into the spotlight. Shu Wan recalled the constant warnings from her previous world: women must not show themselves. No matter how talented you are, you can only rely on your brother to pass the message. Now, Shu Wan suddenly felt a flicker of hope for this world 1,000 years later. Chapter 3: Conflict. Finally, we got back to the manor. The moment the car stopped, the driver finally had a reason to turn off the music. "Young master, young madam, we're home." Fu Yang was a little uncomfortable for a moment when he suddenly became quiet from the very noisy environment. He pinched his ears, then turned his head to look at Shu Wan. Seeing that the magazine in her hand had been turned to the last page, Fu Yang said disdainfully, "What are you pretending to be? I don't believe you really read the book." Shu Wan threw the magazine in front of Fu Yang and said, "You can take the exam." Fu Yang looked at Shu Wan suspiciously. He flipped through the pages and said, "Then tell me what's on page 65. Fashion show, a red elk suit, with the caption, 'This season's series of embroidery works are all animal-themed.' On the short tweed suits and coat dresses, there are not only doe, stag and the brand's classic embroidery, but also kittens, corgis, rabbits and swallows." Fu Yang frowned. "Don't you think it's too noisy? How can you watch it?" In order to wake Shu Wan, he made sure he turned up the music volume to the maximum. His ears still hurt. How could Shu Wan remember everything in the magazine so clearly in such an environment? "Didn't I tell you?" Shu Wan smiled at Fu Yang. "I know how to press acupoints. Not only can it press acupoints on others, but it can also temporarily block one's own hearing, so Shu Wan didn't hear anything along the way." Fu Yang was stunned as he watched Shu Wan leave gracefully. He looked at the housekeeper who was smiling at him and said, "No, where did you get this weird thing?" The housekeeper couldn't help laughing. "Young master, you should call her mother. She looks younger than me." "Mother? That's impossible in this lifetime." After so much trouble, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Shu Wan returned to the bedroom. She looked around the bedroom, where every item was unfamiliar, and her eyes were filled with shock. Because of the original owner's memories, although Shu Wan cannot understand the world 1,000 years later for the time being, she is slowly exploring it. Curtains that open and close automatically, cups that keep the temperature constant, air conditioners that keep the room temperature constant. She drank a glass of water, then went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet and washed her face. When she looked up and saw herself in the mirror, she was stunned. This was a face identical to the one in her previous life. If there was any difference, it was that the original owner of this life had never been to a battlefield, had never traveled far and wide, and her skin was as tender as if it had just been fished out of milk, and as white as jade. The same phoenix eyes, straight nose bridge, and dark eyebrows, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Especially Shu Wan's eyes, calm and indifferent, with a kind of clarity and coolness that transcends the mundane world, as if nothing can escape such a gaze. Shu Wan's eyes paused slightly. This face looked almost exactly like her 1,000 years later. Was this a coincidence? There were too many things filling Shu Wan's mind, and she didn't want to hurt herself anymore. She took the towel, wiped her face, washed up briefly, and lay down on the bed to sleep. In the previous life, the food, clothing and other necessities of the Prime Minister's mansion were already top-notch, but compared with modern times, they still pale in comparison. Lying on the extremely soft mattress, Shu Wan was soon pulled into a dream. In her dream, she returned to the eve of her rebirth. In the dead of winter, the city of Chang'an was covered with white snow, except for the Prime Minister's mansion on East Street, which was shrouded in red silk wedding lanterns. Tomorrow is the day when Shu Wan, the second daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, will marry into the Eastern Palace and become the crown princess. Different from the joyous atmosphere outside, the atmosphere in the study at this moment was as cold as ice. Father, what does this mean? Shu Wan was wearing a wedding dress as red as a fire phoenix, but her beautiful face was pale. Wana, I know you feel wronged, but you have to consider the future of the Shu family. You are just a woman. It's settled. Tomorrow, your concubine's sister will marry on your behalf, and you will stay in the Prime Minister's mansion to prepare for the exam. Shu Wan looked at her eldest brother beside her. Brother, do you think so too? Shu Wan's elder brother avoided her gaze unnaturally. Sister, you are indeed more knowledgeable, but you are a woman and cannot be an official. If you help me win the top prize, aren't you also helping the people of the world? Second sister, although I am not as knowledgeable as you, I have learned the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, needlework and embroidery, and household accounting as well as you, which is enough for me to cope with the identity of the crown princess. Moreover, we look very similar, so no one will suspect anything. The concubine's sister advised gently, and the pride in her eyes could hardly be suppressed. Wana, your elder brother has always been good to you. Just think of it as your mother begging you, and do what your father says. This is the mother who has always loved Shu Wan, but between Shu Wan and Shu Yi, she still favors the legitimate son. The other people in the family were still trying to persuade her, but Shu Wan could no longer hear anything. She stood alone, surrounded by her loved ones. And now, everyone is asking her to voluntarily give up her identity and become their shadow behind the Prime Minister's son. All this is just because she is a woman. Even though she had memorized the Book of Songs at the age of 3, read the 4 books and 5 classics at the age of 5, and became the close disciple of a contemporary great scholar at the age of 7, she was proficient in both civil and military strategies. In the past, her parents always asked her to give the writing strategy to Shu Yi. For the sake of their family, Shu Wan did not mind, which allowed Shu Yi to gradually become a talented scholar. Now, in order to consolidate this reputation, the Shu family did not hesitate to let her completely switch identities with her half-sister, so that she would become Shu Yi's ghostwriter wholeheartedly from then on. Shu Wan felt desolate in her heart. She held back her tears and straightened her back. I, Shu Wan, cannot become someone else's shadow. Evil creature. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have sent you to the academy. Prime Minister Shu, who used to have a kind face, now glared at me with an inexplicably ferocious look. I don't need your consent. Come, take Shu Wan away. Chinga, get dressed and prepare the sedan chair for the morning. Without waiting for the guards to come forward, Shu Wan took off her phoenix crown, shook off everyone, and returned to her bedroom on her own. That night, the lights were still on and Shu Wan lay on the bed for a long time without sleeping. She had never met the prince before, so it didn't matter whether she got married or not. As for the Shu family wanting to keep her under house arrest and write for Shu Yi, she also had a way to leave. The reason why Shu Wan couldn't sleep the whole night was that even if she escaped, it seemed that there was no place for a woman like her in such a big world. The bright moon was hanging high outside the window, shining on the world, blurring the reality and the dream. For a moment, Shu Wan couldn't tell whether the Prime Minister's mansion was a dream or 1,000 years later was a dream. Perhaps because she slept late last night, Shu Wan had a severe headache when she woke up the next morning. She sat up while rubbing her temple and looked outside. She is still in this highly developed world 1,000 years later. Everywhere you look outside, you can see lush green trees and colorful flowers. It is completely different from the freezing cold Chang'an city. Just as Shu Wan was deep in thought, the phone rang suddenly. Shu Wan followed the sound and touched the phone. She clicked on it according to the original owner's memory. The next second, an angry female voice came from the phone. Shu Wan, I told you to study hard before the exam, but you didn't listen, right? Now everyone knows that you failed every course and can't graduate. How embarrassing. Now the whole internet is calling you illiterate. Are you happy? Graduation. A trace of confusion flashed across Shu Wan's eyes, but she soon remembered that in this era, women could continue to study just like men. The original owner is now 21 years old and is a senior in college. Although the original owner's family was rich, she lived a very difficult life, so she entered the entertainment industry very early. With her extremely beautiful appearance, she also gained some fame in the entertainment industry. But yesterday was definitely the most famous day of her career. Because her college test transcripts were exposed all over the internet. Her grades, almost failing every subject, were not at all suitable for a key university. Everyone scolded her for being a poor student and illiterate, while digging into whether she had cheated in the college entrance examination. With these two labels on her, no matter how pretty Shu Wan is or how good her acting skills are, she is still a low-quality artist. The agent kept complaining about Shu Wan's disappointment. Shu Wan was a little impatient. You don't have to say any more. I will graduate normally. Is there anything else? Shu Wan has always been a coward. To put it bluntly, she is just an obedient vase. She has never spoken to her agent like this before. The agent was stunned for a moment, then became angry. I haven't settled accounts with you yet and you're already angry. Okay, I'll see how you graduate. I tell you, if you can't graduate, I can't keep you, a big Buddha. After saying this, the agent was ready to hang up the phone. However, Shu Wan got there before her. The agent was shocked when he saw the prompt on the screen that Shu Wan had hung up first. No, was Shu Wan driven crazy by netizen scolding? Why do I feel like a different person? At this moment, Shu Wan had no intention of caring about her agent's thoughts. A text message on the mobile phone caught Shu Wan's attention. This is a debt collection text message from the bank. Last month, the original owner listened to his friends in the circle and invested, and ended up owing a huge debt. Now repayments need to be made every month, and the amount of repayment is something the original owner simply cannot afford. The repayment can be postponed for now this month, but if the outstanding balance is not paid next month, the original owner's credit record will be completely blacklisted. This is a very serious matter in this era. Shu Wan had a headache. She didn't understand much about this era, so where could she get so much money? Chapter for first meeting. Shu Wan got up, washed up, and then went downstairs. The servant downstairs had already prepared breakfast. To Shu Wan's surprise, the noodles in the breakfast were something she was rarely familiar with. Perhaps because she felt familiar with the food, Shu Wan, who didn't like noodles much before, ate a whole bowl of noodles in the morning. After breakfast, Shu Wan walked around the manor. The Fu family manor is located by the mountains and the water. The entire manor is boundless. According to the original owner's memory, Shu Wan knows that such a scale would already be considered a powerful level in modern times. However, for Shu Wan, who grew up in the imperial palace and the prime minister's mansion, these were not enough to make her look at them differently. Although Shu Wan has been married to Fu Siyu for a year, the original owner was afraid of the Fu family and was unwilling to move to the Fu family after marriage. Seeing that Shu Wan was interested in visiting the manor, the butler stepped forward and helped Shu Wan introduce the situation of the manor. The old lady has been living in the south. The young master went abroad 8 years ago. Currently, there are only 2 owners of the manor, you and the young master. Your room is in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Okay, I understand. Shu Wan nodded. I'll walk by myself, you don't have to follow me. The butler wanted to say that it would be better for him to introduce them, but when he met Shu Wan's clear eyes, he was suddenly speechless. Okay, madam. Shu Wan walked around the manor and finally stopped in the manor's large study, where she stayed quietly for the entire afternoon. No matter what era, books are the fastest way to understand everything. The moon was rising high in the sky, a gentle breeze was blowing, the night in the imperial capital had just begun, and it was exactly 3 o'clock in the morning on the other side of the ocean. The financial city, which affects the lifeline of the global economy, is dormant in the darkness. The lights are reflected on the huge glass skylight, flashing a cold light. It was late at night, but the lights were still on in the office on the top floor of the World Trade Center. Behind the desk, a man in a black suit was looking at the documents in front of him with his eyes slightly lowered. The light was reflected on him, making him look as three-dimensional and profound as a sculpture in a Greek temple. The cell phone suddenly rang, and the man turned his head and picked up the phone. It was a text message from the capital. Master, the young mistress has moved into the manor. Along with the text message came a photo. Shu Wan was half leaning against the bookcase, quietly reading the ancient book in her hands, her long hair falling behind her shoulders. She was not wearing any makeup, and was beautiful as a speck of dust. She has a sense of historical sedimentation that can make time calm down. Even if you only look at her photos, your soul can find a moment of peace. The man's eyes lingered on the photo for a long time, his eyes narrowed slightly, and after a while, he replied with a message, "Send me a copy of her information." Shu Wan stayed in the study for the entire day, basically forgetting to eat and sleep, and until the evening, she had only seen the tip of the iceberg of what was in the study. The things recorded in the book were so vast and complicated that Shu Wan couldn't absorb so much content all at once. Seeing that it was getting late, Shu Wan finally felt a little sleepy. She put down the book, went back to her room and took a shower. Just as she was about to go to bed, she received another text message urging her to pay. Looking at the repayment deadline that was getting closer and closer, Shu Wan felt a headache. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out how she could get so much money to pay off her debts in this strange era. Shu Wan couldn't think of a solution, so she decided not to think about it anymore. She knew there would always be a way out when she reached the mountain. However, she didn't expect that this road would arrive so soon. There was a sudden knock on the door. Shu Wan looked up and asked, "Who?" "Young madam, it's me. Please come out for a moment." The butler's voice sounded outside the door. The pajamas in the manor are mostly skirts. Although Shu Wan knows that the customs of the people in this era are more open, she is still a little uncomfortable with it. She put on a coat, wiped her hair, and then went to open the door. "Madam, please go to the study." The young master called back. "Fu see you?" Shu Wan nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you." When Shu Wan entered the study, she happened to meet Fu Yarn coming out of the study. He was furious, like a cat with its fur standing on end, with red eyes, and it was obvious that he had just had a fight with his father. Seeing Shu Wan, Fu Yarn snorted heavily and rolled his eyes at Shu Wan with disdain. "I knew that you and Fu Siyu were in the same group. I can't possibly give in to you." After saying that, Fu Yarn strode away. The moment he entered the room, he slammed the door shut with such a loud noise that one could feel the floor shaking even from more than 10 meters away. The housekeeper smiled at Shu Wan apologetically. "The young master has a childish temper, please don't take it personally." "Not really." The two entered the study. The housekeeper debugged the computer first, then pulled out a chair. "Young madam, please come this way." Shu Wan responded and sat down in front of the computer. There was a video call on the screen, but Shu Wan could only see herself, as it was pitch black on Fu Siyu's side. Shu Wan didn't know how to adjust this. The housekeeper had already left the study. She went to the computer and wanted to see the words on the screen clearly. So, far away on the other side of the ocean, when Fu Siyu looked up after signing the document, he saw a close-up of Shu Wan's face that occupied the entire video screen. To be more precise, lips. Shu Wan's lips were very beautiful. She had just taken a shower, and her skin was as smooth as a peach, which made her lips look even more rosy. As if she encountered something that confused her, she bit her lower lip lightly, leaving a shallow mark on her moist lips. Fu Siyu's eyes darkened slightly, his throat rolled unconsciously, and he spoke in a low voice, "What are you doing?" As Fu Siyu spoke, his face appeared on the screen. Shu Wan stepped back, her eyes fell on the screen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Fu Siyu." Without waiting for Fu Siyu's response, Shu Wan was basically certain that this person was Fu Siyu. Because in the original owner's memory, Fu Siyu was synonymous with strength, power, and excellence. The man in front of him was wearing a black suit and had delicate features. Although he looked very young, his deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He sat there quietly, and a sense of oppression from a superior poured down on Shu Wan. An ordinary person would definitely be at a disadvantage facing such momentum. However, the person he was facing was Shu Wan. As the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, she had traveled far and wide on behalf of her elder brother and commanded thousands of troops. Shu Wan had the aura of a superior in her bones. The two looked at each other for a moment. Shu Wan was not only not at a disadvantage, but was on par with Fu Siyu. Fu Siyu was a little surprised. "Hello, I'm Fu Siyu." "Hello, I'm Shu Wan." Chapter 5, Reaching an Agreement. Through the screen, the two people looked at each other from afar, and they saw in each other's eyes the inner qualities that belonged to the same kind. Fu Siyu's eyes were still fixed on Shu Wan. He wanted to know why the person in front of him was completely different from the information about Shu Wan provided by the file. Shu Wan was the first to look away. She nodded at Fu Siyu and said, "I heard from the housekeeper that you have something to ask me." "Well, Fu Yang is naughty and rebellious, you have worked hard. Since you and I are already married, he is your son, and it is my responsibility to discipline him." In her previous life, Shu Wan was destined to be the crown princess since birth. She realized early on that for the aristocratic families, marriage was just a tool to unite forces. She occupied the position of crown princess, and it was her duty to manage the inner house and discipline her legitimate and illegitimate children. Thousands of years have passed, but the essence of some things remains unchanged. She chose to come to the Fu family in order to solve her own predicament, so it was naturally her responsibility to help Fu Siyu discipline his son. Hearing Shu Wan's words, Fu Siyu's eyes moved slightly. "You are smarter than I thought, so I will tell you straight away." "You say?" "I have been overseas for a long time and have neglected to discipline Fu Yang. I believe you can help me get him back on the right track. He didn't go astray." Shu Wan knows countless people. If she really thinks Fu Yang is a bad person, she will simply ignore him. "You make a condition." Because of Shu Wan's words, Fu Siyu's expression eased a little. "As long as I can do it, it's fine." Shu Wan thought for a moment and said, "I want the right to decide whether our marriage should last or not." When Shu Wan said this, even Fu Siyu was stunned for a moment. After realizing Shu Wan's intention, Fu Siyu looked at Shu Wan with an almost strange look in his eyes. "You are smarter than I thought." He had already asked people to collect information about Shu Wan. He knew that what Shu Wan lacked most at the moment was money and resources. She could have easily asked him for money and resources in the entertainment industry, but she didn't. She chose their marriage. Of course, Fu Siyu would not be so self-indulgent as to think that Shu Wan did this for him. Shu Wan did it for the Fu family behind him. As long as she is the young lady of the Fu family, she can use this identity to accomplish many things. She wanted the right to decide whether to continue this marriage, which meant that she could use the Fu family's platform to make money or leave the Fu family. "Do you agree?" Shu Wan asked back. Fu Siyu is an outstanding businessman who always calculates the risks and benefits to perfection. And Shu Wan's request undoubtedly far exceeded the risks he could have anticipated. If Shu Wan is as stupid and cowardly as the outside world rumored, then this request is not excessive at all. But Shu Wan is too smart. Such a smart woman occupying the position of the mistress of the Fu family is undoubtedly a huge bomb. Maybe one day, this bomb will explode. According to common sense, Fu Siyu should have rejected this request. However, looking at Shu Wan's clear eyes, for the first time in his life, Fu Siyu's impulse overcame his reason. "Okay. It's been a pleasure working with you." Shu Wan was in a good mood after receiving the promise which could almost be regarded as a life-saving card. Her eyes were slightly curved, and the light created ripples in her eyes. Even though the pixel of the transatlantic phone call was not good, it could not conceal the beauty that overflowed from the screen. Fu Siyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's so late, I think I disturbed your rest." "Indeed." Shu Wan nodded without hiding anything. According to her schedule in her previous life, she would have fallen asleep by this time. "Then go to sleep. I'll leave Fu Yang to you." Good. Shu Wan didn't know how to turn off the video. Seeing that there was no image on Fu Siyu's side, she thought that her video was also turned off. It is now late spring and early summer, and the temperature at night is not low, so wearing a thin pair of pajamas is enough. But just now, in order to avoid suspicion, Shu Wan still put on a coat. After sitting here for so long, Shu Wan began to sweat on her back. There was no one in the room at this time, so Shu Wan simply took off her coat and fanned herself gently with her hands. On the other side, Fu Siyu went to get a document and was about to turn off the computer, but when he saw the video call window was still there, he glanced at it. At this glance, Fu Siyu's eyes froze instantly. Chapter 6. Because of her habits in her previous life, Shu Wan still likes silk clothes when she comes here. The silk nightgown she was wearing was made of thin material, and the light blue color was originally very beautiful, but Shu Wan's skin was too white, and the snow-white color actually showed through the silk dress. The thin straps highlight her slender and beautiful butterfly bones. She waved her hands gently, her fingers as slender as bamboo shoots, shining brightly under the light, and her hair was lifted by the breeze, sweeping past her ears and neck, and finally falling on her fair shoulders. Fu Siyu's eyes darkened slightly, and the hand holding the document tightened unconsciously. On the other side of the screen, Shu Wan sat for a while before she felt sleepy like the sea. She yawned, got up, and went back to her room. As for when the video call was hung up, only Wan Yue knew. Shu Wan went to bed late and got up a little late the next day. But no matter how late she got up, she still got up earlier than Fu Yarn. She sat at the dining table, reading the newspaper while asking the housekeeper, "Is Fu Yarn not up yet?" "Not yet." Having just received instructions from Fu Siyu last night, the butler was now very respectful to Shu Wan. The young master usually gets up at 1 in the afternoon. "Yes." Shu Wan quickly scanned the newspaper and turned to the next page. "Do you have paper and pen?" "Yes, I'll go get it now." The housekeeper turned around to get paper and pen, but just as he took a step, Shu Wan called him back, "Are you going to get a brush?" "R." The butler was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, "Okay." Not long after, the butler came back with paper and pen. He wanted to talk to Shu Wan, but when he saw Shu Wan eating breakfast, the butler fell silent again. The housekeeper thought that he had lived for more than 50 years and had seen countless storms, but he had never seen someone like Shu Wan. Her appearance was already the most outstanding among all the people the housekeeper had ever seen. What is most surprising is the unique demeanor in her every move. Just like at this moment, she sat there quietly eating breakfast, slowing down time, and a picture of an ancient lady slowly unfolded before his eyes. The butler didn't know what he was thinking. He subconsciously picked up his phone, took a photo, and sent it to Fu Siyu. The moment the photo was sent, the housekeeper noticed something was wrong. After all, Fu Siyu hated others making their own decisions. He wanted to withdraw the message, but Fu Siyu replied at this time, "Yeah." It was just a simple word, but the butler understood it. Fu Siyu did not blame him, but instead condoned this behavior. The butler raised his head and glanced at Shu Wan, who was wiping her hands after dinner. He felt that Shu Wan seemed to have the possibility of becoming a real young lady. Noticing the housekeeper's gaze on her, Shu Wan turned her head and asked, "Have you brought the things?" "I have it." As the housekeeper spoke, he placed a pen and paper on the living room table. Shu Wan walked to the table, picked up a pen and wrote a few lines. At first, the housekeeper thought Shu Wan just wanted to practice calligraphy, but after Shu Wan actually wrote a few words, he overturned his idea. Even though he didn't understand calligraphy, he could tell that Shu Wan's handwriting was as sharp as silver hooks and as powerful as iron strokes. The handwriting was beautiful, and Shu Wan's writing movements were also beautiful. Everyone was immersed in the visual feast and no one noticed what Shu Wan wrote. Until Shu Wan put down the pen and handed the paper full of words to the housekeeper, "Make 1,000 copies for me after it dries." Although he didn't know what Shu Wan was going to do, the housekeeper still nodded respectfully, "Okay." But soon, the housekeeper knew what Shu Wan was going to do. Chapter 7 Plan. At 12 noon, the sun is at its brightest. The dazzling light shone through the tall windows and onto the big bed in the room. The air conditioner in the room was turned on low, and Fu Yang was curled up in the quilt, with only a few strands of silver hair showing at the corners. He played games all night last night and was feeling sleepy now, but for some reason, Fu Yarn always felt there was a potential danger. He tossed and turned in the quilt for a while, and finally couldn't help but lift the quilt. Then, Fu Yarn saw a large group of people. Who let you in? Get out now. Hearing Fu Yarn's words, everyone stepped back and made way for him. Only then did Fu Yarn see that Shu Wan was sitting on the sofa. When Fu Yarn saw Shu Wan, he thought of his father and became irritated. Shu Wan, are you sick? Don't enter my room without my permission. Get out now. Shu Wan ignored Fu Yarn's disrespect. She looked at Fu Yarn's face and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to clean yourself up. I have something to discuss with you. TSK. Fu Yarn rolled his eyes, I don't want to bother with you. After saying that, Fu Yarn covered himself with the quilt again and buried himself in it, obviously not intending to pay any attention to Shu Wan. Shu Wan was not annoyed. She just sat there quietly. Others did not dare to speak and could only wait quietly for Shu Wan's instructions. The room fell silent for a moment. Under the quilt, Fu Yarn wanted to sleep, but when he closed his eyes, Shu Wan's cool eyes kept coming to his mind. He always felt that Shu Wan was not the kind of person who would give up easily. He put his ear close to the quilt and listened carefully. After confirming that there was no movement outside, he felt relieved and prepared to sleep peacefully. He closed his eyes again and tried to fall asleep. When he was about to fall asleep, the quilt was suddenly pulled open. Fu Yarn suddenly opened his eyes and saw 4 bodyguards standing at the 4 corners of the bed, pushing his quilt aside. Fu Yarn frowned and looked at them angrily, Get out of here right now, or you will bear the consequences. Get out. The bodyguards were stunned by Fu Yarn's yelling and looked at Shu Wan hesitantly. After Shu Wan nodded, they withdrew. You really know how to use chicken feathers as a token of authority. Do you think you can be the master of the Fu family just by marrying into it? You are dreaming. The quilt was pulled open, and Fu Yarn simply sat up and looked at Shu Wan sarcastically. Shu Wan looked calm and accepted Fu Yarn's attack. Well said. Fu Yarn had never seen someone as difficult as Shu Wan. It seemed that nothing he said could hurt her. What do you want to do? Just tell me. Shu Wan handed Fu Yarn a piece of paper, Take a look at this first. Fu Yarn took the paper and glanced at it, his eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Get up at 7 in the morning. Exercise? Practice calligraphy? Read. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Your father has transferred all your custody rights to me. He gave me benefits, and I helped him educate you. Shu Wan did not hide the deal between her and Fu Siu. Psycho. Fu Yarn raised his hand and tore up the plan made by Shu Wan. I tell you, you are not qualified to control me in this family. Unable to sleep, Fu Yarn simply got up from the bed. He walked to the closet and subconsciously reached for a shirt, but when he thought of Shu Wan sitting next to him, Fu Yarn instead reached for an avant-garde skull shirt and a pair of jeans covered in patches. Fu Yarn took the clothes and turned to look at Shu Wan. I'm going to change my clothes, are you sure you want to sit here? After saying that, Fu Yarn turned around and started taking off his clothes. But when he pulled his clothes up halfway, he suddenly turned around and saw that Shu Wan really didn't leave. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shu Wan, don't you know the difference between men and women? Why aren't you leaving? Where are you going? After the shock of yesterday's magazine, Shu Wan became much more accepting of Fu Yarn's hairstyle and strange clothes, but when she saw the strange pair of pants, she still frowned subconsciously. Go play, Fu Yarn raised his eyebrows provocatively at Shu Wan, why do you mind me? Chapter 8 Flattery. Shu Wan stood up and walked out without responding to Fu Yarn's words. Looking at Shu Wan's silent back as she left, Fu Yarn hummed a song proudly. He kicked the torn-up schedule away from his feet and began to change his clothes and blow-dry his hair. After packing up, Fu Yarn took his cell phone, put on his bag and prepared to go out. But as soon as he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Shu Wan standing at the door. Fu Yarn paused for a moment, then pretended not to see it and walked straight downstairs. But not long after, Fu Yarn stopped. He turned his head and looked unhappy. Why are you following me? Shu Wan handed Fu Yarn a new schedule, do you accept this? I don't accept it. Fu Yarn took the schedule and tore it into pieces. Amid the falling pieces of paper, Fu Yang smiled arrogantly at Shu Wan. What can you do to me? You can accept it. Shu Wan responded calmly. TSK, all right. Fu Yang turned around and continued walking forward. Then let me see what you can do. Although he said that, when Fu Yang saw Shu Wan get into the car with him, he was still extremely annoyed. He threw his bag aside and crossed his legs impatiently. Shu Wan, what's wrong with you? Why are you following me when I'm out playing? Shu Wan didn't answer Fu Yang's words. Her eyes fell on Fu Yang's clothes, feeling a little curious. Compared to the strict feudal ethics of the previous life, the modern world is obviously much more open and tolerant, but the clothes Fu Yang wears are still a bit too avant-garde. A short-sleeved shirt covered with skulls and metal ornaments, paired with a pair of jeans with more patches than normal fabric. It's a very peculiar outfit, but fortunately Fu Yang's face is eye-catching enough to suppress such peculiar clothes and become his foil, which is not easy. Looking at Fu Yang's face, for some reason, Shu Wan's mind suddenly appeared the image of Fu Xiu. In fact, judging from their facial features, Fu Yang and Fu Xiu are somewhat similar. But in terms of temperament, the two are very different. Fu Yang is a fledgling fawn, delicate, young, and full of youthful spirit, while Fu Xiu is a long-established lion, strong, domineering, reserved and deep. My clothes look nice, don't they? Fu Yang's voice broke Shu Wan's thoughts. She came to her senses and met Fu Yang's provocative gaze. She knew in her heart that Fu Yang did it on purpose. Even though this era is very inclusive, Fu Yang's dress is still considered niche, especially in a long-standing aristocratic family like the Fu family, which does not allow such strange clothes. What are you looking at? Fu Yang swung his legs and leaned lazily on the sofa. Do you still want to? It looks good. Shu Wan interrupted Fu Yang. Young man, you look good in anything you wear. Shu Wan didn't care about clothes. After all, in her previous life, on the battlefield, the artillery fire was merciless and countless soldiers were wounded all over. They had no way of wearing clothes to cover their bodies. As a commander, it would be ridiculous if she still cared about these things. What's more, when Shu Wan thought of the magazine she read yesterday, she no longer thought Fu Yang's outfit was strange. Perhaps Shu Wan's expression was indeed very sincere. Fu Yang was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickered slightly. Don't think that if you flatter me, I will listen to you. Besides, don't act like an elder in front of me. You are only 6 years older than me and so much shorter than me. I don't know what you are pretending to be. You have inherited Fu Xiu's genes very well. You are good looking and look good in anything you wear. It's normal. Shu Wan said her thoughts in a matter-of-fact manner. As for elders, even if I am younger than you, I am your father's wife. As long as we don't divorce, I am your elder. Fu Yang actually doesn't have a good patience, but even though he hates Shu Wan disciplining him, he always listens to her until the end. Maybe it's because Shu Wan doesn't preach in a condescending manner, but seems to be sharing her thoughts sincerely. So, when Fu Yang heard Shu Wan say that he was good-looking, his ears turned red unconsciously. Of course I am good-looking, do I need you to tell me that? Chapter 9 Telephone Contact. Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang's red ears and said nothing. She opened her phone and read the news, wanting to learn more about modern knowledge. Fu Yang was also playing with his mobile phone, and the car fell silent for a while. When the car reached the destination, Fu Yang got out of the car. Seeing Shu Wan followed him out, Fu Yang felt angry. Are you bored? Why are you following me? To monitor you. Shu Wan responded calmly to Fu Yang's words while looking at the situation here. This place is far away from the city, with a large flat grassland and a few horses running leisurely not far away. You're using chicken feathers as a token of authority. Fu Yang rolled his eyes. Okay, follow me if you want. After saying that, Fu Yang went straight into their horse farm. He is a frequent visitor here. Seeing him coming, the staff hurriedly came to greet him. Master Fu, your coach is already waiting in the VIP room. Well, are there any good horses recently? Fu Yang asked as he threw his backpack to the staff. A purebred horse just arrived last week and was reserved for you. The staff member replied respectfully. He followed Fu Yang for a few steps and found that Shu Wan had been following him. He was a little confused. Is this lady with Master Fu? No, yes. Fu Yang and Shu Wan spoke at the same time, but gave completely different answers. The staff was a little confused and didn't know who to believe. I don't know this woman. She's here to scam me. Listen up, don't let her come in and disturb me. As Fu Yang spoke, he raised his eyebrows slightly at Shu Wan with pride. He is the super VIP of this horse farm. As long as he asks, no one dares to let Shu Wan in. After hearing what Fu Yang said, the staff member understood. He thought that Shu Wan must be relying on her beauty, so she came here to seduce the young master of the Fu family in an attempt to marry into a wealthy family. The staff imagined a vicious female supporting role in a plot. In order to satisfy the super VIP, he called the bodyguards and said, "Stay here and don't let her in." After giving the instructions, the staff member looked at Fu Yang flatteringly. "Young Master Fu, shall I take you in?" "Well, you did a good job." Fu Yang raised his lips slightly, his eyes swept across Shu Wan's calm face. "I'm going in, you're wasting your time here." Shu Wan was not panicked at all. She took out her cell phone, tapped a few times, and made a call. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered, so Shu Wan had to hang up. "I know who you want to find." Fu Yang stood on the steps, looking down at Shu Wan with a mocking look in his eyes. "You think you are too important." He knew that Shu Wan was calling his father, but his father was always busy with work, and it was still early in the morning in North America, so there was no way his father would answer Shu Wan's call. "Just wait here by yourself. Bye." Fu Yang waved at him gloatingly, then turned and walked into their horse farm. Following Fu Yang's instructions, the bodyguards stood at the gate, staring at Shu Wan. Although these people would not be able to stop Shu Wan if a fight really broke out, she was too lazy to get into a conflict with them. The environment in the suburbs is nice. Although you can't enter the horse farm, it's nice to walk around. But just as Shu Wan turned around and walked a short distance, the phone rang. Shu Wan picked up the phone and took a look. It was a number from overseas. Fu Siyu called her back. Chapter 10 Competition. Shu Wan answered the phone, and Fu Siyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" Compared to last night, Fu Siyu's voice at this moment was obviously tired, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. When Shu Wan made the call, she did not realize that they were in different time zones. At this moment, she finally remembered that it should be early morning where Fu Siyu was. She said apologetically, "I'm Shu Wan, sorry to disturb your rest." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then there was a rustling sound. When Fu Siyu spoke again, he had regained his composure. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to enter the horse farm, but I don't think I'm qualified." "Got it. I'll have someone arrange it. Someone will contact you within 3 minutes." "Okay, thank you." The matter was resolved and Shu Wan was about to hang up the phone. At this moment, Fu Siyu suddenly coughed on the other end of the phone. Considering that Fu Siyu was the best partner she could rely on so far, Shu Wan politely asked, "Do you have a cold?" "No, I might be a little tired lately." "Oh, that might be internal dryness caused by mental fatigue. I know a recipe for a calming tea. If you need it, I can give it to you." Shu Wan grew up in Bailu Academy. In Bailu Mountain, where Bailu Academy is located, there lived an old gentleman who was a miraculous doctor and lived in seclusion. The old gentleman was indifferent to worldly things, but he liked Shu Wan very much and taught her a lot. "Okay." Fu Siyu responded on the other end of the phone. Shu Wan was about to say that she would pass the prescription to the housekeeper, but Fu Siyu spoke again. "I'll add you on WeChat, you can send it to me directly." "Okay, I'm hanging up then." Not long after hanging up the phone, Shu Wan received a friend request from Fu Siyu. Fu Siyu's WeChat avatar is still the system default image, and his name is also very simple, FSY, the abbreviation of his real name. Shu Wan accepted Fu Siyu's friend request and said hello to him according to the modern people's greeting habits. But Shu Wan was not very used to using WeChat. As soon as she typed the 2 words, "hello," the emoticon system that came with the input method popped up many emoticons for her to choose from. Shu Wan's hand slipped and she randomly clicked on an emoticon and sent it. On the other side of the ocean, Fu Siyu leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the kitten making a heart shape on the screen, his expression paused slightly. Shu Wan didn't know much about emoticons, and since she received a phone call, she stopped paying attention to the WeChat matter. The call came from Fu Siyu's assistant, who sounded quite young. Hello, Miss Shu. I have already informed the horse farm. You can go in directly now. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. My name is Qinlu, and I'm Mr. Fu's assistant. If you have anything to say, you can contact me directly. Here is my phone number. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shu Wan saved Qinlu's number. Her current identity is the mistress of the Fu family. Regardless of whether the Fu family admits it or not, as the mistress, she should be qualified to transfer resources, so Shu Wan doesn't think there is anything that can't be done by Fu Siyu's assistant to do things for her. Just as Qinlu said, the people at the horse farm had received the news. The staff who had just pointed fingers at Shu Wan now looked flattering. It was really our mistake. It turns out you are a distinguished guest. Please come this way. The superiors didn't say what Shu Wan's identity was, but they used 6 musts in a row, asking the staff to make sure she had a good time. Naturally, the staff knew that her identity was very important. The horse farm here specializes in serving the high-end groups in the imperial capital. The entire farm covers a huge area, and the ecological greening is very well done. You can vaguely see running horses in the distance. Excuse me, what is this lady's name? Shu. Ms. Shu. The staff pointed to the front. That's the dressing room. Please go change your clothes first. Need not. Shu Wan knew that in order to ensure safety, modern people would wear various protective equipment when riding horses. But she really doesn't need these. But. No buts, go do your thing, I'll take a look around by myself. Okay. Shu Wan was a distinguished guest, and since she said she didn't need it, the staff no longer insisted, but still asked the security department to pay more attention to her to avoid any accidents. After the staff left, Shu Wan walked along the path alone. The Egret Academy where Shu Wan studied in her previous life was specially established for princes. It not only taught the ways of governing a country and military strategies, but also focused on riding and archery skills. On Bailu Mountain, there is a horse farm that belongs exclusively to the academy. When Shu Wan was a teenager, he used to ride horses on the farm with his friends. In order to help her elder brother win military merit, she marched to the northwest and led soldiers to charge into battle on the vast grassland. Unfortunately, her elder brother had to take the imperial examination, so her father forcibly took her back to the capital, and she never rode a horse again. Seeing the grassland and the horses, Shu Wan felt itchy. Following the instructions on the sign, Shu Wan walked towards the racecourse. At this time, the racecourse was filled with the smoke of war, and Fu Yang and another group of people were arguing fiercely over the newly arrived purebred horse. So what if your father is Fu Siyu? Everyone knows that your father doesn't care about you at all. Besides, when has our Han family ever been afraid of your Fu family? Han Lin, the young master of the Han family, also took a fancy to the newly arrived racehorse. He looked at Fu Yang sarcastically, and every word he said was right in Fu Yang's way. Since you don't want this mouth, I'll just take it off for you. Fu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression extremely cold. He moved his wrist, ready to strike. All right, we all grew up together, why make such a scene? Fu Yang, your horsemanship is not good, it would be a waste for you to ride this horse, why not give it to Master Han? There were other people trying to stop the fight. No. Fu Yang stared at Han Lin coldly. I said, this horse is mine today, who dares to touch it? Oh, how fresh. Who do you think you can threaten? Han Lin laughed sarcastically. A good horse should be ridden by someone with good skills. Why don't we have a race? Whoever wins gets their horse. Let's compete. Fu Yang snorted coldly, pulled the reins and sat directly on the horse's back. Last time you took advantage of my unpreparedness and played tricks on me. This time I won't let you get away with it. Han Lin was in no hurry to mount the horse. He took a step back slowly, his lips slightly raised. Who said I want to compete with you in person? Lawrence, come out. As soon as Han Lin finished speaking, a tall foreign man walked out. The moment he saw him, Fu Yang's expression turned cold. There was no horseman who did not know Lawrence. Currently the world's #1 equestrian athlete, he has won numerous awards. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lawrence competed with his eyes closed, he would not be able to win. Chapter 11 Saving His Son. We were talking about a competition between the two of us, what do you mean by looking for someone else to compete with you? You didn't say we can't ask for outside help just now. Han Lin looked at Fu Yarn smugly. If you have the guts, you can ask for help too. He had disliked Fu Yarn for a long time. In order to make Fu Yarn lose face, he mobilized a lot of resources to invite Lawrence. In this world, it is impossible for anyone to be better at horse riding than Lawrence. You? Fu Yarn's face was cold, and his fingers holding the reins turned pale. Wasn't it you, Fu Yarn, who said you wanted to compete first? Why don't you dare to compete now? It's really a waste of our time. Young Master Fu is not afraid, is he? I heard that his father was very good at horse riding back then, so he didn't teach Fu Yarn anything, right? Han Lin's younger brothers kept mocking Fu Yarn. Fu Yarn was young and impulsive, and he said, let's compete. But it's easy to say it. When they really compared themselves, Fu Yarn realized how big the gap was between himself and Lawrence. The two were competing in an obstacle course on a large field with multiple obstacles. Whoever takes the least time within the specified time wins, best of 3. According to Han Lin, Fu Yarn could actually find foreign aid to help him in the game. But in fact, whether or not to hire foreign aid, the final result will be the same. If any coach in the horse farm can beat Lawrence, then he would not have achieved such high achievements in world competitions. Fu Yarn never thought about winning, he just wanted to finish the game he had set. But Lawrence, who was instructed by Han Lin, obviously did not simply compete with Fu Yarn. Under normal circumstances, with Lawrence's professional level, Fu Yarn would not be able to keep up with him. However, in the first game, Lawrence maintained the same speed as Fu Yarn. Lawrence has good horse controlling skills. While completing the task of crossing obstacles, he also kept interfering with Fu Yarn. Fu Yarn's horsemanship is pretty good, but the gap compared to Lawrence is huge. Since Lawrence was keeping up with his pace, he simply slowed down and focused on stability. But just as he was about to cross the finish line, Lawrence suddenly sped up and crossed the finish line before Fu Yarn. Then he suddenly turned the horse's head and squeezed its belly hard. The racehorse was frightened and neighed, trying to attack Fu Yarn. Lawrence pulled the reins and the racehorse was stopped, but it raised its front hooves and roared, still scaring the horse under Fu Yarn. Even though Fu Yarn tried his best to pull the reins, he still couldn't control the frightened horse. Clearly just one step away from crossing the finish line, the horse turned around and ran all the way back to the starting point. It finally stopped after the coaches worked together to intercept it. Har 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 har, Fu Yarn, did you mix up the finish line and the starting point? Why are everyone rushing to the finish line, but you are heading back to the starting point? They say a great father will have a great son. How come Fu Siyu is such an awesome guy, but he has such a useless son? This is the first time I see someone running towards the starting point. Har 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 har, this is so funny. Following Han Lin's instructions, everyone mocked Fu Yarn. Fu Yarn was not going to argue with them at first, but when he heard the saying, a good father will have a good son, his face suddenly turned cold. He stared at Han Lin intently, trying his best to suppress his anger. Finally, when Han Lin mentioned Fu Siyu again, Fu Yarn stepped on his horse's belly and rushed directly towards Han Lin. At this moment, Lawrence rode over on his horse, stood directly in front of Han Lin, and controlled the horse to kick Fu Yarn's horse. This time, the racehorse was not simply frightened by the roar. In severe pain, the racehorse roared wildly, trying to throw Fu Yarn off its back. Fu Yarn had never encountered such a situation before. He held the reins tightly, but it was of no use. The tightened reins further stimulated the racehorse, and it became more aggressive again, and with one leap, it was ready to throw Fu Yarn under its hooves. At this moment, several quick whistles came from somewhere. Something magical happened. The racehorse that had been going crazy just now suddenly calmed down, and even walked obediently towards the direction of the whistle. Fu Yarn had calmed down from the shock, but was still a little dazed for a moment and could only let the racehorse carry him for a distance. About 20 meters away, the racehorse stopped and kept looking towards the corner ahead. Fu Yarn also looked over there and saw a piece of cloud pattern fabric appearing in the corner of the wall. Fu Yarn frowned slightly. Why did this pattern look so familiar to him? The next second, Shu Wan came out. Fu Yarn was a little surprised. How did you get in? Before Shu Wan could answer, Lawrence's voice sounded from behind. It was this lady who calmed down the horse race just now. How did you do it? When they saw Shu Wan, everyone was so amazed by her stunning appearance that they never thought that it was she who calmed down the angry horse. After hearing what Lawrence said, everyone was surprised, including Fu Yang. He looked at Shu Wan suspiciously. Just you? Fu Yang's gaze slid from Shu Wan's face to her hand, and only then did he see that she was holding a leaf in her hand. Thinking of the whistle sound just now, it seemed like it was blown by leaves. Fu Yang was a little surprised. Could it be that Shu Wan really saved him just now? Shu Wan ignored Fu Yang's questioning. She glanced at Fu Yang's hands, which were bruised from pulling the reins too hard and were bleeding slightly. Come down. Shu Wan looked at Fu Yang. I'll compete with him. Forget it. Fu Yang said with disdain, I won't let a woman stand in front of me. You are just trying your luck. You are pretty. Before Fu Yang finished speaking, Shu Wan stepped forward, jumped on the horse and sat behind Fu Yang. Fu Yang had no idea how Shu Wan got up there. He only smelled a faint fragrance passing by from behind. Fu Yang turned around in surprise. What are you doing? Shu Wan didn't waste any time talking to him. She just grabbed his collar, threw him to the ground. In front of so many people, Fu Yang was treated like a chicken by Shu Wan for the second time, and his face was once again shattered. He was about to jump up and down when Han Lin spoke first. For those who are at the top of the powerful circle, beauty is not a scarce resource. But no one had ever seen someone as beautiful as Shu Wan. Han Lin looked at Shu Wan with ill intentions. Fu Yang, I've changed my mind. I'll give you the horse, and you give me this beauty, how about that? No matter how much Fu Yang hated Shu Wan was still a member of the Fu family. After being insulted so blatantly by Han Lin, Fu Yang immediately forgot about the fact that Shu Wan had embarrassed him. Don't you see what you are worth? Are you worthy? Fu Yang looked at Han Lin coldly. She is from my Fu family. Put away your thoughts. Otherwise, you can try to see if the Han family can cover for you. After hearing Fu Yang say this, although Han Lin was unwilling, he was still afraid of Fu Siyu and did not say anything more. He then turned to the topic of the competition. It's really shameless of you to let a woman come forward to compete for you. That's right. Fu Yang doesn't think that he can turn the tide of the battle by relying on a woman, right? Beautiful sister, if you ask me, you should go back to go shopping and buy some bags. Let's leave our WeChat accounts and I'll pay for your bags. Everyone was talking and mocking, not thinking Shu Wan was threatening at all. Only Lawrence noticed something wrong from Shu Wan's action of getting on the horse just now. Chapter 12, Help. Shu Wan ignored the ridicule of the crowd. She looked directly at Han Lin and said, if you lose, the horse will belong to us. You will personally lead the horse to Fu Yang. Han Lin just thought Shu Wan was ridiculous. He looked at Fu Yang sarcastically. Fu Yang, where did you find such a good-looking lunatic? Did you hear what she said? Fu Yang hated Shu Wan, but at this moment, he hated Han Lin even more. He also knew that Shu Wan couldn't win, but he just didn't want to lose to Han Lin in terms of words. You've said so much, aren't you afraid to compete? You've been spewing shit all morning, aren't you tired? Stop talking nonsense. Han Lin raised his lips and looked at Shu Wan's face. Okay, but if we win, I want this beautiful sister to come with me. No. Fu Yang stopped him subconsciously. Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang, then agreed to Han Lin. Okay. Shu Wan. Fu Yang approached Shu Wan's horse and frowned at her. Don't forget your identity. I'm going to tell my dad that you want to have an affair. Get off the horse immediately and stop competing. Shu Wan gave the horse a slap, and the horse raised its front hooves. Fu Yang was so scared that he quickly took a step back. His face was a little pale. Shu Wan, don't be so shameless. He was so kind as to give her a way out, but she still wanted to walk into the tiger's mouth. Is she mentally ill? Come on. Shu Wan turned her horse's head and walked slowly to the starting point. She looked at Lawrence and said, let me see your world-class level. Shu Wan's words were wild and extremely provocative. As a veteran in the equestrian world, Lawrence has fought against countless opponents and heard countless provocative words. But to be honest, no one has ever brought him more oppression than the woman in front of him. Although it was against common sense, Lawrence was indeed a little hesitant. He subconsciously looked at Han Lin and said, Mr. Han, I. What? Don't tell me you don't even dare to compete with a woman. If you win this game, I'll give you 3 million. Hurry up, I'm going to see my horse after the competition. After Han Lin said this, Lawrence's hesitation instantly disappeared. He nodded slightly at Shu Wan, then I'm sorry. The two stood at the starting point at the same time. Lawrence was riding the BMW that had won him numerous gold medals. He was fully equipped and looked very professional. As for Shu Wan, she was wearing casual clothes without any professional equipment, and she looked as relaxed as if she was out for an outing. In contrast, everyone already knew the result of the game before it even started. Seeing that Shu Wan was really so ignorant of the danger, Fu Yang frowned. He couldn't persuade Shu Wan, but he knew his father could. Seeing that the game was about to begin, Fu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still took out his mobile phone and called Fu Siyu. The situation was urgent, and when Fu Yang opened the phone, he accidentally clicked on the video call. Then, Fu Yang met Fu Siyu in the video, who had not returned to China for 3 years. Facing Fu Siyu's deep eyes, Fu Yang subconsciously turned cold. Can you control your woman? She is so arrogant that she wants to sell herself to others. Compared to being woken up by Shu Wan just now, Fu Siyu's face was not as good when he was woken up by Fu Yang again. He narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the matter? Tell me clearly. Shu Wan insisted on competing with Lawrence, the world's #1 equestrian master. If she loses, she will go with the Han family. This is your little wife. If she is really taken away by the Han family, I will be ashamed if you are not. Even though he was just talking to Fu Siyu on the phone, Fu Yang couldn't suppress the rebelliousness in his heart and spoke to Fu Siyu in a sarcastic way. Fu Siyu glanced at Fu Yang coldly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Change the direction of the camera. Let me take a look. The game is about to start, what are you still watching?" Fu Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes, then turned the camera around as Fu Siyu said, "Forget it, it's not my people who are missing anyway, and it's not like my wife was taken away by someone else." Just as Fu Yang continued to mock, a whistle sounded not far away. The game has begun. Chapter 13 Victory. Almost everyone present had imagined the process of the competition. It must be that one was like an arrow flying off the line, and the other was like a turtle crawling slowly. The gap was as different as heaven and earth. But they could never have imagined that the gap was so obvious and there was indeed a world of difference between them, but this world was actually Lawrence, who is ranked #1 in the world. And that sky is Shu Wan. Lawrence is a professional athlete, and all his movements are quite professional and skillful. In comparison, Shu Wan strolled leisurely in the garden, occasionally pulling the reins, so easily that it seemed as if she didn't use any effort. But her horse has always been a head faster than Lawrence. It felt like she wasn't trying her best, but was just leisurely teasing Lawrence. Lawrence naturally realized this. Looking at Shu Wan, who was always one step ahead of him, Lawrence felt his self-esteem hurt for the first time after being the world's #1 for so many years. He has always boasted that he is a child of destiny and does not take anyone seriously, let alone a mere Chinese woman. It would be a huge disgrace if he lost to her. Lawrence pursed his lips tightly, and suddenly shouted loudly, completely abandoning the safety principles of the game, and squeezed the horse's belly very hard. The horse was frightened and rushed forward quickly. Lawrence pulled the reins tightly, leaving deep marks on the horse's neck. Although the horse's condition was extremely unstable now, its speed had actually increased, and it finally surpassed Shu Wan. Seeing the finish line just in front of him, Lawrence raised the corners of his lips, knowing that victory was his after all. However, he was only happy for a second. The next moment, Shu Wan's horse caught up with him, left him far behind, and crossed the finish line first. But she did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned the horse around and pulled the reins tighter when Lawrence was about to cross the finish line. The horse neighed towards the sky, scaring Lawrence's horse and making it retreat on the spot. No matter how Lawrence pulled the rope, his horse was out of control and even turned its head and ran back to the starting point. This scene was just like when Lawrence scared Fu Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shu Wan was helping Fu Yang vent his anger. Seeing this scene, as the person involved, Fu Yang naturally felt that his anger had been vented, but before the corners of his lips could rise, he suppressed the smile when he thought that Shu Wan and his father were in cahoots and were here to control him. The result of the match was so unexpected that Han Lin was almost mad. He rushed to Lawrence and said, "Aren't you #1 in the world? How come you can't even beat a woman?" Lawrence didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that there was a huge gap between him and Shu Wan. Shu Wan doesn't look like a professional athlete. Her equestrian skills seem natural. She rides not to show off in competitions, but because she has a natural wildness and a sense of power that cannot be trained in a training ground. I'm sorry, Mr. Han, Best of 3, it's just a tie now, Han Lin interrupted Lawrence before he could finish. You must win this last round for me, otherwise you won't get the sponsorship for next season. Do you hear me? I understand. I'll try my best. Lawrence nodded and subconsciously glanced at Shu Wan. When he met her cool eyes, Lawrence subconsciously felt a little disappointed. After the comparison just now, Shu Wan instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Originally, there were only a few people watching the game here, but after hearing that a woman had defeated the world's #1 player, Lawrence, it wasn't long before the place was surrounded by people who came to watch the fun. This little girl defeated Lawrence. Did Lawrence let her win? With her skinny arms and legs, it doesn't look like she is that girl at all. I also think it was Lawrence who let her do it. How can there be someone in our country who is so good at equestrianism and has won a championship? It's impossible. The onlookers were full of confidence in Lawrence, but he himself had cold sweat on his forehead. He had never been afraid when standing on the world stage, but now he felt a little scared. Are you two ready? The referee walked between the two horses and made pre-race inquiries. I'm ready. Okay, get ready. As the referee spoke, he nodded slightly at Han Lin, then picked up the whistle, walked around, went to the outside of Shu Wan, and blew the whistle with all his strength. He was too close to the ear of Shu Wan's horse, so when the whistle sounded, Lawrence's horse had already rushed out, but Shu Wan's horse was frightened and neighed in place. Lawrence was betting his entire fortune and life on this round, so he increased his speed extremely quickly from the very beginning. By the time Shu Wan adjusted the racehorse, Lawrence had already run a long distance. This distance is set in an international competition, and there is absolutely no possibility of any comeback. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads and said, it seems that Lawrence was just a gentleman and let the woman go. Before everyone finished talking, they heard Shu Wan say go. The next second, the racehorse leaped into the air and jumped over several obstacles in succession. Shu Wan sat on it, looking heroic, with her black hair flying. The sunlight fell on her, giving her a layer of golden glow. Under her control, the horse was like a dragon swimming into the sea. After a few leaps, it crossed the obstacles on the track and effortlessly left Lawrence far behind. Lawrence had just finished halfway when Shu Wan reached the finish line. Looking at the graceful figure sitting on the horse, how could Lawrence not understand that she had not competed with him seriously in the second round, and this round showed her true strength. He was no match for her. After realizing this fact, Lawrence lowered his head in dejection, not wanting to continue the remaining half of the game. I am not as skilled as you, I admit defeat. Lawrence's surrender completely shocked everyone. Shu Wan's performance just now made Fu Yang stunned. It was not until Han Lin led the purebred horse in front of him with a dark face that Fu Yang came back to his senses and looked at Han Lin with a gloating look. This is the world's #1 you invited, and it's nothing special. Han Lin's face turned pale due to Fu Yang's ridicule. He looked at Fu Yang hatefully. What are you so proud of? What's there to be proud of in beating you with a woman? What's wrong with women? Fu Yang sneered. You look down on women so much, are you not born by a woman? Wow, the Han family also has the skill of men giving birth. This is really an eye-opener. You. Han Lin was so angry at Fu Yang that he not only lost the horse, but also lost face in front of everyone. He threw the horse rope in front of Fu Yang and said, we'll see. After saying that, Han Lin turned around and left. As expected, the horse was a purebred horse specially transported back to the country by the stable. The horse that Han Lin pulled over had long and strong legs and a sturdy body. Its fur could be seen shining faintly when it moved. It was a rare good horse. Fu Yang couldn't help but touch it twice. Just when he was about to ride on it to try it out, he saw Shu Wan walking towards him. Fu Yang quickly retracted his hand, coughed lightly to cover it up, and said indifferently, this horse is just average. You still went to the competition with so much effort. I won't thank you for that. Shu Wan glanced at him, then reached out and took the reins. Oh, I quite like it. Since you don't like it, then I want this horse. As she spoke, Shu Wan pulled the thoroughbred horse away. Seeing that excellent horse go away from him, Fu Yang was heartbroken, but he looked calm and even said stubbornly, "Hey, pick up something I don't want." When Shu Wan and the horse disappeared from sight, the calm expression on Fu Yang's face finally collapsed. His peerless horse. Shu Wan is indeed his nemesis. Fu Yang was so angry that he took his phone and prepared to leave. But he was stunned when he glanced at the screen. Why hadn't the video call been hung up yet? Fu Yang turned on his phone, and his father's cold face was still in the video. Fu Yang frowned. "Why haven't you hung up yet?" Fu Siyu raised his head and cast a cold gaze on Fu Yang. "You failed all the subjects in the last exam again. What's it got to do with you?" Fu Yang rolled his eyes. "How can Mr. Fu, who is so busy with all kinds of things, still have time to take care of me?" After saying that, Fu Yang hung up the phone without waiting for Fu Siyu to reply. Chapter 14 Expectations. On the other side of the ocean, Fu Siyu was first woken up by Shu Wan, and then tormented by Fu Yang, and he completely lost all desire to sleep. He stood up and walked to the window, lowered his eyes slightly, and looked down at the city below. It was already late at night, and even in the most prosperous city in the world, the noise had faded a bit. The lights are strung together like chess pieces, and are clearly a warm yellow color, but they appear somewhat lonely under the cover of the steel buildings and the darkness. The lights of thousands of homes disappeared completely in Fu Siyu's eyes. He stood there quietly, like a statue, silent, cold and steady as a rock. It was not until the phone rang that Fu Siyu's eyes moved slightly and he turned around to pick up the phone. Seeing the caller, Fu Siyu narrowed his eyes slightly and pressed the answer button, Shu Wan. Having not spoken for a long time, Fu Siyu's voice had a husky tone, mixed with the subtle sound of electric current, making his already pleasant voice even more attractive. In her previous life, although Shu Wan was a woman, she was always surrounded by men, whether she was studying or leading troops in battle, and she had met countless men. But in my previous life, no matter how many times I interacted with men, it would never be like this. The phone was placed next to her ear. The good receiver effect perfectly restored the stereo sound. It sounded like Fu Siyu was whispering in her ear. Shu Wan's eyes moved slightly, and she held the phone a little further away. "Sorry, I forgot, you were sleeping." Although she had the original owner's memories in her mind, Shu Wan still didn't quite understand the concept of time difference. "Nothing." Fu Siyu sat on the bed. "You go ahead. Do you have a pen and paper? I'll read you the recipe for the tranquilizing tea and you can make it yourself." Shu Wan was not very good at typing on her mobile phone, so she could only think of calling directly. As she spoke, she recited a string of Chinese medicine names. When she finished reading, she heard no sound from Fu Siyu, and Shu Wan was a little confused. "Fu Siyu, are you still listening?" "Yeah." Fu Siyu responded with a hint of a smile in his tone. "Do you think I can find the medicines you mentioned abroad?" Oh, Shu Wan forgot again that Fu Siyu is now abroad. The customs and habits abroad are completely different from those in China. They don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine, let alone Chinese medicine shops. "Then, I'll prepare it for you and have someone send it to you." "Okay, I'll send the address to your WeChat later." After saying that, Fu Siyu added, "For this kind of imported stuff, the fewer people who handle it, the better." Shu Wan also thought so, and she was about to say, "Let the housekeeper handle it." But before she could say anything, Fu Siyu said, "After you are done, just hand it over to Qinlu." Oh well. It was just a piece of cake, so Shu Wan didn't mind it too much. "Your horsemanship is pretty good." Fu Siyu suddenly brought up another topic. "How do you know?" Fu Yang just opened the video. "Oh, it's okay. I heard from them that you were also very good at horse riding before. We can work together if there is a chance." Ever since she competed with Lawrence, who claimed to be the best in the world, Shu Wan no longer had much hope for modern people's horse riding skills. But Fu Siyu is different. Although Shu Wan has never seen him and has only heard from others that he is good at horse riding, Shu Wan feels that Fu Siyu can compete with her. "Okay." Fu Siyu agreed. "I have a call, I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Shu Wan answered the call from her agent again. "What's the matter?" Unlike the last time when he was furious, this time, the agent's tone was quite nice. "Shu Wan, look at the #1 trending search, is that you?" I think you look too much like me. In fact, they are more than similar. In terms of appearance alone, they are 100% identical. But the agent couldn't believe that Shu Wan could have such a graceful and elegant temperament. Chapter 15 Hot Search. After hearing what her agent said, Shu Wan opened Weibo and took a look. Sure enough, the #1 trending search was Amateur Beauty Won the World Championship. Such an eye-catching title naturally attracted many people to click in and read. There were many people watching the fun in the racecourse at that time. When Lawrence and Shu Wan were competing, someone uploaded the video to the internet. At this time, the post with the highest number of likes has been forwarded 300,000 times. In the video, Shu Wan and Lawrence are running side by side. She seems to be strolling leisurely, but she can easily overcome the obstacles and her speed is always faster than Lawrence. What a pretty girl! Don't directors want her to act in period dramas? Her figure and the way she rides a horse are so cool. This equestrian enthusiast is kneeling down to watch the video. You laymen may only see that this woman is pretty, but do you know? This Lawrence can be said to be one of the best equestrians in the world. Who is this woman? She is amazing. Although I don't really want to say that name, do you really not know this woman? Shu Wan, the hopeless illiterate who cheated in the college entrance examination. After someone reminded everyone of this, everyone suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a desperate illiterate person who had been on the hot search list a few days ago. Some curious netizens dug out the trending search, looked at Shu Wan's failing grades and her usual interviews that were devoid of substance, and then looked at her stunning video of horse riding. Silence, still silence. Damn, this is the first time I doubt my judgment of people. I thought this beautiful woman on horseback must be a dashing and thoughtful person, but the result is completely the opposite. How can such a good-looking face have such a muddled brain? Is this the legendary talent for sports? This face is really pretty. If she doesn't have any lines and is just a vase, I can still accept it. There was no such thing as the internet in the past life, nor were there so many social platforms that could bring together people from all over the world. Shu Wan didn't really care about other people's insults towards her. She was just curious about the Weibo platform, so she looked at it for a while longer. Have you seen it? Is that person you? Seeing that Shu Wan had no response, the agent couldn't help but ask again. It's me. Shu Wan logged out of Weibo and answered her agent's question. Oh, it's really you, the agent was very surprised. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, we would have been famous earlier. Once this video comes out, there will definitely be scripts knocking on our door. Just wait. Script. Yes, that's enough. It seems that you are not destined to die. Let's choose a good script this time and try to reverse the reputation. Yeah. Shu Wan didn't know much about the modern entertainment industry, but since her agent was a professional, she believed that her agent could handle these things. After hanging up the phone, Shu Wan closed her eyes and prepared to lie down and rest. Logically speaking, modern cars run much more smoothly than ancient horse-drawn carriages, but for some reason, when sitting in such a confined space, Shu Wan always feels uncomfortable in her stomach. Hey, Shu Wan, how much money does my dad give you every month? Fu Yan got into the car at some point and saw Shu Wan was sleeping, so he deliberately woke her up loudly. Chapter 16 Living Expenses. At this time, the car was passing through a mountain road. The road condition was not very good. It was full of twists and turns, making Shu Wan want to vomit. She opened her eyes and glanced at Fu Yan, suppressed the discomfort in her stomach, and said calmly, "Why are you asking this? However much money he gives you, I'll give you double it." Fu Yan took out a bank card. "As long as you stand on my side, you can get as much money as you want. How much pocket money do you have every month?" "There is no upper limit. Probably no more than 100 million. My dad won't care about me. Fu Siyu has been overseas for many years. The Fu family has substantial assets, so he does not treat Fu Yan harshly when it comes to money." Yeah. Shu Wan nodded, then closed her eyes again. Fu Yan waited for a while, and when he saw that Shu Wan didn't respond, he knocked on the table again. "Shu Wan, what do you mean? I'm talking to you, do you agree or not? You don't have that much money to give me. You have such a big appetite. 100 million a month can't satisfy you." Fu Yan frowned, and after a while, he spoke again, then how much do you want? I'll think about it. But Shu Wan did not answer his question. She closed her eyes and slept soundly. Fu Yang took a deep breath, turned over angrily, turned his back to Shu Wan, and closed his eyes. This woman is so stubborn that I can't live like this anymore. In this eerie calm, the two returned to the manor together. Shu Wan got out of the car, but Fu Yang didn't. Shu Wan turned around and asked, "Where are you going? What do you care about me?" Fu Yang crossed his legs and looked at Shu Wan provocatively. The sunlight fell on his silver hair and silver diamond earrings, reflecting a dazzling light. Shu Wan took a schedule from the housekeeper and put it in the car. "Come to me when you figure it out." Fu Yang glanced at the schedule, then raised his legs and stepped on it twice. When the schedule was crumpled into waste paper, Fu Yang raised his head and smiled at Shu Wan, "Dream on." Shu Wan didn't get angry and turned around to walk into the manor. Anyway, Fu Yang would come back to find her within 2 hours. By the afternoon, the sunlight was getting warmer. Because of motion sickness, Shu Wan didn't eat much at noon, so the kitchen made her some refreshing rose and coconut water soup. Shu Wan leaned on the sofa and ate bite by bite, her eyes filled with amazement. In her previous life, Shu Wan was born in a prime minister's mansion and often went in and out of the imperial palace, so the food she ate was the best in the world. But compared with modern things, both the ingredients and cooking methods are far worse. In addition, the Fu family hired a famous chef who used the best ingredients, and Shu Wan had basically never eaten the food he made. The faint scent of rose spreads on the tip of the tongue, and the freshness of coconut water just relieves the greasy fragrance of the flowers. The collision of the two creates a unique fragrance. Shu Wan's dizziness caused by motion sickness was relieved a lot after eating delicious food. There is delicious food in my hands and a beautiful view of flowers outside the window. If it weren't for the angry footsteps getting closer and closer, this would actually be a wonderful afternoon. Pity. Shu Wan. Fu Yang stormed into the living room, ignoring the housekeeper and servants' attempts to stop him, and walked straight to Shu Wan. Seeing her eating leisurely, Fu Yang became more and more angry. He reached out his hand and wanted to smash the bowl in Shu Wan's hand. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he found that he couldn't move at all. Acupuncture again. Fu Yang took a few deep breaths and tried to suppress his anger. "Shu Wan, untie it for me." Shu Wan took another bite calmly. "Then will you speak properly?" Fu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "I promise not to do anything to you." Shu Wan then reached out and untied Fu Yang's acupoints. Feeling that he could move, Fu Yang moved his wrist and saw Shu Wan lowering her head to eat. He was moved and quickly reached out his hand. However, he didn't expect that Shu Wan had already anticipated this. She raised her foot slightly, but Fu Yang didn't notice at all and fell directly onto the sofa next to her. Being teased again and again, Fu Yang clenched his fists, but thinking that he could not beat Shu Wan at all, after struggling for a while, Fu Yang put down his hands again. "I have something to ask you." "Explain." "Did you ask my dad to stop my credit card? He was planning to treat his friends to lunch today, but when it came time to pay the bill, his card wouldn't work." Fu Yang's card has an unlimited credit limit secondary card. There is only one reason why it cannot be used, and that is that it has been suspended. "No, your father doesn't know." I stopped. "What qualifications do you have to suspend my card?" Fu Yang's eyes widened. "The bank actually listened to you. Why don't you listen?" Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang. "I am your guardian now and I am fully responsible for everything about you. I have the final say on how much money you should be given every month." Fu Yang had not expected that his father would delegate such great power to Shu Wan, but now that he was under someone else's roof, Fu Yang could only force out a smile. "Then how much money are you going to give me?" Shu Wan had thought about this a long time ago. After finishing the dessert, Shu Wan put down the bowl and wiped her hands with a wet towel. "Since you eat and live at home and have to go to school, 5,000 yuan a month is enough. If you have other expenses, you can report to me. If I agree, I can ask the housekeeper to transfer the money to you." 50 million. Fu Yang habitually thought that the number Shu Wan mentioned was in 10,000. "Are you so kind? You got the wrong unit." Shu Wan corrected her, "It's 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Fu Yang was stunned. "Are you crazy? 5,000 yuan is not even enough to buy a pair of shoes. As for your living expenses, it is floating, Shu Wan added, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, it will increase, and if you perform poorly, it will be reduced. Although Shu Wan was a person from ancient times, her educational philosophy is the same both ancient and modern. In her previous life, the Egret Academy also restricted the expenses of students. When students have no concept of income, they are only given the necessary living expenses, allowing them to immerse themselves in ordinary life and understand the sufferings of the people. However, if we only adopt the method of education through hardship, the students taught out will be more or less stingy. So after the students have an understanding of money, Baidu Academy will naturally relax its control over them. This is also what Shu Wan planned to use on Fu Yang. Fu Yangshan was only 14 years old, and of course he couldn't understand Shu Wan's thoughts. He just thought that Shu Wan was deliberately suppressing his living expenses. You're sending away beggars. Fu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Shu Wan. I'm telling you, I can't accept the schedule. As for your 5,000 yuan, whoever wants it can take it. This young master doesn't care. You really don't want it? Then I'll give it to the servant as a bonus. Whatever you want. Fu Yang snorted coldly, not taking the limit on living expenses seriously at all. So what if there is no money on the card? There are plenty of antiques at home. What's more, he is the only young master of the Fu family. As long as he wants, many people will rush to give him money. The young man was full of vigor and vitality, and there was no way Shu Wan could hide her true feelings on his face. She only took a glance at him and knew what Fu Yang was planning. You can also steal things from home and sell them, or ask others for money. Shu Wan said, this is all your business, but Fu Siu's son, the only heir of the Fu family, shouldn't do such a shameful thing, right? Fu Yang knew that this was Shu Wan's way of provoking him, but he was still provoked by Shu Wan. Who do you think I am? I would never do such a tasteless thing. Seeing Fu Yang raising his chin slightly with a defiant look on his face, Shu Wan rarely showed a smile in her eyes. The boy is rebellious, frivolous, arrogant and difficult to tame. But he is also truly spontaneous, as free as the wind. Following the direction of the wind, you can always find the line hidden in the spirit and ambition. It's actually very easy to turn. Chapter 17 Acceptance. Since you have just given your living expenses to the servant, from today until the 24th of next month, you will not have any extra pocket money. Who cares? Fu Yang curled his lips and went upstairs directly. I'm going to bed. Wait. Shu Wan stopped him. Why do you have so many things to say? Fu Yang turned around impatiently. Can you finish it all at once? What day is today? How should I know? Don't you know how to check the calendar without a phone? Shu Wan took the phone and showed the screen to Fu Yang. It's only Wednesday today. Shouldn't you be at school? How fresh. Although Fu Yang is only 14 years old and still in the 3rd grade of junior high school, he is now nearly 1.8 meters tall. Standing on the steps and looking down, he has a condescending look. What's the point of going to school? I can buy a whole school with just one watch. Teach me. Are they qualified? And you, don't think that just because you have the little power given by my father, you can take advantage of it and control me. You are not worthy. After saying that, Fu Yang went upstairs without looking back. The housekeeper and servants were scared to death by the tense look between the two. When Fu Yang's back disappeared on the 2nd floor, a loud sound of a door closing was heard. The housekeeper stood beside Shu Wan, observed her expression, and advised carefully, Madam, the young master is still a child, don't bother with him. I'm 14 years old, not young anymore. Shu Wan raised her eyes and looked towards Fu Yang's room. In the past, boys could start their own businesses and make great achievements when they reached the age of 14. When she was 14 years old, she led 50,000 elite soldiers and won the Battle of Jinchuan. Fu Yang developed this kind of character largely because everyone indulged him on the grounds that he was still a child. Thinking of what Fu Yang had just said, Shu Wan tapped her fingers on the sofa and said, Go open his bedroom door. The housekeeper didn't dare to say, Madam, the young master will definitely lose his temper. He doesn't allow anyone to break into his room. Didn't Fu Siu tell you? Shu Wan turned her head and glanced at the housekeeper quietly. She was obviously still a little girl, but the majesty and pressure revealed in her eyes were something that even the butler who had seen countless storms could not withstand. He felt a little nervous and nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll have someone open the door now." As the butler expected, as soon as he opened the door, a vase flew out of the house. The housekeeper quickly stood in front of Shu Wan, protecting her as she stepped back. The next second, pillows, cups, computers, and mobile phones were thrown out. Inside the house, Fu Yang stared at Shu Wan with an angry look on his face. "Are you annoying?" The butler tried to stop Shu Wan, but Shu Wan pushed his protective arm away and walked straight towards Fu Yang. Fu Yang was about to make another move, but Shu Wan moved her ankle slightly, causing a piece of broken porcelain to fly up and directly shatter the vase on the table. Fu Yang instantly calmed down. He rubbed his hair irritably and looked at Shu Wan indignantly. "What do you want? Follow the schedule, and I won't do anything to you anymore." Looking at the extremely beautiful Shu Wan in front of him, Fu Yang felt for the first time in his life what it meant to be completely powerless. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't convince her either. His father had given all the power to Shu Wan. Having not slept well last night and being exhausted from all the hassle in the morning, Fu Yang now just wanted to have a good sleep. He stretched out his hand towards Shu Wan. "Isn't it enough that I promised you? Give me the schedule and start implementing it from tomorrow. I want to get some sleep now, okay?" Shu Wan signaled the housekeeper to hand the schedule to Fu Yang. "Remember what you said." After Shu Wan and her people left, Fu Yang looked at the mess on the floor, then at the schedule, and was so angry that he pounded the bed several times. How could there be someone as difficult as Shu Wan? Chapter 18 Selection. Young people sleep a lot and soundly. Until dinner time, there was still no movement in Fu Yang's bedroom. The housekeeper wanted to go up and ask, but Shu Wan stopped him. "No, let him sleep." She took a quick look and knew that Fu Yang had only slept for less than an hour last night. Lack of sleep was not good for his health. The housekeeper looked at Shu Wan in surprise. "I thought you would ask us to drag the young master out." After all, Shu Wan and Fu Yang had been at loggerheads for the past 2 days, and the housekeeper naturally thought that Shu Wan would not tolerate Fu Yang sleeping in. "I can't stand him sleeping in, but he needs to get enough sleep." Shu Wan glanced at the time. It was 7:30 in the evening. "I'll go wake him up in an hour." "Okay, then you eat first." Considering that the food cooked by the Fu family was really good, Shu Wan enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, Shu Wan suddenly remembered something. She called the housekeeper over and said, "Go find me some herbs." "Madam, are you ill?" the housekeeper asked hurriedly. "I'll ask the doctor to come over." "No, I want to prepare some calming tea." Shu Wan explained, "I'll prepare it in a while, please help me deliver the herbs to Fu Siu." Hearing Shu Wan say that it was for Fu Siu, the housekeeper was startled and suddenly became active. Okay, I'll go find it right away." After the housekeeper left, Shu Wan got up and went for a walk in the garden. The food was delicious. She ate a little more and now needed to digest it. The Fu family's manor is very large. Due to the development of modern science and technology, the decoration of the house takes into account both traditional aesthetic concepts and modern high technology. Although there are no lights in the garden, there are grand lamps buried in the flower beds and beside the pools. The fountains change into various shapes and bloom at night. Occasionally, drops of water mixed with the night breeze blow on your face, which is quite cool. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Shu Wan raised her head and saw that the moon in the sky was still the same crescent shape it had been 1,000 years ago. In a trance, one cannot tell whether everything around is an illusion or not. What happened in the past 2 days might have been a dream. She was a non-existent person in a dream and had no sense of reality in this world. Just as Shu Wan was looking at the moon and thinking quietly, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Shu Wan opened the screen and raised her eyebrows in surprise. It turned out to be a video call from Fu Siu. Why was Shu Wan surprised? Because although Shu Wan was not very familiar with Fu Siu, she could tell that he was a person who had been in a high position for a long time and was not the type of person who would take the initiative to call someone. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind in just a moment, and Shu Wan quickly pressed the answer button, and what she saw was a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. This time Shu Wan remembered that there was a time difference between her and Fu Siu. It was night in the imperial capital, but it was daytime in Fu Siyu's place. Are you in the garden? Fu Siyu's voice sounded in the video, but he himself did not appear in the video. The camera was still aimed at the vast grassland and blue sky and white clouds. Well, I just finished my meal and came here for a walk. Shu Wan had never been to the city where Fu Siyu was now, and was a little curious. Where are you? The camera turned and a group of horses strolling leisurely appeared in the video. I am going to send one to Fu Yang at my private stable. You are an expert, so please help me choose one. Shu Wan took a look and said, they are all pretty good. Your horse farm is of high quality. Any horse pulled out from Fu Siyu's horse farm would have been worthy of being a tribute in her previous life. It can even surpass tribute. After all, thousands of years have passed, and the breeding technology of horses has become much more mature. Although Shu Wan was the daughter of the Prime Minister in her previous life, she had no chance to ride such a good tribute horse. Only the Emperor and the Prince had this qualification. Seeing so many at once, I felt a little itchy and couldn't help but take a few more glances. There was no picture of Fu Siyu in the video, but there was Shu Wan, so her subtle movements did not escape Fu Siyu's eyes. Fu Siyu zoomed in a little, see which one suits him. Shu Wan took a look and said, let's go with the red one. It looks gentler and more suitable for him. Good. Fu Siyu nodded, then turned the camera to another horse. This horse has a strong temper. The trainer has been training it for a month and it still can't get on their horse. Do you have any solution? The moment she saw their horse, even someone as calm as Shu Wan couldn't help but be dazzled. Their horses just now were good enough, but the horses that were carefully trained by trainers in the stable still lacked some wildness after all. But this horse is different. It is tall and its body is silver white. It shines with golden light under the sunlight. It raises its hooves impatiently and stands proudly. Good horse. Shu Wan couldn't help but admire. I do have a way, but it's too far away, I can't help you tame it. That's perfect. I'm going to arrange for someone to send Fu Yarn's horse back to the imperial capital, and I'll just transport this horse along with it. Please help me train it. That's fine too. Although it is not her own horse, being able to train it for a period of time is enough to satisfy Shu Wan. When she is happy, the tone of her voice rises slightly. Fu Siyu heard it. By the way, I've suspended Fu Yarn's credit card. Just to let you know. Shu Wan asked Qinlu for help. She knew that Qinlu would report the matter to Fu Siyu, but she still wanted to say it in person. After all, if Fu Yarn's living expenses were cut off, Shu Wan was afraid that Fu Siyu would feel sorry for his son. I know. At this time, Fu Siyu changed the camera again. His handsome face appeared in the video, his eyes were deep. Regarding Fu Yarn's matter, you have the full decision, no need to ask me. Good. Shu Wan admires people who trust their employees. Your calming tea can be mailed out tomorrow. Yes, thank you. Fu Siyu nodded. I heard from the housekeeper that you like reading. The study room in the manor is small. I have my own private library in the capital. You can go there to read. Then I'll be welcome. In fact, the study in the manor is not small, but Shu Wan reads fast. According to her speed of reading 10 lines at a glance, she will finish reading the study in less than half a month. Fu Siyu responded and was about to say something when Shu Wan suddenly checked the time and stood up. I'm going to find Fu Yarn. No more talking. Goodbye. Fu Siyu paused for a moment, then nodded, okay, goodbye. After saying that, Shu Wan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Fu Siyu looked at the disconnected call with deep eyes, then raised his head and looked at his subordinates. We will prepare to transport the horses to the imperial capital today. Yes, Mr. Fu. At this time, on the second floor of the manor, Shu Wan was already standing outside Fu Yarn's bedroom. Considering the experience of having the door forced open in the morning, this time, Fu Yarn deliberately used 5 jacks to prop up the door before going to bed. Chapter 19 Force. In the bedroom, Fu Yarn had actually woken up. Just as he was about to get up to find something to eat, he heard footsteps outside. Fu Yarn guessed it was Shu Wan, and fell asleep again. Shu Wan must have come to call him to get up, but even if he didn't get up, he would have to sleep for a few more hours at least. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Shu Wan's cold voice sounded outside the door, Fu Yang, it's time to get up. Fu Yang covered his head with the quilt and said, TSK, whoever agrees will be the grandson. Fu Yang did not respond, and there was no movement outside the door. In fact, it was so quiet that it was almost eerie. After spending the past 2 days with Shu Wan, Fu Yang felt that Shu Wan would not give up so easily. He poked his head out from under the covers and looked around. The windows were sealed and the door was jacked. Not to mention people, even a bird couldn't fly as long as he didn't open the door. Fu Yang lay back down with confidence. For the first time, he gained the upper hand over Shu Wan. Fu Yang happily hummed a song, who was playing the song Dong Fong Po on the peeper. As soon as the word break came out, there was a loud noise, and the whole room shook. Fu Yang's first reaction was that it was an earthquake. He threw back the quilt and prepared to get out of bed, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Didn't he turn off the lights? Why was the room so bright? Fu Yang raised his head and looked towards the door, then met Shu Wan's eyes, who was standing outside the door. The solid wooden door had now completely fallen onto the carpet. Fu Yang's forehead veins jumped, and he calmed down from his extremely angry state. Who knocked my door open? Shu Wan walked in through the broken door and responded calmly, I kicked it open. Shu Wan was wearing a simple home dress at home. The silk fabric was as smooth as mist. As she walked, the hem of the skirt swept over her slender calves and slender ankles. The ankles are so thin that it seems that the wind can carry away a few pieces of cloud. The door lying on the carpet is made of solid golden nanmu wood and is nearly 5 centimeters thick. Fu Yang was simply stunned. He thought Shu Wan was already very perverted, but every time, Shu Wan could refresh her level of perversion in his mind. No matter how angry Fu Yang was at this moment, he managed to suppress it after seeing the poor wooden door. He recognized the obvious fact that he could not beat Shu Wan. Fu Yang took a deep breath. What on earth are you going to do? Get up, go down to have dinner, and go to bed on time at 11 o'clock. I will wake you up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fu Yang was almost mad with anger, but facing Shu Wan's forced suppression, Fu Yang could only endure it temporarily. You go out first, I want to change clothes. Okay. After Shu Wan walked out of the room, Fu Yang got out of bed and walked to the door to observe carefully. Sure enough, he found a concave footprint in the middle. What on earth have I done to deserve such a stepmother? Outside the door, Shu Wan was still waiting for him. Fu Yang put on a sweatshirt and casual sweatpants, then reluctantly left the bedroom and said, let's go. Shu Wan turned her head and her gaze paused on Fu Yang for a moment. Fu Yang didn't wear any strange clothes today. The simple clothes made his already delicate face look even more handsome. The cut of the sweatshirt brought out his youthfulness at this age. Shu Wan sincerely praised, you look good in this. Although he promised Shu Wan to carry out her plan, it did not mean that he was ready to be Shu Wan and Fu Siyu's little puppet. Fu Yang was already feeling resentful about Shu Wan kicking his door, and now when he heard Shu Wan say that she liked seeing him wearing a sweatshirt, he turned around and went back to his room. When he came out again, he was wearing a top covered with metal ornaments and a pair of jeans with countless puddings on them. Shu Wan was very calm. As long as Fu Yang didn't look like the people in the magazines, wearing only a few strips of cloth and dangling in front of her, she could accept everything else. Let's go. Fu Yang did not see any anger or dissatisfaction in Shu Wan's eyes. He felt a little frustrated. He lightly hooked the metal ornaments on his clothes with his little finger, and a tinkling sound suddenly rang out in the silent space. When they got downstairs, Shu Wan was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper, while Fu Yang was sitting at the dining table eating. He took a bite and glanced at Shu Wan, who was calm and composed, and felt that something was not right. Uncle Wang, come here. Fu Yang waved to the housekeeper, do you have Shu Wan's information? Give me a copy. Young master. No. Fu Yang narrowed his eyes, it seems that you really don't take me seriously, right? Even if Fu Yang is still a child, he is still the heir of the Fu family. Just because Shu Wan is not afraid of him doesn't mean others aren't afraid. The butler hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, I'll get the information for you later. HMPH. Fu Yang snorted coldly and put down the spoon in his hand. The tip of the spoon touched the table and made a dull sound. Don't try to fool me. You have to be detailed about every one of her hobbies and habits. Otherwise, I have countless ways to make you uncomfortable. The housekeeper nodded and secretly glanced at Shu Wan not far away. My admiration for Shu Wan rose to countless levels again. This is the woman who can suppress their young master. She is so powerful. By the time Fu Yarn finished his meal, Shu Wan had changed the newspapers in her hand several times. Seeing Fu Yarn about to go upstairs, Shu Wan called him, "I will go to school with you tomorrow." Hearing this, Fu Yarn's face darkened instantly. "Are you sick? Why are you following me to school? I've already agreed to the schedule you mentioned, but don't push your luck." Shu Wan frowned slightly. "What? Going to school, of course." Fu Yarn was stunned for a moment. "What?" At this time, the housekeeper stepped forward to explain, "Young master, the young lady is currently in her 3rd year of college, and the high school you attend is affiliated with the university where the young lady attends." Fu Yarn frowned even more tightly. "My dad married a college student who hasn't even graduated yet. He really knows how to have fun." "Oh my young master, please don't say that." The housekeeper was afraid that Fu Yarn would say something even more outrageous, so he hurriedly stopped Fu Yarn. But Fu Yarn deliberately did the same, looking at Shu Wan sarcastically. "You are only a junior, but you are so ambitious. Do your classmates know that you married an old man with a son at such a young age?" The butler would rather be deaf at this moment. Fu Yarn's attack had no killing power to Shu Wan. Her focus was on, "Is your father very old? Judging from these 2 videos, she looks quite young. TSK. Fu Yarn stared at Shu Wan, his peach blossom eyes full of mockery. 28 years old, not old, but he had me with someone else when he was 14, you really are not picky. Fu Yarn originally meant to say that Shu Wan married an irresponsible man who had a son at the age of 14 for power. But Shu Wan didn't care. First, in the previous life, men could get married at the age of 14. Although Shu Wan knew that the marriage age was very late in modern times, she was not surprised at the fact that a 14-year-old had a child. The second is that she and Fu Siyu are in a cooperative relationship. She doesn't care about Fu Siyu, so she doesn't care what kind of person he is. Your father is rich, handsome, and capable. What else can I choose? Shu Wan counterattacked Fu Yarn. Fu Yarn gritted his teeth and wanted to refute, but found that he had no supporting evidence. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing that the war had temporarily subsided, the housekeeper stood aside, silently taking the essence and discarding the dross, and reported to Fu Siyu the situation at home today in detail. Master, after dinner, the young master chatted with the young lady and asked her why she wanted to marry you. She said that you are rich, good-looking, and capable, and you are 1 in a million. Of course, she is willing to marry you. Before sending it, the housekeeper had a mental struggle, but finally sent it out. He didn't make it up. The 2 didn't fight. They were just chatting back and forth. And Shu Wan really praised Fu Siyu for being rich and good-looking. He just repeated Shu Wan's original words. Well, he's a real genius. Chapter 20 Guidance. At this time, on the other side of the ocean, in the conference room, everyone was silent, cautiously waiting for Fu Siyu's instructions. Because of a problem in the docking process, a major mistake occurred in a recent investment plan. Fortunately, Fu Siyu discovered the problem at the last moment, otherwise he would have lost tens of billions. Although the losses were recovered, everyone knew that someone would definitely die miserably in today's meeting. After all, Fu Siyu's style of doing things has always been vigorous and decisive. The fact that he was able to expand the North American market to its largest size in just a few years is inseparable from his iron-blooded methods. A strange calm spread in the conference room. Fu Siyu sat at the front, his cold eyes sweeping over the people in the conference room. Just as he was about to call the roll, his cell phone suddenly rang. Fu Siyu doesn't have many contacts in his phone, and the only ones who can send him messages are either the housekeeper or Shu Wan. As for Fu Yarn, ever since Fu Yarn stopped being a baby, he has never called him on his own initiative, so it couldn't be him. Fu Siyu opened the screen and his eyes paused on the message sent by the housekeeper. As the person in charge of this group, Fu Siyu was the focus of everyone's attention. Seeing that he had been staring at his mobile phone without moving, everyone's heart was raised again. After all, who is Fu Siyu? Even if a loss list of tens of billions was placed in front of him, he would just glance at it and would not pay any attention at all. But now, Fu Xiu has been staring at his phone for so long, something must be happening. Is there a greater loss? Everyone's hearts were already high, but a fragile gust of wind could blow them away. Everyone was frantically searching in their minds whether they had made any mistakes at work during this period, and whether they would be able to die more gracefully if they took the initiative to confess. At this moment, Fu Xiu raised his head, and his expression miraculously eased a lot more than before. For those involved in this issue, cancel their half-year bonuses. Dismiss. Until Fu Xiu's figure disappeared in the conference room, everyone still couldn't believe that the punishment this time was so light. The sun rises in the west. I escaped a disaster. I won't dare to do it again next time. It's too scary. In the imperial capital, the night deepens. According to Fu Yang's idea, although he agreed to Shu Wan's plan, he was not prepared to go to bed early and get up early as Shu Wan suggested. After all, there are so many fun games waiting for him. But I don't know what happened tonight. As soon as Fu Yang sat in front of the computer, he felt dizzy and sleepiness swept over him like a tide. Fu Yang forced himself to play a game while trying to stay sleepy. 10 minutes later, his eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't lift them up. Fu Yang yawned, threw the mouse away in a daze, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. On the bedside table, the hour hand slowly turned, and the moment Fu Yang closed his eyes, it pointed to 11, which was exactly the bedtime on the schedule set by Shu Wan. Fu Yang left the game halfway through. In the game, because of his AFK, his teammates lost a comrade fighting side by side and were defeated repeatedly. Damn it, why is he still AFK? Report him and make him unable to play games for the next few days. It must be reported. It's too much. Of course, Fu Yang, who was already fast asleep, couldn't hear all this. The second day was a good day with clear skies and a comfortable temperature. Shu Wan has a very regular daily routine. She goes to bed early and gets up early. When she arrived downstairs in the living room, the servants had not yet started cooking. Seeing Shu Wan, the housekeeper hurried forward and said, "Sorry, madam. I'll have someone prepare breakfast now." "No need." Shu Wan waved her hand. "We can just follow the previous time. Fu Yang and I will eat together." "Okay." The housekeeper was afraid that Shu Wan had any special requests. "Do you want to eat anything? Just do it as you like. Just make it different from yesterday." Shu Wan wanted to try some new types. "Okay." The air was good and the temperature was relatively cool in the morning. There was still more than half an hour before breakfast, so Shu Wan thought about going out for a walk. She took her cell phone to the garden. During the time in modern society, Shu Wan has never had much free time. Now that she is alone, she finally has some time to study the various strange inventions in modern society. For example, this mobile phone, which is only the size of a palm, can actually have so many functions. If it were placed in ancient times, it would definitely be called a magic weapon. Shu Wan studied the functions of the mobile phone for a while. Her eyes felt sore, so she raised her head to relax. In late spring and early summer, when all flowers should be withering and lotus flowers are in full bloom, the flowers in this garden are in full bloom. Shu Wan opened the camera and was amazed at the 100% authentic photography technology while sighing at the beauty of the flowers. After taking a bunch of photos, Shu Wan leaned on the swing and slowly screened them, while also trying to figure out how to use various social software. Although Shu Wan was born in the feudal era, she has a strong ability to accept new things. I am very interested in apps like WeChat Moments, Weibo, and TikTok. She first posted a few photos she had just taken on her moments, and then opened Weibo to try how to post. However, due to the news that the original owner was suspected of cheating in the college entrance examination, too many people reported her account, and it is now banned. So Shu Wan registered an account on the short video platform, recorded a video of a dragonfly standing on a lotus flower and posted it. Because it was a new account, the video fell into oblivion and no one noticed it at all. However, the new circle of friends attracted many responses. "It's a miracle that you get up so early. Have you finally realized that you have to work hard? This is the agent. Wow, what a garden. What a good marriage, sister. This is a note for the younger sister. Wan, so your family is so rich. Why don't you invest a little more? I have a good project recently. If we work together, we can definitely make back the money we lost before. This is a person noted as a best friend, but also the person who caused the original owner to owe a huge debt. There were many replies below, most of which had no notes, so Shu Wan couldn't recognize them. She looked through other people's moments, and when she exited, there was one more reply. Shu Wan had no interest in clicking it at first, but for some reason she felt that the profile picture looked familiar. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be Fu Siyu. There's too much white space, the light is a bit dim, and the composition could be a little more to the left. Amidst all the astonishing and supportive comments, Fu Siyu's nitpicking seemed a bit out of place. Most people would probably find this offensive. But Shu Wan is now eager to learn more about modern society, and Fu Siyu seems to be very capable and excellent at everything he does. Shu Wan benefited greatly from his advice. So she opened Fu Siyu's chat box. Are you still asleep? Chapter 21 Biking. Fu Siyu quickly replied, I'll go to bed later. I saw your comment on WeChat Moments. Are you good at taking photos? Can you teach me? I used to love photography and won many awards. Fu Siyu was not modest and quickly sent Shu Wan 7 or 8 pictures. Even though Shu Wan was an outsider, she could see that the light and shadow composition of the photos taken by Fu Siyu were all top-notch. It looks great. Next time I take a photo, can I ask you any questions? Can. Thank you very much. Shu Wan originally wanted to send a text, but accidentally clicked on the emoticon package automatically generated by WeChat. An emoticon of a cat making a heart shape to show gratitude was sent out. Shu Wan herself didn't know why she typed in text but sent out an emoticon. But she definitely couldn't ask Fu Siyu. She could ask if she didn't understand photography techniques, but if she didn't even know how to use such basic social software, with Fu Siyu's keen sense, he would definitely find out that there was something wrong with her identity. So Shu Wan pretended nothing had happened and their conversation stopped here. About half an hour had passed at this time. Shu Wan stood up and prepared to call Fu Yarn. Just at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. Shu Wan clicked on the screen and was a little surprised. Fu Siyu actually sent her an emoticon in response. Although it was a very serious, "You're welcome," the act of sending an emoticon didn't seem to be related to Fu Siyu at all. But it must be said that his action made Shu Wan feel that Fu Siyu was less arrogant and cold. No matter how cold a god is, he will eventually look down at the human world. In the bedroom on the second floor, Fu Yarn woke up to a strange fragrance. My head, which was groggy last night, gradually became clear in this fragrance. Fu Yarn opened his eyes, put on a t-shirt, washed up and went straight downstairs. In the restaurant, the servants were setting the table. Fu Yarn yawned and glanced at the food on the table. What are you eating noodles for in the middle of the day? What are the chefs doing? The servant looked at Fu Yarn in surprise. Young master, it's only morning now. This is breakfast. Hearing this, Fu Yarn was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the wall clock. Sure enough, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Fu Yarn was still a little unconvinced. He looked out the window and the rising sun in the sky was real evidence. Fuck. Fu Yarn couldn't help but swear, why did I get up so early? Fu Yarn always got up at noon or in the afternoon, and he had long forgotten what it felt like to get up early. He raised his hand to tidy his hair, feeling that something was wrong. He had long been accustomed to playing games all night long, but he fell asleep so quickly last night and got up at 7 o'clock today. It's such a coincidence, as if someone had calculated it. Just at this moment Shu Wan walked in from outside. She was wearing a light blue chiffon dress, cool and beautiful, as pretty as a green bamboo swaying in the wind among the bamboo forests. But in Fu Yarn's eyes, Shu Wan today is no different from the green-faced, fang-toothed Satan. What did you do? Why was I so sleepy yesterday? Shu Wan slowly walked to the dining table and sat down. Isn't it normal to feel sleepy when it's time to sleep? Fu Yarn frowned slightly. He didn't want to believe Shu Wan's words, but he couldn't think of anything magical that could make people sleep when they wanted to and wake up when they wanted to. Shu Wan had already started eating, and Fu Yarn was also hungry at this time, so he sat on the diagonal line farthest from Shu Wan and reached out to take the bowl of noodles. But after just one look, Fu Yarn became unhappy. He always stays up all night and feels groggy after getting up, so he likes to eat something spicy to stimulate his taste buds. Everyone in the kitchen knew his taste, and the meals they had prepared in the past were always very spicy and salty. But today's bowl of noodles has a watery soup and looks unappetizing. Fu Yang pushed the bowl of noodles aside and said, Shu Wan, did you do this on purpose? Without Shu Wan's instructions, the kitchen would never have dared to make the meal so light. Shu Wan swallowed the steamed bun in her mouth and then raised her head. You have had stomach problems since about a year ago. You can't eat anything irritating. Hearing Shu Wan's words, Fu Yang was stunned for a moment. For a year now, he has felt a dull pain in his stomach every time he eats, but he has never told anyone about it. The stomach pain was not severe, so it was impossible for anyone to notice it. How did Shu Wan know? But even if what Shu Wan said was true, Fu Yang couldn't admit it at this time. Do you think I'm an old man like my father? I'm young and in good health. I've never had a stomachache. Shu Wan glanced at him calmly and said, if you don't eat this meal, you will have to wait until noon to eat. I have already told the kitchen that apart from the 3 meals a day, we will not cook for you at other times. Ouch. Fu Yang leaned back, crossed his legs leisurely, and his peach blossom eyes flashed with sarcasm. I'm so scared, I won't eat it. What can you do to me? Shu Wan did not respond to Fu Yang's words. She lowered her head and finished the steamed bun in her hand bite by bite. After finishing breakfast, Shu Wan looked at Fu Yang again and said, let's go. I'll go to school with you. I'll go by myself. Fu Yang looked at Shu Wan leisurely. Your schedule doesn't say what kind of transportation I must take. Okay, you are quite good at finding loopholes in text. Shu Wan didn't bother with Fu Yang. Let's go now. I'll wait for you at the school gate. TSK, Fu Yang stood up and glanced at Shu Wan with contempt. You're waiting for me. I'm sure I'll be there faster than you. Having said that, Fu Yang left the living room. Shu Wan packed up her things and followed him out. As Shu Wan walked to the door, she heard a loud roar. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw Fu Yang riding a motorcycle and rushing towards them quickly. The motorcycle was moving at an extremely fast speed and was about to knock Shu Wan down in an instant, but Shu Wan did not dodge at all. She stood straight in place, as if this heavy motorcycle that was powerful enough to crush flesh and blood was just a breeze. The motorcycle roared over like a wild beast and stopped when it was only half a meter away from Shu Wan. Fu Yang sat in the car, looking down at Shu Wan, with the corners of his lips curled up. You are really not afraid of death. You're going to ride this to school. What else? Fu Yang seemed to be inexplicably excited, as if he felt that this move could finally break Shu Wan's defense and see her calm expression crack. Your schedule doesn't say you can't ride a motorcycle. Let me tell you, I only agreed to the schedule you gave me yesterday. I won't acknowledge anything else you added to it, Fu Yang added. Chapter 22 I don't understand. Okay. Shu Wan nodded. Come back together for lunch at noon. Let's talk about it later. Fu Yang stepped on the accelerator and instantly flashed away like the wind. The morning sun rises from the clouds, illuminating the earth with golden light. The morning breeze blows through the green leaves of the jungle, ruffling the boy's silver hair. He drove his motorcycle fearlessly into the golden sunshine. Shu Wan stood there, watching Fu Yang leave quietly, until his back completely disappeared at the end of the road. Shu Wan withdrew her gaze. Seeing Shu Wan didn't say anything, the housekeeper thought she was provoked by Fu Yang. Madam, don't take the young master's words to heart. Not really. Shu Wan said lightly. She had lived 2 lives and had truly experienced court disputes and wars of blood and bones. Fu Yang's words could not cause any ripples in her. She just saw in Fu Yang some vitality that belonged to this era that could not be seen in the feudal era. Good. Since Fu Yang didn't go with her, Shu Wan went to school by herself. Although the original owner was admitted to this university, he seldom came to school. In the original owner's memory, she actually relied on her true abilities to be admitted to this key university in the capital. But during the summer vacation before school started, the original owner stayed at home for 2 whole months, and then completely lost confidence in going to school. Perhaps it was because the memories of those 2 months were too painful. Whenever Shu Wan tried to retrieve her memories, her head would explode with pain, so Shu Wan had no choice but to stop thinking about it. She raised her head and looked out the window. There were many students coming and going at the school gate not far away. The shadows of the trees are swaying, and youth is at its best. Looking at the young faces, Shu Wan's heart, which had been planning in the court for too long and seemed to have become solidified, was now infected and became lively. She got out of the car and looked at the scenery of the campus as she walked. But Shu Wan still underestimated the lethality of her face. In order to fit in with her identity as a modern student, Shu Wan specially picked out a simpler set of clothes today. She was wearing a plain long skirt and her hair was simply tied up, revealing a section of her snow-white neck. Her facial features are delicate and beautiful, making her stand out in a crowd. Coupled with her pair of eyes as clear and bright as a spring, once you take one look at her, you can't look away. Shu Wan was used to being a superior and being the center of attention. She didn't care much about the curious or surprised looks from others. She walked along the campus path to the classroom. Just 10 minutes was enough for her to become completely famous in the school. By the time Shu Wan arrived at the classroom, the entire classroom was already packed with students. Today's class is an ideological education class, which is basically one of the courses with the highest absenteeism rate in college. So when the professor stepped into the classroom and saw a room full of students, he thought he had walked into the wrong classroom. He even stepped out to look at the classroom sign before walking in puzzledly. Isn't there still more than a month until the end of the semester? Are you all so active so early? The students burst into laughter, and a nosy student revealed the truth. Teacher, there are fairies out today, so everyone is here. In fact, the professor had noticed Shu Wan sitting in the first row without the students telling him. The reason was that Shu Wan was really good looking. No matter where she sat, she could instantly catch other people's attention. The professor had lived for half his life, but he had never seen someone with such an extraordinary temperament. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. She is indeed a fairy. I can also get some fairy spirit today. The professor has always been easygoing and likes to joke with everyone. The students were also amused by his words, and the whole classroom was filled with good-natured laughter. The early morning sunlight shines through the green screen of the ivy, casting shadows on the books. The jumping golden light is just like the students around Shu Wan at this moment, energetic and full of power. Shu Wan's brows relaxed. She picked up a pen and wrote her name on the title page of the book. The shadows of the leaves swayed, and with golden light, they shone around the two words, Shu Wan. Like a new life. For most students, ideological education classes are used to play with mobile phones. But it's different for Shu Wan. She is now like a root buried in the soil, urgently needing to grab all the nutrients from the rain and dew. There is no teacher who doesn't like diligent and studious students, especially when this student looks like a fairy. In just one class, the professor remembered this junior student named Shu Wan and had a good impression of her. Therefore, after class, when the professor asked Shu Wan to leave her contact information, he did not refuse. The original owner was a science student and chose physics as his major. After the ideological education class, the next class is mechanics. For 2 whole hours, Shu Wan didn't understand a single word. Chapter 23 I'm greedy. Although Shu Wan didn't understand, she had a good attitude and listened very carefully. The professor was very pleased to see her good attitude towards learning and asked her to answer the question. Come on, student, tell me what you should choose for this question. Shu Wan stared at the formula made up of letters on the blackboard for a while, then answered honestly, I don't know. The professor was stunned for a moment. I just talked about this in the last class. Forget it, you sit down, I will talk about it again, and you all listen carefully. The professor didn't argue much, waved his hand for Shu Wan to sit down, and then explained the question to everyone again. Unfortunately, Shu Wan still didn't understand. After all, she was a person who grew up with education in the feudal era. In her knowledge system, just accepting that the earth is round was enough to subvert her cognition. Not to mention physics, which she had never heard of. After class, when everyone else had left, Shu Wan approached the professor and asked how to make up for the missed classes. You should read the book first, buy some materials and do it at home. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Okay, thank you. Shu Wan smiled at the professor. He has become a full professor at a key university and has seen all kinds of scenes, but he was still stunned by Shu Wan's smile. His shock had nothing to do with desire, but because Shu Wan's clear eyes made people feel that she was very smart and intelligent. It was hard to imagine that she couldn't even answer the simple question just now. No matter what, people will give more preferential treatment to people with good looks. Seeing that Shu Wan really didn't understand the course, the professor left her a contact number and told her to contact him when she didn't understand. It took some time to talk to the professor, and by the time Shu Wan left the classroom, it was already past lunchtime. The housekeeper called Shu Wan and asked if she would return to the manor for dinner. Shu Wan thought for a moment and said, "I'm eating outside, no need to wait for me." "Okay. Will Fu Yang come back for lunch?" "No." The housekeeper replied respectfully, "The young master said that the food at home is too bland and he doesn't want to eat it, so he won't be back." "Okay, I see. As expected, is there any place to eat near the university I attend?" Shu Wan was not very familiar with this place, so she could only ask the housekeeper. "There is a very famous food street next to the young master's school. I'll send you the location later and you can go check it out." Good. The junior high school that Fu Yang attended was affiliated with the university that Shu Wan attended. The junior high school and the university were separated by only a street. The food street that the housekeeper mentioned was also very close to Shu Wan. She found the location of the food court according to the map navigation she had recently learned. It was similar to the commercial market in the previous life, with bustling crowds of people and shops lined up next to each other. It was dinner time, smoke was burning in the air, and all kinds of fragrances were mixed in the air. What is different from the previous life is that there are so many kinds of food in modern times. There are basically no duplicate shops in a long food street. Shu Wan decided to start from the first one, and try one dish every day, so that she could try all the dishes on this street. To her left is a rice bowl. Shu Wan had never heard of it, let alone eaten it, so she decided to eat at this restaurant for lunch today. Shu Wan turned around and walked inside. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a striking head of silver hair. Not far away, Fu Yang was sitting with his classmates with his back to the gate. As soon as Shu Wan entered the store, she attracted the attention of almost everyone in the store, and Fu Yang's classmates naturally saw her as well. "Wow, she's so beautiful," everyone stared at Shu Wan and exclaimed in unison. "Lin Yang, look, there's a super beautiful girl." Everyone turned to look at Shu Wan, except Fu Yang. His classmates couldn't help but urge him to join in. But Fu Yang was not in the mood. He glanced at the rice in front of his classmate, his eyes flickering. "I have seen all kinds of beauties. Besides, with my face here, why would I need to look at any beauties?" The classmates were choked by Fu Yang's words. If someone else had said this, everyone would definitely think he was bragging. But looking at Fu Yang's extremely exquisite face, everyone has to admit that Fu Yang has the capital for confidence. That's right. All the girls in the school are lining up to pursue you. Why do you need to look at others? The classmate sighed enviously, and then scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. The rice here is getting better and better. Today's stir-fried pork is really delicious. Really. I think this is the best place to make spicy dishes. Another classmate agreed and stirred the shredded pork with hot peppers in the bowl with chopsticks. The red and green peppers mixed with the stir-fried slightly charred meat slices, the spiciness of the peppers and the aroma of the meat mixed together are the most appetite-stimulating. Fu Yang's gaze remained fixed on his classmate's bowl for a moment, then he turned his head away and clenched his jaw slightly. "Lin Yang, why did you come here with us today?" Although Fu Yang has never revealed his family, everyone knows from his daily life that Fu Yang's family must be very rich. On weekdays, Fu Yang rarely eats out with them. No one knew from which direction the sun rose today, but Fu Yang actually followed them here. But what was strange was that Fu Yang didn't order any food, he just sat there and watched. "I'm just bored." Fu Yang lazily leaned against the table, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. "What are you eating? It doesn't look delicious." "Delicious. Super delicious." The classmate said, afraid that Fu Yang would not believe him. He mixed the meat and rice in the bowl. After being soaked in pepper and meat, the white rice looked even more tempting. "Why don't you order one and try it too?" "Yes, you will know if you try it, or I will treat you." Fu Yang's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded, but his expression was very reluctant. Then, Okay, I know." He had just said one word when his classmate interrupted him. "You must be very strict with your diet, otherwise how could your skin be so good?" You definitely wouldn't like the things in this small shop. Aren't you talking nonsense? The school bags that Brother Yang gave me last time were all limited editions. Brother Yang is someone of such status. He definitely wouldn't eat at a street stall like this. Fu Yang had no choice but to hold back what he was about to say. He looked at the classmate in front of him with a gloomy face, regretting in his heart that he should not have sent him a school bag earlier. It was a waste. The students had finished their bowl of rice while talking, but adolescent boys are in the growth spurt and have a big appetite. He felt that he was not full, so he asked the boss to serve him another portion of dry pot fried chicken. "Boss, I want it to be spicy. And put more potatoes in it." Soon, the freshly baked dry pot fried chicken was served. The fried chicken is fragrant, and the potatoes are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The aroma is simply irresistible. Fu Yang's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. When his classmates were about to pick up their chopsticks, Fu Yang couldn't help but said, "Look at the way you guys are eating. Is it really that delicious? Let me try it." As he spoke, Fu Yang reached out and took the chopsticks. However, just as he picked up a piece of chicken leg, someone sat down next to him, and a familiar voice rang out, "My side is full, can I sit here?" Chapter 24 Dispute. Fu Yang paused, and the chicken leg he had picked up fell from between his chopsticks, rolling onto the table, leaving a circle of oil stains. Fu Yang turned his head and saw Shu Wan's delicate profile. His face darkened. "Don't sit next to me, it's an eyesore." How could the others know the relationship between Shu Wan and Fu Yang? Seeing Fu Yang's unfriendly attitude, the others hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "Beautiful sister, just sit here, it's okay. Lin Yan, the other seats in the restaurant are full. Since you're not eating anyway, just let this beautiful lady sit here." "Yes, Lin Yan, just take it as a good thing." Everyone was pleading for Shu Wan. Fu Yang's expression changed several times, but he finally fell silent, but his face couldn't be any darker. "The ghost is still haunting you." Fu Yang was silent for a long time, and suddenly cursed angrily. The store was noisy and his voice was not loud, so only Shu Wan heard it. Shu Wan had no reaction to this. Her attention was now attracted by the dishes served by the boss. Shu Wan ordered a common squid rice bowl as recommended by the boss. It was something she had never heard of and she wanted to try it. Cumin has a strong aroma, mixed with the slight sweetness of onion, which infinitely stimulates people's appetite. Shu Wan picked up a squid and put it in her mouth. Unlike the delicate meals she usually ate, this cumin squid had a heavy aroma, very strong smell of smoky flavor, and tasted quite good. Shu Wan's face and temperament, like Fu Yang, are completely out of tune with the surrounding environment. But she was tasting the food seriously, which made everyone feel closer to her. "Sister, you are so beautiful. Are you a teacher at school?" Shu Wan swallowed the food in her mouth and answered the question, "No, I'm a student from the university next door." "Wow, we're really close then. Can I ask you for help if I have any questions in the future? You must be really good." She is a hopeless illiterate. What's so great about her? Fu Yang, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly interrupted. "Hey Lin Yang, don't be like this." The classmate laughed and looked at Shu Wan embarrassedly. "Sister, don't mind it. My classmate is in a bad mood today and he didn't mean to target you." Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang and said, "I don't care. Sister, if you don't mind, this fried chicken is delicious, you can try it." In order to express their apology, the classmates warmly invited Shu Wan to have dinner with them. Shu Wan was not polite. She nodded and picked up another piece of chicken thigh to taste it. "It's delicious." Shu Wan has a cold personality, but she actually has strong social skills, not to mention that she is dealing with innocent children. Everyone was talking and eating, and before long, Shu Wan became the beautiful and kind-hearted big sister in everyone's heart. The aroma of food wafting from everyone's bowls was enough to make Fu Yang upset, and when he heard Shu Wan chatting with them, he felt like overturning the table. I had waited until they finished their meal, but Shu Wan unexpectedly ordered another serving of French fries and drinks for everyone. The aroma of the food had almost dissipated, but the crispy scent of French fries filled the space again. Fu Yang finally couldn't help it. He stood up suddenly, looked at Shu Wan coldly. "Get out of the way, what are you eating? It stinks." Shu Wan stood up calmly and made way for Fu Yang. Fu Yang threw his backpack behind him, and because the movement was so big, it even hit the person sitting in front of him. Caught off guard and being hit, the person in front threw his chopsticks in anger and stood up to get angry, but when he saw it was Fu Yang, he immediately sat down again and picked up his chopsticks again. Everyone knows that he is not easy to mess with. Sister, Lin Yang is not usually like this. He might be in a bad mood today. Although Fu Yang has a bad reputation, people who are familiar with him know that he usually doesn't lose his temper unless he is provoked. Today was an exception. I got angry at a stranger for no reason. It's okay, you guys continue eating, I'm done, I'm leaving first. Okay, bye, sister. Shu Wan left the restaurant and quickly caught up with Fu Yang. There's still time to go back and eat. Get out of here. Fu Yang was extremely angry after being hungry for a long time. He became even more annoyed when he saw Shu Wan. Fu Yang. Shu Wan did not follow Fu Yang, but stood there and called him. Fu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her and didn't reply at all. I hope you'll apologize for your swearing. Dreaming is faster. Fu Yang turned around and looked at Shu Wan provocatively. You don't like to hear me scold you, right? Then leave me alone. You take yourself too seriously. After saying that, Fu Yang strode away. Fu Yang's words and actions did not have much impact on Shu Wan, but Shu Wan felt that his habit of asking people to get out at every turn was not good. She had no classes in the afternoon, so she planned to go home directly. But as soon as I got in the car, I received a call from my agent. You really pissed me off. I finally managed to save my image, but you went to take some classes. I shouldn't have spent money to help you get off the trending searches. Now look what happened, you're famous again. Shu Wan didn't know what happened yet, but her mind worked quickly and she soon remembered that she didn't answer the question in class. Did I not answer that question correctly? Yes, my aunt, you said you were going to class, but you sat in the first row. Are you afraid that the teacher won't notice you? If you can't do it, then you can do it next time. No, you must not go to school again. If you do this a few more times, even the gods can't save your reputation. The agent was scared by Shu Wan's situation. Forget it, I won't talk to you. There are a few dramas looking for you recently. I'll go to meet them first. After saying that, without waiting for Shu Wan to speak, the agent hung up the phone. Shu Wan opened Weibo and saw the hot searches about herself. The 5 words, hopeless illiterate, have now become her exclusive label. It's so funny. She can't even answer such a simple question. I doubt if she has ever taken junior high school physics. I have to say, this face is too awesome, 360 degrees without blind spots. The key is that the temperament is so good, when I sit there, I feel like a fairy descending to earth. How did she do that? She has a face like a top student, but she does things like an illiterate. The hot searches were mostly filled with ridicule. Shu Wan read through them for a long time, but she didn't really care about the abuse. She just felt that modern people have a much richer vocabulary for cursing than ancient people, which was quite interesting. The journey from school to the manor was quite long. Shu Wan spent half of the time on Weibo and the other half organizing photos. Shu Wan is a person who likes to record. In her previous life, she liked to write diaries and record things in words. In modern times, Shu Wan likes taking photos. She took many photos of the school in the morning, and also took a lot of pictures of delicious food during lunch. Shu Wan sorted it out a bit, picked out a few photos with better composition and clearer picture quality and uploaded them to the short video platform, and also updated them on her moments. It wasn't long before she received her first like and comment. From Fu Siyu. Chapter 25 Characters. It looks like the one in the food court next to your university. Shu Wan was a little surprised and replied, amazing, you can even see that. Fu Siyu did not reply, but called Shu Wan. Shu Wan hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone and put the receiver to her ear. Fu Siyu's magnetic voice echoed through the phone into Shu Wan's ears. Why did you go there? Did Fu Yang get into trouble at school? No. Shu Wan's ears turned red unconsciously. I'm going to class. That's right, you haven't graduated yet. How do you know I had lunch there? Can you guess it just from the photo? Yeah. Fu Siyu responded, because I went to school there before. So that's how it is, no wonder. By this calculation, Fu Siyu can be considered her predecessor. There's a good fish restaurant at the end of the street. You can try it next time. Okay, thank you. Since Fu Siyu was more experienced, Shu Wan asked him about some things in school. The two chatted and unknowingly arrived at the manor. I'm home now, let's not talk about it anymore. Shu Wan got out of the car. Okay. Fu Siyu nodded, you can hang up now. Fu Siyu put away his phone only after Shu Wan hung up. He put the phone aside and said, go on. After he finished speaking, there was no movement from the other side. Fu Siyu raised his head and met a pair of inquiring fox eyes. TSK, our boss Fu, who is not interested in worldly things, when will he ever share with others where the food is delicious? Boss Fu, there is something wrong with you. Fu Siyu looked stern, I asked you to come here, not to gossip. Hey, the man became more and more curious and came forward lazily, tell me, who are you talking to on the phone? Do you also have worldly desires sometimes? I'm just helping out. Fu Siyu said calmly, she's just my partner. TSK. The man just smiled and said nothing, okay, then when can you introduce me to your partner? If you have time, you can follow up on the project in Continent F. Okay, can't I just stop asking? The man raised his hands and begged for mercy, come on, continue talking about what happened just now. Fu Siyu didn't want to say anything, and the man didn't ask any more questions. He sat up straight and started talking about work. Fu Siyu, on the other hand, paused on the phone for a moment before he retracted his gaze and started looking at the document again. At this time in the Imperial Capital Manor, Shu Wan had just changed her clothes and was about to take a nap when her agent called her, you are so lucky, you hit the jackpot this time. What's wrong? Do you know about director Zhang's new play? It's a costume drama. There's a second female lead role that hasn't been decided yet. The crew notified you to audition tomorrow. You must seize this opportunity. It's a big production this time. Shu Wan didn't understand many of the words her agent said. What she cared about more was, can I make money? How come you are so obsessed with money? But it's okay to have this idea. If you can get this role this time, with your face, your exposure will definitely increase. Then you can get advertising endorsements and make a lot of money. Okay, Shu Wan knew that being a star was very profitable in this era, and she happened to be short of money right now. Do I need to prepare anything? I'll send you the script later, and you should memorize your lines. Good. Chapter 26, Hard Mouth. After hanging up the phone, Shu Wan received the script. She clicked on it and took a look. She roughly understood what modern people call TV dramas. It is similar to dramas in previous lives, except that modern filming and recording methods are much more advanced. Shu Wan had a good memory and remembered all the lines after just a quick glance. She spent the rest of her time figuring out what it means to be a good actor. Shu Wan has never been involved in the acting industry, but Shu Wan knows another way of acting. In her previous life, Shu Wan was not only the daughter of the Prime Minister, but also the appointed Crown Princess, General Shu on the battlefield, and a world-famous counselor and military strategist. In that era where women were not allowed to cross the line in the slightest, Shu Wan had learned how to live with a mask since she could remember. If she doesn't want others to see her emotions, then no one will be able to know what she is thinking. Basically, it is nothing more than acting yourself as another person and blending in naturally, which is similar to modern acting. Speaking of which, the role that Shu Wan is going to audition for is somewhat similar to her identity in her previous life. Both are daughters of prime ministers, both are the most beautiful women in the world, and both are talented. The difference is that this character fell in love with the male protagonist in the early stage, but couldn't get him, so she went on the path of evil. In order to prevent the relationship between the hero and the heroine, this character designed to steal the hero's troops and seize his city. In the end, he was about to ascend the throne, but he was still defeated by the heroine's protagonist Halo and was assassinated due to carelessness. If we remove the plot where she falls in love with the male protagonist and is killed in the end, Shu Wan still quite likes this character's personality. Once you understand the character, it won't be difficult to act well. Shu Wan pondered over the specific details, and when it was evening, she closed the script, feeling that there should be no problem. Madam, the person you ordered to pick up the young master has already picked him up. Seeing that Shu Wan was no longer reading the script, the housekeeper came forward to talk to her. Did he make a scene? The young master lost his temper. The butler smiled awkwardly, but the bodyguards still brought him back. Well, let's get ready to eat. Okay. Fu Yang came back just as the meal was ready. He was furious, his silver hair was messy due to the wind, revealing a pair of eyes that looked particularly bright because of his anger. He slammed his school bag on the table, and his water cup and books scattered all over the floor. Uncle Wang, haven't I told you many times not to let the bodyguards announce outside that I'm a member of the Fu family? So far, Fu Yang's classmates only know that his family has some money, but they don't know that he is a member of the Fu family. He didn't want anyone else to know. After school today, Fu Yang originally wanted to go out for a good meal with a few friends, but he didn't expect to see a group of bodyguards guarding there as soon as he arrived at the school gate. When Fu Yang asked them to come back, they lined up and started calling him Young Master Fu. They looked like they would cause a huge commotion at the school gate if Fu Yang didn't go with them. He can't afford to lose this person. So Fu Yang came back, resentful for being hungry for a day. Of course he knew that Shu Wan must have been behind this, but he couldn't argue with Shu Wan or beat her, so he could only find someone to vent his anger. The butler could naturally see that he was the one taking the blame, so he laughed. Oh, I was careless and didn't tell them well. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely pay attention next time. Fu Yang snorted coldly and glanced at the food on the table. Why is it so light today? That being said, Fu Yang didn't mind whether the food was spicy enough as he had been hungry for the whole day. I even feel that the faint fragrance is enough to stimulate appetite. Fu Yang sat down at the table and without waiting for Shu Wan, he picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of rice. I don't know if it's his illusion, but today's food seems to be particularly delicious. Fu Yang was very hungry and was eating quickly, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Shu Wan sitting in front of him and eating slowly. Out of some inexplicable competitive mentality, Fu Yang also slowed down. As long as it is a dish that Shu Wan likes, Fu Yang will not touch it at all. But for the dishes that Shu Wan does not touch, Fu Yang will take one chopstick after another. Shu Wan naturally discovered his little thoughts. She finished her meal slowly. When Fu Yang was about to put down his chopsticks, she told the servant, "Take away this bitter melon and pork ribs soup. I don't drink it. Don't serve it next time." Hearing this, Fu Yang immediately raised his head and said, "Why are you leaving? I like to drink. Give me a bowl." The servant served Fu Yang a bowl. Fu Yang just picked up the spoon when he remembered something. He suddenly smiled at Shu Wan, the earrings hidden in his hair shining brightly. He had a not-so-obvious canine tooth that could only be seen when he smiled, adding a bit of boyish cuteness to his originally delicate face. Bitter melon can reduce internal heat, so stepmother should drink more too. As he spoke, Fu Yang stood up, personally served Shu Wan a large bowl, and placed it in front of her. Shu Wan's gaze paused slightly on the bitter melon soup, her brows furrowed, and happened to fall into Fu Yang's eyes, and the smile on Fu Yang's face became even wider. "Come, let's drink together." Fu Yang sat back. "In case Fu Siu says I'm impolite again, look how nice I am, I even specially serve you soup." As he spoke, Fu Yang picked up the bowl and raised it towards Shu Wan. Shu Wan hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the spoon and drank the soup mouthful by mouthful. Seeing Shu Wan's slightly frowned brows, Fu Yang's anger finally subsided a little. Although he never liked bitter melon, when he saw Shu Wan forcing herself to drink it even though she didn't like it, Fu Yang suddenly felt that the bitter melon soup wasn't that bitter after all. He raised his head and drank half a bowl in one breath. After all, he hated bitter melon the most, so he tried to shorten the time the bitter melon stayed in his mouth as much as possible. However, after drinking half a bowl of soup, Fu Yang was a little surprised. It seemed that the food was not as dark as he had imagined. There is even a faint aftertaste and an unknown fragrance. Strangeness. Fu Yang slowed down and took a sip this time. Sure enough, it was not bitter at all. Although it is not as appetizing as spicy food, it is not disgusting at all. After Fu Yang finished his soup, he praised the kitchen with satisfaction. "Today's dish is pretty good, better than before." "Then we have to thank the young lady." It was too late for Shu Wan to stop him. The housekeeper immediately continued Fu Yang's words. "The young lady had someone put some herbs in the dish to change the taste. The effect is very good. Young master, do you think it tastes good too? Fu Yang turned his head to look at Shu Wan, sneered, and continued stubbornly, I'm being sarcastic, can't you hear it? It's so unpalatable, I said it, why is it getting more and more unpalatable? It's like this, just fire everyone. The housekeeper didn't respond, but just glanced at the rice cooker silently. At least half of the rice was eaten by Fu Yang. Fu Yang naturally noticed the butler's eyes. He also glanced at the obviously empty rice cooker and thought of the 3 bowls of rice he had just eaten. He coughed lightly and put down his chopsticks. Do you think I eat so much because it tastes good? I'm young and still growing. I can eat a big pot even if I'm not hungry. You old people certainly don't understand. After saying that, Fu Yang turned around and walked upstairs. That back view, that posture, is quite free and easy and confident. If only those red ears weren't so obvious. Chapter 27 Deliberate. No matter what the method was, Fu Yang ate the dinner anyway. Shu Wan withdrew her gaze, drank the remaining bitter melon soup, then took the spoon and scooped another half bowl. Not only did she not hate this kind of food, on the contrary, she quite liked it. After eating the soup, Shu Wan wiped her hands. She looked up at the clock and saw that the hour hand pointed to 7. Shu Wan turned her head to look in the direction of the stairs. With a loud sound of a door opening, Fu Yang's figure appeared at the stairs. Shu Wan, did you ask someone to shut down my signal and internet? He just turned on his computer to play a couple of games, but couldn't connect to the internet for a long time. He turned the computer over and disassembled it several times before he realized that it might not be a problem with the equipment, but someone had disconnected the internet. Yes. Shu Wan nodded. According to the plan, 7 to 7:30 every day is walking time, not the time for you to play games. Fu Yang tutted impatiently, I say you should stop now. Who goes for a walk after dinner? Uncle Wang doesn't have this habit at his age. Are you an old man? The innocent butler raised his glasses silently. He just looked old, but not to the extent of an elderly person. Shu Wan walked out calmly, if you don't keep your word, then don't come down. This provocation couldn't be more obvious, but for the young and arrogant Fu Yang, he would never admit in front of Shu Wan that he didn't keep his word. He hesitated for a moment, but finally slid down the stairs. It was already 7 o'clock, and because it was summer, even though the sun had already set, it was not yet dark outside. Shu Wan was walking slowly along the path of the manor, followed by Fu Yang, who had a very sour face. Shu Wan is 168 centimeters tall, and Fu Yang is nearly 180 centimeters tall. He walks behind Shu Wan. From his perspective, Shu Wan looks thin and weak. Fu Yang couldn't figure out how she managed to lift him up with such a thin wrist. There are many green plants in the manor, as well as rivers and lakes running through the entire park. The air in the evening is actually quite fresh. The summer sunset is also beautiful, with large patches of it like burning brocade, set against the lush trees and flowing water. For Fu Yang, who spends every day playing games and going to bars, it is like tearing a small hole in a closed and dull space, letting in a few wisps of fresh breeze. In fact, the personal experience is still very comfortable. But the psychological feeling is quite uncomfortable. When he thought about how he, the young master of the Fu family, not only couldn't eat the food he wanted, but also had to go to bed early and get up early to live the life of an elderly person, and what was even more outrageous was that someone had unplugged his internet cable. Is there any other rich second generation who lives a more miserable life than him? Fu Yang followed Shu Wan and kicked the stones around his feet out of boredom. The stone fell into the water, splashing water. A few drops splashed onto Shu Wan, who subconsciously frowned. Fu Yang was very keen to notice Shu Wan's actions. His eyes moved slightly, and he walked to the side, picked up several stones, and threw them into the water one by one. This time, Fu Yang used more force, and the splashing water was not like before. Large splashes of water splashed and wet Shu Wan's skirt. When Shu Wan turned her head to look, Fu Yang raised his eyebrows at her provocatively, his silver hair shining in the sunset. What are you doing? You care about me playing in the water. Shu Wan ignored him and continued walking forward. Fu Yang seemed to have received some kind of encouragement. He not only picked up stones and threw them into the water along the way, but also jumped up and down to pull the fruit-bearing branches, tearing the colorful flowers into pieces and scattering them everywhere. It was 7:30 when the two returned to the living room. Shu Wan's originally white dress was not only soaked, but also stained with various colors such as green, yellow, and red. Fortunately, her face and temperament were outstanding enough to apply these irregular colors and make her look particularly beautiful. As for Fu Yang, he didn't get wet, but after jumping up and down for nearly half an hour, Fu Yang was sweating all over, and his originally well-made hairstyle was stuck to his forehead, making him look a little naughty. "Oh my God, is it raining outside?" The housekeeper was shocked. "Young madam, you are soaked." Fu Yang glanced at Shu Wan with pride, raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face, and gloated, "Little mom, it's so fun to walk with you, let's continue tomorrow." Chapter 28 Recording Songs. Shu Wan swallowed a mouthful of tea and nodded, "Okay." Fu Yang raised the corners of his lips. The walk that was originally difficult to accept suddenly became something he looked forward to. "Okay, the walk is over. Don't bother me anymore tonight." After saying that, Fu Yang strode upstairs. Shu Wan glanced at his leaving back. After jumping up and down for nearly half an hour, Fu Yang's back was now soaked with sweat. In the previous life, in order to allow students to develop all-roundly, Bailu Academy set up martial arts, riding and archery every day. Having a strong physique is the basis for success in everything. Schools in modern society seem to focus all their attention on students' academic performance, leaving almost no time for students to exercise. Not to mention Fu Yang, an avid esports enthusiast who spends all day playing games. Shu Wan took him out for a walk to give him some exercise. Now that the goal has been initially achieved, Shu Wan put down the cup of water and went upstairs to her room to wash up. In her previous life, Shu Wan's food, clothing and other necessities were already top-notch, but compared with modern technology, there was still a world of difference. While Shu Wan was taking a shower, she was figuring out how to use various high-tech tools in the bathroom. By the time she finished her shower, an hour and a half had passed. Accustomed to the natural breeze of ancient times, Shu Wan is not yet used to modern air conditioning. Although it is cool, she feels a little stuffy. Shu Wan was wiping her hair as she walked toward the balcony, which faced the garden. The air was very good at night. But just as he stepped through the balcony door, he heard Fu Yang's excited shout from the side. "Idiot! Go ahead and give him a knife. Nanny, do you know how to play? If you gave me a resurrection just now, I wouldn't have died, right? Fuck, how can you be so bad? The enemy's equipment is a whole level lower than ours and you still can't beat them." Fu Yang was not wearing headphones, and the sound of the game mixed with the communication between him and his teammates was heard by Shu Wan. Shu Wan had a rather cold look to her, and she had a dignified aura about her. Whenever she sat there, she looked dignified and polite. Therefore, most people's impression of Shu Wan is that Shu Wan likes quietness, is cold and unapproachable. But Shu Wan is actually a person who doesn't dislike noise. In her previous life, every time she returned to the city from a battle, she would order a 3-day banquet. The warm bonfire, the passionate atmosphere, and the noisy crowd all give people a feeling of peace and tranquility. Just like at this moment, the moonlight was like water, the faint fragrance of flowers lingered around, and the night was like a cage, almost enveloping Shu Wan completely. When Shu Wan first came to this era, she felt relieved. Because she escaped from that suffocating environment and stayed away from a group of people who suffocated her. But after the initial novelty wears off, even someone as determined as Shu Wan will begin to wonder what her significance is in this era. Her only connection with this era is the body of the original owner. She was like a gust of wind passing through this era, without attachment or connection, drifting everywhere. The darkness of night intensified this eerie feeling. Although Fu Yang's movements were noisy, they were like a boundary that pulled Shu Wan out of the illusion between dreams and reality. As Fu Yang played games, Shu Wan slowly dried her hair. She leaned back in the recliner, and just as she leaned back, she felt someone suddenly push her on the back. Shu Wan stood up alertly and turned her head to look, only to see that it was the recliner's built-in massage function. Shu Wan was somewhat curious. She took a video and posted it on the short video platform with the caption, "Interesting." After posting the video, Shu Wan lay down again. She was tired after a whole day. Looking at the starry sky and enjoying the massage of the recliner, Shu Wan felt very comfortable. But as Fu Yang's stepmother, this comfort obviously would not last long as Fu Yang was around. After playing for a while, Fu Yang was probably pissed off by his teammates, so he turned off their computer, called his friends, and prepared to go out for dinner and drinks. By this time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There was only half an hour left before the bedtime Shu Wan had set for him. In her previous life, Shu Wan had friends all over the world, from all walks of life. Shu Wan didn't think there was anything wrong with having dinner and having fun with friends, but now was not the right time. Seeing that Fu Yang was about to leave the room, he went downstairs and rode away on his bike. Shu Wan moved her wrist slightly, picked up a pill from the table next to her, and shot it directly to Fu Yang's window. When the pill hit the window frame, it turned directly into invisible and colorless powder. It followed the airflow of the air conditioner and met the flowers on the table. A faint fragrance quickly began to emanate from the surface of the petals. Fu Yang changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom. He sat at the table and started to change his shoes. However, as soon as he changed one foot, Fu Yang suddenly felt extremely sleepy. He forced himself to yawn several times, but in the end he couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness. But he had already made an appointment with his friends, and Fu Yang thought that no matter how sleepy he was, he would not feel sleepy after going to the bar. He stood up and took 2 steps, but his body fell to the side of the bed before he realized it. Fu Yang yawned and fell into a deep sleep. After hearing no more sound from Fu Yang, Shu Wan lay down again and tried to listen to some songs with modern headphones. The all-around stereo sound, which was like a live performance next to her ears, really surprised Shu Wan. Shu Wan had never imagined the large number of modern songs, the wide range of musical instruments used, and the complexity of song types. Most of the songs in ancient times were sung by people with music accompaniment, and there were not as many varieties as those in modern times. In the previous life, the teacher of Bailu Academy once praised Shu Wan for her talent that goes beyond the world. He was not only referring to Shu Wan's knowledge, but also her abilities in writing, archery, and music. Although she had never been exposed to these modern songs, after listening to them twice, Shu Wan was able to sing along. After researching various software on mobile phones these days, Shu Wan has already found out that there are now software specifically for recording songs, which can provide various accompaniment and sing-along services. Shu Wan searched for an ancient-style song that she thought was pretty good, tried to record it, and the result was quite good. Shu Wan has few fans on her short video platform, so she uses this account as a tool to record her life. It was the first time that Shu Wan learned how to use software to record songs. She found it novel and uploaded the audio to the internet. Shu Wan was a person from ancient times, so naturally she could not imagine that there is such a thing as big data recommendation on modern short video platforms. Even if she is a newcomer without any fans, the platform will give her some exposure according to the situation. It was already late when Shu Wan finished uploading the audio, so she logged out of her account and went back to her room to sleep. Therefore, she did not know that the first wave of traffic exposure pushed to her by the platform was so effective that it brought about round after round of traffic explosions. By the time one night had passed, the audio clip of Shu Wan singing had already received 100,000 likes. Chapter 29 Competition. The audio clip she posted even became a hot topic on the short video platform, and everyone was looking for who was singing this song. But Shu Wan didn't know all this. She got up as usual, washed up and went straight downstairs. To her surprise, Fu Yang got up earlier than her today and was sitting in the living room looking at his phone. Hearing her footsteps, Fu Yang raised his head. The red diamond earrings on his ears were much brighter than the morning sun outside the window. "Good morning, stepmother." As Fu Yang spoke, he waved at Shu Wan. The rings and metal bracelets on his hands collided with each other, making jingling sounds. He wore a bombshell print short-sleeved shirt, hip-hop casual pants, and a pair of dad shoes. Shu Wan knew that this was a trendy combination that young people who value individuality liked, but she really couldn't understand it. But Shu Wan didn't intend to care what Fu Yang wore. She chose to turn her head away and ignore Fu Yang's outfit. The first time he saw Shu Wan avoiding him, Fu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of triumphant smile flashed in his eyes. He stood up, and the metal skull pendants on his neck collided with each other, and the ornaments on his hands jingled, forming a symphony. "Let's go, little mom, don't we need to exercise?" "Wait a minute. Shu Wan called Fu Yang, then looked at the housekeeper. Where are the things I asked you to prepare? I'm ready. As the housekeeper spoke, he brought over a cup. Fu Yang took a look and saw that it was transparent and colorless water. What is this? Drinking a glass of water every morning is good for your health. This common sense has been recognized since ancient times. Fu Yang rolled his eyes, turned around and walked out. I don't like drinking water, I'm going to exercise. Fu Yang refused to cooperate, and the housekeeper looked at Shu Wan. Madam, this. Shu Wan waved her hand and said, put away the rest of the water. Yes. Shu Wan walked out of the living room and saw Fu Yang leaning on the railing by the lake, holding a big bag in one hand and throwing stones into the lake with the other. Shu Wan's eyes fell on the bag and she finally understood why Fu Yang got up so early today. Because their whole bag was filled with stones, Fu Yang must have picked them up in the garden while she was still asleep. Shu Wan hadn't noticed in the living room just now, but Fu Yang had some small wounds on his hands. He had injured his hand last time at the horse farm, and now he had been digging in the soil for a long time. Even from such a distance, Shu Wan could see the red marks on his hands. Why are you walking so slowly? After waiting for a long time, Shu Wan still hadn't caught up. Fu Yang turned back impatiently and urged, hurry up, I'm hungry. Shu Wan walked towards Fu Yang. Fu Yang seized the opportunity and threw several stones into the lake. All the splashing water dropped on Shu Wan. Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang, who showed her his little fangs. What's wrong? It's okay, let's go. Shu Wan continued to move forward. She could have moved away from the lake, but Shu Wan did not move. As she walked, Fu Yang threw stones. Before long, both of them were soaked. Fortunately, it is early summer now, so it won't be cold even if you get wet. Fu Yang struggled for a long time and was exhausted. He turned his head while panting to look at Shu Wan's miserable appearance. However, after taking a look, Fu Yang was stunned. In order to facilitate morning exercise, Shu Wan wore a white sports suit and tied her hair behind her head, revealing a slender neck. Others would be soaked like drowned chickens after getting drenched in water, but with Shu Wan's face like this, even if she was soaked through, she would still be like a lotus in the rain. Not only did she not look the least bit embarrassed, but she was actually charming and stunning. Noticing Fu Yang's gaze, Shu Wan turned her head away. What are you looking at? Fu Yang curled his lips, saying one thing and thinking another. You're not good looking, and I don't know why my dad fell in love with you. He must be blind. Shu Wan's eyes moved slightly, ignoring Fu Yang's ridicule. She glanced at the bag in Fu Yang's hand and brought up another topic. You are too weak. You can't even walk a few steps without gasping for breath. Are you kidding me? Fu Yang straightened his back and looked down at Shu Wan with his 180 centimeters height. I'm in good health. How dare you, an old man, say that to me? Well, let's have a running contest. If you beat me, I can agree to one condition for you. Hearing Shu Wan's words, Fu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. You said it, don't regret it. The manor has a separate stadium and running track. The two stood in front of the starting point of the track. Fu Yang turned his head and said, hey, it's not too late to admit defeat now. In terms of strength and acupressure, Fu Yang is not as good as Shu Wan, but when it comes to running, Fu Yang doesn't believe that Shu Wan can outrun him. No matter how good her physical fitness is, the height difference is there. One step of his is equivalent to 2 steps of Shu Wan. There is no way he can lose. What if you lose? Shu Wan asked Fu Yang. You say. If you lose, you have to save my phone number, and if I call you, you can't refuse. Fu Yang thought of many requests that Shu Wan would make, but he still didn't expect this. It's okay to save your phone number, but why can't I refuse? Then let's not compete anymore. Shu Wan said and was about to leave. Hey, come back. Fu Yang thought for a moment. He would not lose anyway. Okay, let's compete. With your short legs, I don't believe you can beat me. The two agreed to run 1,000 meters, and whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Are you ready? I'll say 123, and we'll start. Fu Yang got into the starting position, looked ahead and shouted, 1, 2, 3. As soon as the word 3 fell, Fu Yang rushed out, but after he ran a long way, he found that Shu Wan had not started. What are you doing? Fu Yan was puzzled. Not competing anymore. Just run away after shouting 3. After all, Shu Wan didn't know these conventional customs in modern times. Nonsense, you've never taken a physical education class. Fu Yan looked impatient, but still retreated to the starting line. Forget it, I'll let you play one round. If you make a mistake again this time, I won't care about you. Good. Ready, 123. As soon as the word 3 came out, the two of them flew out like arrows from a bow. But even for arrows, there are differences in speed. Fu Yang looked at the light figure that seemed to be floating away and almost wanted to curse. No, who on earth is this Shu Wan? How could she run so fast? He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Shu Wan didn't even land on the ground, just like the light skills shown on TV, floating 8 feet away. There was no need to continue the competition. Fu Yang knew that he was bound to lose. He simply sat down on the grass and watched Shu Wan in confusion as she finished the entire run. The most important thing was that a normal person would be exhausted and out of breath after running the entire course, but Shu Wan was like nothing happened, not even out of breath at all. If Shu Wan wasn't his stepmother, he would at least hug her thighs and call her master. Unfortunately, Shu Wan is his stepmother, and she is the kind that specifically targets him. Fu Yan can only sigh for himself. What a sin. Shu Wan ran the entire course effortlessly, then walked up to Fu Yan, who looked desperate, and said, I won. I know. You're the best, okay. Fu Yan handed the phone to Shu Wan with a look of despair. You save it yourself. Shu Wan tapped twice on his phone, then returned it to Fu Yan. Fu Yan took it and took a look. The name Shu Wan saved on his phone was Mother. Fu Yan's eyes dimmed for a moment, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were full of mockery. Are you crazy? You are only 6 years older than me, and you are my mother? Do you really think this is ancient times, and you still have the system of legitimate mother and legitimate son? As Fu Yang was speaking, he changed the note to Big Monster in front of Shu Wan. Chapter 30 Getting Rich. After changing the remarks, Fu Yang raised his head and raised his eyebrows slightly at Shu Wan provocatively. You didn't stipulate that the remarks cannot be changed. Shu Wan took back the phone calmly and nodded, indeed. Then he naturally changed the note for Fu Yang, Little Monster. Fu Yang frowned. Big Monster, Little Monster, why do they feel even stranger than mother and son? Are you sick? Why are you following me? Have you applied for a patent? Coincidentally, Shu Wan was reading property rights law recently. As long as something has not been patented, everyone can share it. Okay, Fu Yang gave up because he couldn't win the argument with Shu Wan. He stood up and patted the dust off his body. I'm warning you, don't call me all the time. I only accept your calls once a week. If you call more than that, I won't answer. Having said that, Fu Yang left without waiting for Shu Wan's response. He returned to their house, took a quick shower, and then went downstairs for breakfast. Shu Wan had already sat down at the table. Fu Yang reached out to take the cup out of habit, but found nothing. Bring me a bottle of mineral water. Fu Yang didn't finish his words. He glanced at Shu Wan and immediately changed his words, bring me a bottle of Coke. Young master, yesterday the young madam ordered that all the drinks in the house be thrown away. Now there is only boiled water. Then I won't drink it. Since morning, Shu Wan wanted him to drink the water at home, but he just didn't want to do what Shu Wan wanted. But today's breakfast was just like on purpose. It was either steamed buns or dumplings, or mixed noodles, hot dry noodles, or toast. Even the fruits were dry bananas and avocados. The more I ate, the thirstier I felt. By the end of the meal, Fu Yang felt his mouth was so dry that it was about to spark. He never drinks soy milk, but looking at the only cup of soy milk on the table, he didn't think it was unacceptable. Fu Yang hesitated for a while, but finally reached out his hand to get the soy milk. But Shu Wan's hands were faster and her movements were more decisive than his. She took the soy milk and drank it directly. Fu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. If Shu Wan didn't do it on purpose, no one would believe it. But he had just said that he would not drink the water at home. Now he was asked to go back on his word in front of Shu Wan, but he couldn't do it. Fu Yang glanced around the living room. Well, Shu Wan was really good at hiding things. Now there was probably not even a trace of water vapor left in the whole room. Fu Yang threw down his chopsticks and said, "It doesn't taste good. I'll go find some sauce." As he said that, Fu Yang went into the kitchen and rummaged through the refrigerator. Unfortunately, the servants had already put away all the fruits and vegetables that contained water, not to mention the drinks and water. Fu Yang searched for a long time but found nothing. Instead, he became even thirstier. Fu Yang was so angry that he almost laughed. He was such a rich second generation. But he was in such a state that he couldn't even drink a sip of water. Fu Yang was so angry that he threw off his sleeves and rushed out. Just as he was about to argue with Shu Wan, he glanced and saw a full bottle of mineral water on the cabinet behind Shu Wan. Because his back was facing Shu Wan would not notice it at all. Fu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and he strode to Shu Wan's side. "Hey, you're not going to school with me today, are you?" "No." Shu Wan took a bite of the steamed bun and took a sip of the soy milk. "I have other things to do today." "Oh, you're smart." While talking to Shu Wan, Fu Yang reached out to grab the water on the cabinet. Just as he was about to reach it, Shu Wan suddenly turned her head. Fu Yang was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and scratched his hair to cover up. Frightened, Fu Yang stayed quiet for a moment, then came up with an idea. While eating together these past few days, Fu Yang has discovered that Shu Wan doesn't like to eat raw chopped green onions. While Shu Wan was eating, Fu Yang grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and sprinkled them directly into Shu Wan's porridge. "Little mom, eat more." Shu Wan paused, raised her head and glanced at Fu Yang, who raised his lips and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. You won't waste food, will you?" Shu Wan lowered her head again and picked out the chopped green onions from the bowl bit by bit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Yang took the water bottle and left in a few strides. When Fu Yang's back disappeared at the door, their housekeeper stepped forward and said, "Madam, the young master has taken the water away." Shu Wan was not surprised. She picked out the last chopped green onion from the bowl of porridge and said, "I'll prepare it for him every day from now on." "Yes." At this time, outside the door, Fu Yang, who was extremely thirsty, simply unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down nearly half a bottle of water, which finally relieved his thirst. It was not until then that Fu Yang finally tasted something wrong. Fu Yang has been picky with his mouth since he was a child. He actually doesn't like drinks at all and he is not interested in industrial products. From childhood to adulthood, there are only 1 or 2 brands of mineral water that he can drink. But the one I drank today was obviously different. I don't know what was added to it, but it tasted sweet. Moreover, this sweetness is extremely light and you can only taste it after you put it in your mouth. It slightly changes the taste of water, making it fresh and natural, and quenching your thirst. Fu Yang suddenly remembered what the housekeeper said in the morning. Shu Wan added some herbs to the water to make it taste better. How could Shu Wan have such ability? Who was this woman? Wasn't she specially trained by his father to cure him? He knew that Fu Siyu had a bad relationship with him and was thinking about how to torment him all day long. Not long after Fu Yang left, Shu Wan packed up and asked the driver to take her to the entrance of the film and television city. Shu Wan was not familiar with modern car brands, so she had no idea how eye-catching the limited edition Rolls-Royce she was riding in was. Coupled with her face, as soon as she showed up, everyone's eyes were on her. No matter where Shu Wan goes, she always attracts people's attention. When faced with everyone's stares, she thinks it's just because of her looks and doesn't associate it with the car. As she walked inside, her agent called her, "Shu Wan, why haven't you arrived yet? The person in front of you will finish the audition soon, and you will be next." "I'm already here, are you the one in pink?" "Yeah, where are you?" The agent said, looking up, "I don't see you, what are you wearing?" "A teal dress with hibiscus flowers on it." The agent looked again, "No, wait, fuck." He closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, then closed them again, and opened them again. Only then did he confirm from the familiar facial features that the otherworldly beauty not far away was actually Shu Wan. His first reaction, "Oh my god. It's haunted." Second reaction, "Oh my god. He is going to get rich." Chapter 31 Modeling. Not only did the agent notice Shu Wan, but everyone else also noticed that a very outstanding beauty had arrived. The director's eyes lit up. Hey, whose artist is this? He has such a great temperament. The agent waved his hand and stepped forward quickly. My family, Director Wang, this is Shu Wan who came for the audition today. The director looked at Shu Wan walking slowly and gracefully, and nodded repeatedly. This posture is really good, it must be very suitable for wearing ancient costumes, go change clothes first. Okay. The agent turned around and walked in front of Shu Wan, unable to hide his surprise. Last time you said you wanted to turn over a new leaf, I thought you were just joking. I didn't expect you to change so much. This was the first time Shu Wan met her agent Wang Qian. She looked at Wang Qian's long pink hair, pink suit, and yellow Chelsea leather shoes, and tried her best to keep her expression calm. Shu Wan knew that this was called fashion in modern times, but she still couldn't stand the shock, especially the pair of yellow shiny leather shoes. They were so long that Shu Wan even doubted whether she would trip while walking in them. What do I need to do? Shu Wan tried her best to ignore Wang Qian's appearance. Go change your clothes and fix your hair, then come over for the audition. Good. Shu Wan followed Wang Qian's instructions and went to the dressing room, where a large number of clothes were piled up. There were not many people in the dressing room, just a few stylists and actors. When they saw someone come in, they all looked at Shu Wan. Everyone was stunned by Shu Wan's appearance at first, but when they realized she was just an unknown 18th-tier actress, the amazement in their eyes turned into hostile contempt. Although the role being auditioned today is not the main character, because this drama is directed by a big director and is a big production, many first-line actresses also want this role. In the entertainment industry, beauty is highly valued, but beauty without any status is actually very dangerous. Her beauty was a threat to others, and her low status meant she had no ability to protect herself. While Shu Wan was changing her clothes, several female stars gathered together and discussed for a while. When Shu Wan came out of the fitting room, the actresses sat back in their seats and put on their makeup as if it had nothing to do with them. The stylists, on the other hand, approached Shu Wan enthusiastically. This lady is so pretty. Are you here for an audition? We can help you with your look. In her previous life, all the politicians in the court that Shu Wan dealt with were shrewdest of shrewd people. Shu Wan could even see through their disguises clearly, not to mention the stylists in front of her. Shu Wan went with the flow and didn't refuse them. Okay. She sat in the chair and the other stylists gathered around her and started doing her makeup and hair. Shu Wan seemed to trust them quite a lot. She closed her eyes and let them do what they wanted. 10 minutes later, the stylist's voice sounded, "Beauty, your styling is ready, you can go for the audition." Shu Wan opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. It's not really true to say that the styling done by the stylists is ugly. After all, the director will not sit idly by and watch. But the bright red lip gloss, the flat hairstyle, and the deliberately dark circles under the eyes. Although Shu Wan's face is here, the makeup and hairstyle that make her look old still make her look very haggard. The other actresses couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene, but they still praised Shu Wan. It looks great, this hairstyle suits you very well. Really? I think so too. Shu Wan nodded calmly, then stood up and walked out. Then I'll go for the audition. Seeing that Shu Wan didn't make a fuss, everyone was a little confused, but soon regained their composure. What's the point of being pretty? An 18th-tier female star has no qualifications to go head-to-head with them. Chapter 32 Stunning. The director had high expectations for Shu Wan, but when she came out after changing her clothes, a hint of disappointment flashed in the director's eyes. When acting in TV dramas and movies, creating a photogenic atmosphere is very important. Some people are very beautiful in real life, but once they put on costumes and appear on camera, they lose the beauty of the character. Meanwhile, some people, although average-looking, become extra charming once they get into the role. The director felt that Shu Wan might belong to the former category. Although she was good-looking, she was not suitable for being on camera. Okay, just act as you like. The director's tone clearly showed that he felt Shu Wan was not suitable for the role, so he asked her to go through the process and leave. Wang Qian naturally saw it, and he winked at Shu Wan frantically, wanting her to change her look and try again. But Shu Wan ignored his hint. She glanced at the camera and said, "I want to try the scene where we first met." All is fine. The director just wanted Shu Wan to finish the trial quickly and leave. The film and television city has a complete range of scenes. At this moment, everyone is in a large courtyard next to a rockery setting. Next to Shu Wan, there is a pool. Okay, start. The director said casually while looking through the information of the next audition actor. Then, there was a plop sound in front. The director looked up in surprise and saw Shu Wan had already jumped into the water. Oh, someone committed suicide, call the police. Wang Qian was so scared that he rushed to the edge of the pool in small steps. While asking everyone to call the police, he was about to go down and fish Shu Wan out. Although Shu Wan made his hair turn white with anger and didn't make him much money, it was still a life after all. But as soon as Wang Qian stepped one leg into the water, the calm water surface suddenly exploded with a splash, and then Shu Wan emerged from the water. At this moment, she had washed off all her makeup in the water. Her delicate facial features were soaked in the water, making her look even more beautiful and refined. It's okay that she is beautiful, but the key is her expression and temperament at this moment, just like a real daughter of a wealthy family in ancient times. Even though her entire body was buried in the water and her clothes could not be seen, one could still feel her elegance just from her calm eyes. Shu Wan auditioned for the role of the second female lead, who was proud by nature. When she first met the male lead, she actually had no good impression of him. At this time, Shu Wan looked at the empty space on the shore. Even though she was in a low position and looking up at the shore, she performed a condescending scrutiny. You are the new champion. What crime should you be punished for trespassing into the inner courtyard of the Prime Minister's mansion? Shu Wan's speaking speed and volume were normal, but her clear eyes looked at you quietly, and she spoke slowly and gently about the accusation, which made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Qian was stunned. As an experienced agent, he could naturally see that Shu Wan's acting skills were simply amazing. He was so excited that he forgot he was standing by the pool. He was careless and fell directly into the water. After a few gulps of water gurgled in, Wang Qian felt like he was going to suffocate until a pair of hands pulled him out of the water. Wang Qian vomited for a long time but failed to spit out the water he had just drunk. He sat on the ground in a mess, looking like he had just crawled out of a refugee camp. Because of this, Shu Wan, who was standing next to him, seemed even more cold and ethereal. Her long hair fell behind her shoulders, making her skin look even whiter, making it impossible to take your eyes off her. The director immediately made the decision, you are the one for this role, sign the contract now. Wang Qian was feeling sick because of the pool water in his stomach. When he heard the director's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he wiped the water off his face. Okay, director, let's go sign now. Shu Wan's clothes were all wet, so Wang Qian asked her to change first while he went to deal with the contract signing. Shu Wan returned to the locker room and was about to change into her clothes when she discovered that her clothes had been thrown into a pool of dirty water and there was no way she could wear them. Everyone in the locker room had already left, and it was impossible to find out who did it. The clothes were so dirty that there was no way to wear them again, so Shu Wan picked out a clean piece of clothing from her costumes and put them on. She explained the situation to the director while still wearing her costume, and the director didn't mind and agreed to let Shu Wan put her clothes back on. At this time, Wang Qian had also completed the signing procedures. He walked over humming a song happily, and was amazed again when he saw Shu Wan changed her clothes. During the audition just now, Shu Wan wore the gorgeous clothes of ancient aristocratic women, which was dignified and elegant. At this time, Shu Wan changed into a light blue long skirt, and with her black hair and beautiful facial features without any makeup, she truly interpreted the word fairy to the fullest. TSK TSK TSK. Wang Qian couldn't help but sigh, it seems I have to go check out the villa later. With such an artist under your command, there is no need to worry about not getting rich. Wang Qian keenly noticed Shu Wan's cash cow attributes, and became enthusiastic towards Shu Wan. Baby, how are you going to get home later? I'll call a car for you. Originally, it was definitely inappropriate for a man to use such an intimate name. But when she saw Wang Qian's raised index finger when he spoke, and his standing posture which was even more delicate than hers, all the inappropriateness brought about by the title of baby disappeared. There is a car to pick me up, I will go back by myself. Well, I'll take you out. As he spoke, Wang Qian helped Shu Wan carry her bag and said, let's go. Shu Wan didn't stop him and let Wang Qian follow her. Outside the film and television city, the driver had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Shu Wan coming, he opened the door for her directly. Seeing Shu Wan getting into the car, Wang Qian's smiling face inexplicably began to crack. He looked at this Rolls Royce that was worth thousands of dollars and said, "It's not a baby, have you found a sponsor?" "No." "Okay, no wonder you have such good resources these days." Wang Qian returned the bag to Shu Wan, immersed in his own thoughts. "I can't control your own affairs, take care of your health. If someone else's wife comes to you, just don't say you know me." Shu Wan looked at Wang Qian with an indescribable look. She always felt that this agent's train of thought seemed a little abnormal. All right, go now." Wang Qian felt a bit heartbroken at this moment. "Don't take this car next time. It's too high profile. Are you really not afraid that other people's wives will know about you?" After saying that, without waiting for Shu Wan's response, Wang Qian turned and left, hailed a shared yellow car on the side of the road, and walked away singing his off-tune little song. "Madam, do you want to go home now?" the driver asked. Shu Wan retracted her gaze and closed the car window. "Let's go to where Fu Yang is having dinner." Okay. Chapter 33 Lunch. To Shu Wan's surprise, Fu Yang was not difficult to find this time. It's still on the same food street, but with a different store. As soon as Shu Wan walked to the door, she smelled the pungent spicy smell. This is a Sichuan restaurant next to the school. Shu Wan usually has a very light taste, but she does not reject everything. It's not a bad idea to try something occasionally. As soon as she entered the door, a group of people sitting by the window noticed her. "Beautiful sister, sit here." It was Fu Yan's classmate. Shu Wan walked over and sat next to Fu Yang. Unlike yesterday's strong resistance, Fu Yang looked very obedient today. He didn't even step back when Shu Wan sat down. "Beautiful sister, what a coincidence, you are also eating here. I was passing by and saw you guys here, so I came in." Shu Wan responded, "Why did you change the restaurant today?" "Lin Yang wants to eat this today." The children couldn't keep their words to themselves. When Shu Wan asked, they told her everything. "Today, our class won the basketball game. Lin Yang is the captain and he invited us to dinner. It's at this place to eat that everyone doesn't quite understand. It's not that everyone dislikes this place. It's mainly because Lin Yang has always been a cool and noble young master. It was already shocking that he followed them to the food street yesterday. Now he is actually eating in a small restaurant with them, which is outrageous. But no matter what, everyone was still very happy that Lin Yang treated them. Basketball. Shu Wan knew that this was a very popular sport in modern times. "Next time there is a game, I want to go and watch it, too." "Of course you can, beautiful sister, add me on WeChat, and I'll get you an inside ticket for the next game." "Good." As Shu Wan spoke, she took out her cell phone and prepared to add the student in front of her on WeChat, but as soon as she brought up the QR code, Fu Yang reached out and covered her phone screen. "No outsiders are allowed to enter the campus." Fu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. What if someone takes advantage of the situation and wants to abduct and sell teenagers? How come you don't have any sense of security at all? The others were silent. "No, young master, can you take a look at what the beautiful woman sitting next to you looks like? Whose human trafficker looks like this?" Before anyone else could express their objection, Fu Yang pushed Shu Wan's phone back and said, "Okay, the food is served. Don't delay my meal." At this time, the boss had already brought the steaming hot meal to the table, so everyone had no choice but to give up. "Wow, is it so spicy? Did I overdo the chili today?" Adolescent boys and girls already have strong tastes and usually like spicy food, but after seeing the red dishes on the table, there was still a hint of fear in their eyes. "I ordered this for myself. Didn't you guys order something else?" As Fu Yang spoke, he picked up a piece of fried red pepper and ate it in front of Shu Wan. It must be said that this abnormally spicy food was indeed not ordinary spicy. After taking a bite of the chili, Fu Yang immediately felt his throat being pierced. But Shu Wan was looking at him, so he could only swallow the pepper as if nothing had happened, and commented calmly, "It tastes okay, would you like to have a bite, beautiful lady?" Shu Wan glanced at his hand holding the chopsticks tightly, then turned around and picked up a piece of tomato and egg. "No, I don't eat something so spicy." "Boring." Fu Yang sneered, as if to show his unwillingness to admit defeat in front of Shu Wan. Fu Yang picked up another large chopstick of chili and swallowed it without changing his expression. There were a total of 7 people at this table, including the students and Shu Wan, but they ordered nearly 10 dishes. Halfway through their meal, Fu Yang even took the menu and checked off a few more dishes. Lin Yan, don't order more if we can't finish it. It will be wasted later. Yeah, the food here isn't cheap either. We know you have money, but it's not good to waste it. Fu Yang didn't listen, and insisted on ordering several more, then looked at Shu Wan, my beautiful sister, is there anything you want to eat? Shu Wan knew what Fu Yang was thinking at a glance. She didn't hesitate to take the menu and ordered 2 dishes whose names she couldn't understand. At the end of the meal, nearly half of the dishes on the table were still uneaten. Fu Yang was responsible for most of the super spicy dishes. When he finally put down his chopsticks, his movements were actually quite relaxed. When it was time to check out, Fu Yang took out his phone and scanned the payment code, then reached out and tapped the screen twice. I forgot, there was a problem with my bank card, it was frozen. Then I'll do it. The students present all came from relatively well-off families and didn't have much money for a meal, so they all took out their mobile phones to pay. But Fu Yang turned his head and looked at Shu Wan, his peach blossom eyes slightly raised, with a somewhat indescribable smile. Beautiful sister, may I ask, how old are you today? 21 knew what Fu Yang wanted to do, and Shu Wan did as he wished. Oh, 21. Fu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, resting his right hand on the back of the chair, and unconsciously fiddled with the cross under his ear. We are just junior high school students, sister, you won't let us students treat you to a meal, right? I've already paid for it. When? As the plot did not develop as he expected, Fu Yang frowned slightly and stopped fiddling with his earrings. I paid when I entered the door. The remaining money is for you to use when you come to eat next time. Shu Wan smiled at Fu Yang. Next time if you are short of money, you can come and tell the boss my name. Shu Wan's words sounded nice, but both of them knew in their hearts that even if Fu Yang was dead poor, he would never use Shu Wan's name to eat here. For Fu Yang, there is a big difference between actively getting a meal from Shu Wan and Shu Wan actively paying the bill. Fu Yang was about to exhale, but now the breath was stuck in his chest again. Adding to the spicy food he felt furious. Fu Yang stood up and said, let's go. The food is terrible. I won't come again next time. The restaurant owner was just about to come over to clear the table, but when he saw Fu Yang's dark face and heard his comments, his heart broke into pieces. He immediately doubted life, could it really be so bad? It tastes okay. Shu Wan's voice sounded beside him, and she promptly caught the boss's heart that was broken into 8 pieces. Thank you. The boss looked at Shu Wan gratefully, welcome to come again next time. I'll give you a discount next time. Shu Wan left the restaurant with other students and thought Fu Yang had gone far away, but unexpectedly, Fu Yang was standing at the door waiting for them. He was still wearing trendy brand clothes with many metal ornaments. His silver hair shone with golden light in the sun, and his face had a kind of exquisiteness and cleanliness that was incompatible with his attire. He was leaning against the door, and when he heard footsteps, he glanced at Shu Wan lazily. Shu Wan was just about to say goodbye to the other students when the owner of the convenience store next door suddenly ran over with a bag and went straight to Shu Wan. Miss, this is the ice cream and dessert you bought, a total of 582 yuan, how do you want to pay? Before Shu Wan could speak, Fu Yang spoke first. Beautiful sister is so nice. Not only did she take the initiative to treat us to a meal, she also gave us dessert after the meal. She is so kind-hearted. Chapter 34 Ice Cream. The others didn't know the inside story and thought it was really Shu Wan who invited them to dinner. Thank you, beautiful sister, you are so kind. Shu Wan took out her phone and paid, then share the food. Okay. The students came forward one after another, surrounding the bag and choosing their favorite flavors. Beautiful sister, this new double-layer lava sauce red raspberry ice cream from Magnum is delicious. You can have this. Coincidentally, because this new flavor sells well, there is only one ice cream of this kind left in the bag that the boss brought. Shu Wan had never eaten modern ice cream or the like, so she reached out to take it, but before she touched it, the ice cream was taken away by Fu Yang. Shu Wan raised her head and met Fu Yang's teasing gaze. I haven't tasted this flavor either, let me try it. The others were a little embarrassed. Beautiful sister, then you can have this vanilla ice cream. This is also delicious. Then, it was snatched away by Fu Yang again. Now, even Fu Yang's classmates couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Yang, one is not enough for you. The beautiful sister invited us to dinner and dessert, don't fight with her for it. Fu Yang stood there lazily. Not only did he not return the ice cream to Shu Wan, he even tore off the packaging bag and took a bite of half of it. But he had just finished eating hot and spicy food, and his teeth had not yet recovered. Now that the ice cream was put into his mouth, the entire dental nerve was stimulated. Fu Yang clenched his teeth tightly, but the irritation on his teeth made it impossible for him to maintain his expression. Fu Yang turned around and strode out. If you want to eat, go buy some yourself. Lin Yang is not usually like this. I don't know what happened today. In fact, the classmates wanted to say that Lin Yang seemed to become very strange when he met Shu Wan, and he was particularly hostile to her, but the classmates did not dare to say it. Shu Wan didn't care. She handed the bag to the student in front of her and said, "It's okay. You guys eat. I'll go back first." "Okay, goodbye, beautiful sister." Shu Wan returned to the car. Fu Yang was leaning on the sofa, biting his ice cream. Hearing the sound of the car door closing, Fu Yang raised his head and glanced at Shu Wan. "Didn't you say that my stomach can't eat strong irritants? I'm eating it now, and there's no problem." Shu Wan sat on the sofa opposite Fu Yang. She did not answer Fu Yang's question, but stretched out her hand and paused at his wrist for a moment. Before Fu Yang could react, she withdrew her hand. Fu Yang frowned after being touched by Shu Wan for no apparent reason. He looked at his wrist, then at Shu Wan's hand. He didn't know what he was thinking of, and his eyes flickered. "Shu Wan, I'm telling you, don't let your evil thoughts touch me." In the circle of wealthy families, there is a lot of stepmother literature, and Fu Yang has seen quite a few of them. Although Shu Wan was indeed pretty, Fu Yang started to get goosebumps at the thought of developing a stepmother relationship with her. Shu Wan understood a little bit of what Fu Yang said. She took a sip of water calmly and said, "Put away those inexplicable thoughts of yours. I'm just checking your pulse." Pulse diagnosis. Fu Yang was stunned for a moment before he realized that Shu Wan was talking about medical treatment. "Do you think you live in ancient times? Pulse diagnosis? That's ridiculous. So, tell me, what did you find out? If you continue to eat irregularly like this, you'll be in the hospital in 2 days. TSK. Fu Yang didn't believe it at all. "Don't scare me. I'm not like you old people. I'm in good health. You don't need to worry about me." As he spoke, Fu Yang picked up the remaining half of the popsicle and took a bite. It made a crisp sound. Shu Wan had already predicted the result, so she didn't argue with Fu Yang anymore. Her attention was drawn to the ice cream in Fu Yang's hand. Just now at the store entrance, the classmates all said that the new ice cream was delicious. Shu Wan didn't know what it meant. Now that she saw Fu Yang bite open half of it, Shu Wan understood. Modern manufacturing technology is advanced and can achieve the fusion of various flavors and tastes. For example, the one in Fu Yang's hand has a layer of dark chocolate crisps on the outside, with raspberry jam in the middle, then another layer of chocolate crisps, and soft and sweet ice cream on the inside. Although she had never eaten it, Shu Wan knew it must be delicious just by smelling it. Fu Yang was keenly aware of Shu Wan's gaze. He felt proud but also confused. Whether it's her looks or her temperament, Shu Wan doesn't look like someone who would be attracted to this by an ice cream. Sometimes, Shu Wan's curiosity about some rare and ordinary things made Fu Yang wonder if she was a person left over from ancient times. Fu Yang deliberately slowed down his pace, taking bites one by one, letting the sweet aroma of the ice cream fill the entire car. "You know what, it's really delicious. What a pity, little mom, you have to pay attention to your health. Let me do this kind of thing that hurts your body for you." In Shu Wan's eyes, Fu Yang's provocative behavior was no different from that of a little brat. After a slight regret, Shu Wan picked up her phone and started reading the news, ignoring Fu Yang. Shu Wan didn't say anything, and Fu Yang didn't take the initiative to provoke her again. He lay on the sofa, thinking about how to escape from Shu Wan's clutches while eating the ice cream he snatched from Shu Wan. By the time he returned to the manor, Fu Yang had already finished 3 sticks. When getting off the bus, Fu Yang felt a vague chill in his stomach, which, mixed with the greasiness of the spicy oil he had eaten at noon, made him feel inexplicably nauseous. Fu Yang just thought that he had eaten too much ice, so he took a bottle of water and drank it, not taking it seriously. Seeing the two of them coming back together, the housekeeper hurried forward to greet them. Fu Yang simply said hello to the housekeeper and went upstairs. Not long after, he came down with a skateboard in his arms. "I won't be back tonight, don't bother me by calling." After saying that, Fu Yang left. The housekeeper looked at Shu Wan hesitantly. "Madam, it seems that the young master has classes in the afternoon." Shu Wan waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about him. He will be back by himself in the evening. His already fragile stomach couldn't survive an entire afternoon after the stimulation just now." Okay. Although he didn't know why Shu Wan said that, the housekeeper still believed her. "By the way, madam, the young master called just now and said that if you come back, please call him back if you have time." "Okay, I understand." Shu Wan went upstairs, washed up briefly, changed her clothes, and lay down comfortably on the sofa before calling Fu Siyu. The phone rang 3 times, and then Fu Siyu hung up. Shu Wan calculated the time. It was probably early morning at Fu Siyu's place, so he was probably asleep already. So Shu Wan put down her phone and took a strawberry, but before she could eat the strawberry, Fu Siyu called back. This time, it was a video call. Chapter 35, Fall. Shu Wan is not averse to video calls. She even thinks that video calls are more respectful than voice calls. She pressed the answer button, and Fu Siyu, dressed in a suit, appeared on the screen. He was still in the office, and the lights of the entire city were reflected on the glass window behind him. "Hello." Shu Wan nodded politely at Fu Siyu. Fu Siyu paused. "I thought we were no longer strangers." Forget it. In Shu Wan's opinion, they had never met and had only made a few phone calls, so they couldn't be considered familiar with each other. Fu Siyu's eyes darkened slightly. "Well, hello. Are you still working so late? There are still some documents that have not been processed." Fu Siyu doesn't sleep much, so staying up late or even all night is very normal for him. "Oh." Shu Wan nodded. "I suggest you don't stay up late. Resting at the right time will help your body recuperate." Fu Siyu's eyes moved slightly. "Okay, thank you for reminding me. I called you this time mainly to tell you that I received the calming tea you sent me. It's quite useful. Just drink it if you like." While the two were talking, there was a knock on the door, and then the servant came in. "Madam, this is the ice cream you were looking for." Shu Wan took the ice cream and said, "Okay." Shu Wan is very interested in everything modern now. As soon as she came back just now, she asked the housekeeper to help her find the one that Fu Yang ate in the car. Shu Wan tore open the package and took a light bite. The multi-layered taste and sweet fragrance instantly occupied her taste buds. Shu Wan had never eaten anything with such a strange flavor before, and she was so immersed in it that she forgot she was on a video call with Fu Siyu. Unlike Fu Yang's way of eating like a cow chewing grass, Shu Wan tasted the food tentatively. She opened her red lips and took a bite of the chocolate. Because she had never eaten something with such a cream filling, she didn't notice that some of the cream filling got on the edge of her lips. "There's something on the corner of your lips." Fu Siyu suddenly spoke. Shu Wan then remembered that she hadn't hung up the phone. She looked at the screen and saw that there was something on her mouth. Shu Wan extended her tongue, swept it lightly, and took the cream into her mouth, leaving only a moist feeling on her lips, which made her red lips look even fuller and more beautiful. Fu Siyu's eyes darkened slightly, and he subconsciously looked away, lowering his head to look at the document in his hand. "Fu Yang made you worry." "Not bad." Shu Wan answered Fu Siyu while eating ice cream. "By the way, the housekeeper brought me a bank card yesterday." "Yes, it's my secondary card. If you need anything, you can just swipe it." After saying that, Fu Siyu added, "You can swipe it as much as you want, even if you borrowed it from me. Just pay me back when you have money later." Since Fu Siyu said so, Shu Wan had no reason to refuse. She smiled at Fu Siyu and said, "Thank you. Shu Wan is pretty. When she smiles, her eyes sparkle like a breeze on the river, fresh and moving, touching the heartstrings unintentionally." "You're welcome, but if the item you bought is related to Fu Yang, you don't have to return it, just swipe it." "Good." While the two were talking, Shu Wan finished an ice cream cone. She glanced at the dark night in the background of Fu Siyu and said, "It's late. I won't disturb you. You should get some rest first." Fu Siyu paused, then nodded, "Okay, good night." "Good night." Fu Siyu turned off his phone only after Shu Wan hung up. He picked up the document next to him. Although he was always very focused, he couldn't concentrate at this moment. He looked up at the time. It was 12:05 a.m., which was far from being time to go to bed. But perhaps Shu Wan's suggestion worked. Fu Siyu hesitated for a moment, then closed the folder, stood up and walked to the lounge next to him. But he didn't sleep for long, because he was always abstinent, and this time, he sank into some beautiful dream. He dreamed that he was surrounded by a sweet fragrance, someone was whispering in his ear, and the heat lingered around his ears, weaving a soft feeling. The heat flowed along the ear tips, earlobes, cheeks, and corners of the eyes, until it slowly imprinted on the lips. Fu Siyu has always hated people getting close to him. He subconsciously wanted to push the person in front of him away, but his body was unable to resist. At the moment when the hot air flowed along the corners of his lips and opened his teeth with the sweet fragrance, he turned over and pressed the person under him. At the same time, the face of the person in front of him became clear instantly. Her black hair is like a waterfall, her eyebrows are as dark as ink, and her lips are as red as a rose. It was Shu Wan. Fu Siyu suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 36 Illness. In the manna, Shu Wan was eating ice cream and took a photo of the half-eaten ice cream with her mobile phone. She logged onto the short video platform and prepared to upload the pictures as usual. But as soon as the software is opened, a lot of messages appear. Shu Wan was a little surprised. She clicked on her homepage and found that the singing video she casually recorded that day had accumulated more than 700,000 likes. Moreover, her account originally had no fans, but after a few days of fermentation, it now has more than 50,000 fans, which barely makes her a small internet celebrity. Shu Wan had never thought that so many people would like her because of a song. After a moment of joy, Shu Wan remained calm as usual. She uploaded the photo she had just taken to the internet, with the caption, "It's delicious." It soon attracted the attention of a large number of fans. However, everyone's focus was not on the ice cream, but on Shu Wan's hands. It is as white as jade, slender and distinct, like a bamboo joint carved from the finest jade, beautiful and exquisite like a work of art. Okay, I can confirm that the owner of this account is a beautiful lady. Beautiful lady, please give me some love. The voice is so nice, and the hands are so beautiful. Look at me, my wife. My wife is so sweet. When will you send us photos? My heart has been stolen by my wife, and I don't even know what she looks like. Shu Wan was a little surprised by the comments from netizens one after another. Everyone seemed particularly enthusiastic, and the comments were quite interesting, except for the one about wife calling her that she didn't quite understand. Looking at the avatars of those accounts, they are basically young girls. In her previous life, she had seen men with sexual tendencies, and she also knew that people in this era were very tolerant. But with so many girls liking her, this scene was still a bit outrageous for her. Although she didn't quite understand, after all, they were separated by the internet, and other people wouldn't really do anything to her. Besides, Shu Wan had the experience of two lives, and these young girls were just like children in her eyes, so she wouldn't bother with them. Shu Wan selectively picked a few comments to interact with, which immediately aroused everyone's greater enthusiasm. Looking at my wife's previous works, she shares a lot of life fragments every day. Can you share more in the future? We love to watch it. In this era, Shu Wan didn't have many friends. Now, through the internet, she has gained a group of fans who follow her. Shu Wan naturally won't refuse everyone's request. Okay, I'll try my best. After chatting with her fans for a while, Shu Wan read a book for a while. When she felt sleepy, she lay down on the bed and took a nap. Because she went to bed late and didn't set the alarm, Shu Wan didn't wake up until almost evening. At this time, the housekeeper came up and invited her to go downstairs for dinner. Madam, it is just as you said. The young master is back. What is he doing? Sit downstairs. Shu Wan went downstairs and saw Fu Yarn sitting on the sofa. He was half leaning on the sofa, one foot on the table and the other foot on the skateboard. Probably because he just came back from playing skateboarding, Fu Yang's face was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and his silver-white hair was wet with sweat, sticking softly to his forehead. He closed his eyes, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his thin lips were slightly pursed, and his face did not look very good. "Young master, are you feeling unwell?" Even the butler could tell that something was wrong. Fu Yang opened his eyes and saw Shu Wan coming down. He forced himself to relax and kicked off the skateboard. "No, I'm fine. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry." "I'm ready." Fu Yang didn't wait for Shu Wan, he sat down at the dining table and picked up the chopsticks. But after only taking 2 bites, Fu Yang threw down his chopsticks, said, "It's awful," and went upstairs. Shu Wan glanced at his slightly bent back, then turned to the housekeeper, "Let the driver take turns on duty tonight." "Good." Upstairs, Fu Yang walked calmly back to his bedroom, but as soon as the bedroom door was closed, he could no longer hold on. Fu Yang covered his stomach and groaned in impatience. "It felt like many frozen thin wires were tightening my stomach and intestines at the same time. It was not only painful, but also caused a feeling of nausea to keep rising up." Fu Yang lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and wanted to sleep. Once he fell asleep, he would no longer feel the stomach pain. But in this situation, even falling asleep is difficult. Fu Yang tossed and turned in bed for a long time. Not only did he not feel sleepy at all, but his stomach also felt even more uncomfortable. Fu Yang endured the stomach pain and sat up, opened the bedside table, and took out a medicine box. He poured a few pills into his mouth, washed them down with a drink, and then lay back down on the bed. As time went by, the effect of the medicine began to take effect. Even though my mind was clear, I couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness. On the ceiling, the chandelier cast a pale light into the room, falling on the medicine box that Fu Yang had thrown aside. It clearly said, "Adults should not take more than 2 tablets at a time." Just now, Fu Yang ate 7 or 8 pills at once in order to sleep peacefully. As the night deepened, Shu Wan went to the study to read after dinner. By the time she gradually felt sleepy and put down the book and returned to the bedroom, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. "Has Fu Yang ever come out?" "No." The servant replied respectfully. Shu Wan glanced at Fu Yang's tightly closed door, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Has he never come out?" "Yes." Shu Wan felt something was wrong, so she walked to the door of Fu Yang's bedroom. Knowing that Fu Yang would not open the door no matter what happened, Shu Wan did not hesitate and kicked the door open. She walked to the bedside, where Fu Yang was sleeping buried in the quilt, with half of his silver hair showing. Shu Wan pulled the quilt open a little, revealing Fu Yang's red ears and cheeks. Seeing the abnormal red color, Shu Wan lifted the quilt, took Fu Yang's wrist and checked it. Her eyebrows immediately frowned. She didn't know what Fu Yang had eaten that caused him to fall into a deep coma. "To the hospital." Shu Wan knows medical skills, but she doesn't know much about many diseases and medicines of this era. The safest way is to go to the hospital first. "Yes." As the servants were about to go forward and carry Fu Yang down, they saw Shu Wan pull the quilt over Fu Yang and then carry him down directly. A 180 centimeters, 60 kilograms person was no different from a large toy doll in Shu Wan's hands. She didn't even breathe hard, so everyone had to silently withdraw their hands that were ready to help. Because Shu Wan had given instructions in advance, the driver sent Fu Yang to the hospital as quickly as possible. The hospital quickly arranged treatment for Fu Yang, and by the time the nurse transferred him to the general ward, it was already very late. "Young madam, why don't you go back first, and we can take care of the young master?" Shu Wan waved her hand. "No, you guys go back. Shu Wan is good at attacking people's hearts. Sick people are more vulnerable than usual, and it is easier to get closer to them. Now is an opportunity." In her previous life, Shu Wan was able to fight her way out of the siege of a group of cunning and powerful officials. She considered herself not to be a good person. The reason why she disciplined Fu Yang was because she wanted to use the power of the Fu family to gain a firm foothold in this era. Therefore, she deliberately aroused Fu Yang's competitive spirit and led him to aggravate his gastrointestinal problems until he fell ill, in order to create an opportunity for her to get closer to Fu Yang. This is a very useful method, and one that Shu Wan is familiar with. But at this moment, seeing Fu Yang's pale face, losing his usual flamboyance and turning into an obedient and helpless little animal, Shu Wan's eyes flashed slightly. She could have avoided hurting Fu Yang's body in this way. Chapter 37 Mom. It was late at night and even the hospital was completely quiet. Somehow, Shu Wan didn't feel sleepy. She looked up at the moon outside the window and suddenly remembered that it was daytime at Fu Siyu's place. For some unknown reason, Shu Wan sent a message to Fu Siyu, "Fu Yang is sick." After a while, Fu Siyu replied, "The housekeeper told me that he always eats randomly and his stomach is not in good condition. It's my responsibility." Although Shu Wan didn't say it explicitly, Fu Siyu seemed to understand what she meant. After all, the two of them were essentially the same kind of people. Without you, he would also get sick, but it might be later. Shu Wan's eyes moved, and she suddenly brought up another topic: what was Fu Yang like when he was a child? Not long after, Fu Siyu sent Shu Wan many photos and videos, all of which were taken by Fu Yang in the past. They are basically concentrated on the time before Fu Yang was 8 years old, including photos of a soft baby with not even all his teeth grown and just drooling foolishly at the camera. There is also a video of the child just learning to walk, walking towards Fu Siyu step by step in a crooked manner, with a pair of big eyes like black grapes shining brightly. Later, Fu Yang grew a little taller, with red lips and white teeth, like a porcelain doll carved out of gold and jade. There was a hint of Fu Siyu in his eyebrows, and he was so adorable. He has learned to speak, and in a baby voice he calls out to the camera, "Daddy, hug me." Although in all the information Shu Wan obtained, it was said that Fu Siyu didn't care much about Fu Yang, but in the photos and videos sent by Fu Siyu was actually there. And judging from Fu Yang's condition, he was clearly being well taken care of. The innocence reminded Shu Wan of her younger brother. There are two legitimate sons in the Prime Minister's mansion, one is Shu Wan's elder brother and the other is Shu Wan's younger brother. Her eldest brother was once a very good brother. He taught her to read and write, brought her snacks from Zhongxuanlu, and gave her rabbit lanterns. Her younger brother, who used to be as cute as Fu Yang and as chubby as a glutinous rice dumpling, would follow her and call her sister, secretly bring her small toys, and hug her legs and act coquettishly when she came home. But they all grew up slowly, and the cage of feudal ethics was like an invisible wall that completely separated the elder brother who once protected her and the younger brother who depended on her. They gradually became men like Prime Minister Shu. For the benefit of the family and their own future, they treated their sisters as a resource and only sought to gain the greatest benefit. To this end, they could sacrifice her life, her marriage, and completely erase her in the era of 3 obediences and 4 virtues. There are no photos after I was 8 years old. Fu Siyu probably couldn't find any photos anymore, so he could only explain to Shu Wan, "Fu Yang doesn't allow us to take pictures anymore." Also, after he was 8 years old, I went abroad, and afterwards there was a deep rift between him and me. He will understand you later. Parents love their children and plan for them long term. Fu Siyu did not give Fu Yang close companionship, but he gave him a generous guarantee that countless people dream of. As long as his father is Fu Siyu, he will have countless options in his life. Shu Wan looked through Fu Yang's photos for a while, then turned her head to look at Fu Yang. The effect of the sleeping pills had not yet worn off, and Fu Yang was sleeping soundly. The medical staff changed him into a set of hospital clothes. Without the clothes covered with metal ornaments, Fu Yang's rebellious spirit dissipated a lot. He frowned slightly, his delicate face buried in the pillow, his brows were calm and obedient, and even his silver-white hair seemed to become softer in the light, covering his forehead neatly. Perhaps his stomach was uncomfortable again. Fu Yang frowned even deeper, and turned over twice in bed in discomfort. There was an drip on the back of his hand, and when he moved, the blood flowed back instantly. Shu Wan hurried forward and, following the instructions of the nurse she had just seen, helped Fu Yang rearrange the drip. Only after the potion returned to normal did Shu Wan let go of Fu Yang's hand. However, just as she was about to turn around, Fu Yang grabbed her wrist. Shu Wan turned around and saw Fu Yang still hadn't woken up, but he was holding Shu Wan tightly. He looked fragile and as if he was very uneasy. His lips moved slightly, but it was unclear what he was saying. Shu Wan hesitated for a moment, but finally followed Fu Yang's instructions and sat down beside the bed. Fu Yang was still saying something. Shu Wan thought he was feeling unwell, so she leaned over to try to hear what he was saying. Then, Shu Wan heard a very soft voice, "Mom." It was a soft and weak voice, full of dependence and helplessness, completely different from Fu Yang's usual tone. Shu Wan's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Fu Yang deeply. When Shu Wan first arrived at the Fu family, she specifically looked up information about the Fu family on the internet. Fu Siyu's success in business was widely talked about, but few people mentioned his emotional issues. Not to mention Fu Yang's biological mother. Shu Wan once tried to ask the servants indirectly. What was puzzling was that even the servants who had been working in the Fu family knew nothing about Fu Yang's biological mother. Shu Wan thought of herself in her previous life. At that time, she was still a little girl rolling in the mud with her brothers. Neither her looks nor her talent were obvious. At that time, no one praised her for her stunning beauty, and no one praised her for her talent, but she was quite happy at that time. Because she was the only legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, her parents loved her very much. She also knew how much a child longed for care from her parents, and what a mother gave her child was a constant sense of security and belief support. But Fu Yang has none of these. From a certain perspective, Fu Yang is also a bit pitiful. Shu Wan let Fu Yang hold her. She raised her left hand and gently patted Fu Yang's shoulder. Miraculously, Fu Yang seemed to be comforted in his sleep. His frowning brows gradually relaxed and his expression became much more relaxed. Seeing Fu Yang calm down, Shu Wan also closed her eyes and fell asleep in a sitting position. In the previous life, when they were marching and fighting outside, they had no time to make the bed and prepare the quilt. Most of the time, they just sat on the ground and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Shu Wan also developed this skill. Time passed slowly, the medicine in the bottle was slowly used up, and the sound of cars and people began to be heard outside the window. Fu Yang woke up even earlier than Shu Wan. Although he was sleeping the whole time, the side effects of excessive sleeping pills were obvious, and Fu Yang's headache felt like it was about to explode. He opened his eyes and wanted to pinch his eyebrows out of habit, but found something was wrong. Fu Yang turned his head and looked at the scene in horror. No, why is he holding Shu Wan's hand? Fu Yang quickly shook off Shu Wan's hand and shrank back a distance as if he was avoiding some kind of monster. Shu Wan, why are you sitting on my bed and holding my hand? Is there something wrong with you? The moment Fu Yang shook off Shu Wan's hand, Shu Wan woke up. She didn't sleep well, and her eyes were slightly red. Correct the wording. It was you who pulled me. Well, this is my bed. You sit on my bed in the middle of the night. I'm still a minor. Do you have the nerve to say that? Seeing Fu Yang looking so full of energy as if he could continue to fight with her for 300 rounds, Shu Wan knew that there was no need to ask him if he was feeling well. She stood up and said, now that you are awake, get up and have breakfast. Your stomach problems are caused by irregular eating habits. Don't try that on me. Fu Yang curled his lips, don't think I don't know what you mean. Shu Wan raised her eyebrows slightly, tell me, what is my intention? You just want to take advantage of my illness to deliberately care about me and get close to me. Do you think I'm a fool and can't see it? Fu Yang snorted disdainfully, this trick of yours is no longer new. Before Shu Wan, many people took advantage of his illness or low points to get close to him and deliberately care about him and take care of him. In the end, their true colors will be revealed. They don't really care about him at all. They just want to take this opportunity to get close to him and gain benefits. Once, when he had a fever, he was taken care of by a servant. In the end, the servant used his name to steal nearly 200 million yuan worth of antiques from the house. Because he did not study well in school, a classmate made friends with him under the pretext of tutoring him. However, just 2 days after they became friends, the other party brought his entire family to the Fu family, under the pretext of visiting him, but in fact they came to see Fu Siyu. As such incidents happened so often, Fu Yang hid the fact that he was a member of the Fu family at school. Now that he was sick, Shu Wan was actually willing to stay with him all night. In Fu Yang's opinion, she was just the same as everyone else before her. However, there are also differences. Shu Wan actually admitted it. Facing Fu Yang's accusation, Shu Wan nodded and said, you are right. I do have this idea. Heh. Fu Yang snorted coldly, you woman, you have a vicious mind. The vicious woman wants to have breakfast now. Do you want to join us? Shu Wan calmly walked to the sofa and sat down, then began to open the breakfast box brought by the housekeeper. Because Fu Yang was sick, the breakfast prepared for him in the kitchen today was very light, including porridge, vegetables, and eggs, which were things that Fu Yang would normally not even look at. But Fu Yang's stomach had been empty for too long, and because of the medication, he had some appetite even for light porridge and side dishes. Having had enough of yesterday's stomachache, Fu Yang didn't want to experience it again. After a little hesitation, Fu Yang chose to sit opposite Shu Wan. This is the breakfast made by the Fu family's chef. You have nothing to do with my eating breakfast. Don't think I'm eating it because of what you said. Shu Wan nodded and opened the breakfast the housekeeper brought her. I know. Fu Yang took a sip of porridge and was about to say, I'm glad to know, but when he turned his eyes and saw the bowl of beef noodles with red sauce and red oil in front of Shu Wan, Fu Yang's expression suddenly twisted. He was so angry that he knew that Shu Wan had bad intentions. Chapter 38 Angry. Although he was very greedy, Fu Yang didn't want to experience the nauseating pain he felt yesterday a second time. He turned his eyes away from the beef noodles and forced himself to swallow a spoonful of light white porridge. Well, white porridge is also sweet, Fu Yang tried to hypnotize himself. Unfortunately, the aroma of the beef noodles was too strong. The aroma of red oil mixed with the taste of noodles and beef tempted Fu Yang's taste buds. He couldn't help but keep looking at Shu Wan. Shu Wan did not eat it directly. Instead, she took a small bowl, picked up some with chopsticks and put it in the small bowl, then took the kettle and poured a large bowl of hot water into the bowl. Fu Yang frowned. Do you know how to eat noodles? How can you eat noodles after soaking them in water? They taste terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Wan placed the bowl of noodles soaked in hot water in front of Fu Yang. Fu Yang was silent instantly. Even though the noodles were soaked in hot water and a lot of the red oil was washed away, they still had a strong aroma. Fu Yang swallowed subconsciously. What are you doing? Wash it with hot water, it won't be greasy anymore. You can eat some. Shu Wan said as she picked up some noodles with chopsticks and tasted them. Although they were spicy, they tasted very good. Fu Yang originally wanted to be tough and refused the small bowl of noodles that Shu Wan sent him, but in contrast to the bowl of pale rice porridge, this bowl of noodles looked so tempting. In the end, Fu Yang couldn't help it and lowered his head to take a bite of noodles. So delicious. It's just a little less. At Fu Yang's age, he has a big appetite, and a few mouthfuls of noodles are not enough to support his appetite. But he couldn't take the initiative to ask Shu Wan for food, so he could only eat the leftover porridge. This time, no matter how much he hypnotized himself, he still felt it was tasteless. Fu Yang was sipping the porridge, and unexpectedly, he found several slices of beef in the bowl, the kind that had been rinsed with hot water. Fu Yang turned his head and saw Shu Wan wearing plastic gloves, tearing off the fried outer layer of the steamed buns, revealing the soft and fluffy white flour inside. Then, the soft, greasy pan-fried bun fell into his bowl. Fu Yang tightened his grip on the bowl slightly. What? You found out that forcing me doesn't work, so you're changing your strategy to please me? I won't fall for that. You're right. Let's eat. Shu Wan took off her gloves and started to eat the raw fried dough sticks without peeling them. She took a bite and the delicious aroma of meat burst in her mouth. Her brows relaxed. After you finish eating, the doctor will come to check again. If there's no problem, I'll take you home. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. Fu Yang looked at Shu Wan's profile suspiciously, always feeling that Shu Wan was planning something bad again. But doubt is doubt, Fu Yang still eats whatever Shu Wan gives him. As soon as the two finished breakfast, the doctor came with the nurse to check on them. At that time, Shu Wan was throwing away the garbage outside, and Fu Yang was the only one in the ward. The doctor checked Fu Yang's condition and wrote some precautions in the medical record. Where are your family members? Fu Yang habitually answered, No. I'm here. Shu Wan hadn't known when she entered the ward and was walking towards this side. Doctor, I'm his mother. You can tell me anything. The doctor looked at Shu Wan in surprise, then at Fu Yang. You are his mother. You are in great shape. The doctor's words were already very tactful. In fact, in his opinion, there was basically no age difference between Fu Yang and Shu Wan. Shu Wan looked like she had just reached adulthood. His condition has stabilized. You need to pay attention to some things after you are discharged from the hospital. After all, the doctor was not that gossipy. He quickly calmed down and told Shu Wan some things that she needed to pay attention to in diet and daily life. After the doctor and nurse left, Shu Wan poured Fu Yang a glass of water and said, "You can be discharged from the hospital in the afternoon." Fu Yang looked at her and didn't take the cup from her hand. "I'm not feeling well, so I won't leave the hospital." Fu Yang is not stupid. He has known for a long time that he cannot beat Shu Wan. If he went back home, he would definitely have to accept Shu Wan's various plans for him. It would be better for him to stay in the hospital. After figuring this out, Fu Yang lay down on the bed and said, "Oh, my head hurts. Could it be a concussion? Let the doctor come and help me." Shu Wan wanted to say something, but before she opened her mouth, the phone rang. It was her agent Wang Chen calling. "Baby, are you busy? The crew notified you to go over and take some makeup photos now." "Okay, I'll go over now." After hanging up the phone, Shu Wan looked at Fu Yang and said, "Then you stay in the hospital first. I'll come over after I'm done." "No, seeing you gives me even more headache." Fu Yang buried himself in the quilt and responded sullenly. Shu Wan didn't reply to him. She walked out of the ward, said a few words to the housekeeper, and left. Looking at Shu Wan's leaving back, the housekeeper had a bitter face and felt a little panicked. Just because Shu Wan could control their young master, it didn't mean they could too. Sure enough, the next second, Fu Yang's voice rang out in the ward, "Housekeeper, come in." The butler wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that he would be in a miserable state. He tried his best to put on a smile, then walked into the ward. "Young master, what do you want?" Unlike the suppressed look in front of Shu Wan, Fu Yang leaned lazily against the head of the bed and pointed around. "It's so ugly. Change all of these for me, put a game console here, put a computer here, and bring my skateboard when you go home. I want to play with it when I have nothing to do." "Young master," the butler said carefully, "tell the young mistress when she leaves." "Heh," Fu Yang snorted coldly before the butler finished his words. After all, he is the only heir of the Fu family. He raised his chin slightly, and when he looked at people, although he was more of a teenager, he also had some oppression like Fu Siyu. "Is her last name Fu or mine? Who is your boss?" "My words are useless, right?" The butler was still hesitating. Fu Yang reached out to pull out the needle and said, "Okay, if no one listens to me, then why should I continue to treat my illness? I'd rather die from it than die." The housekeeper finally couldn't help but stepped forward and said, Okay, young master, you wait here, I'll tell someone to do it right away." The housekeeper was very efficient, and in less than 2 hours, the ward had been transformed into a small esports entertainment room. Shu Wan didn't know what happened in the hospital at this time. She had already arrived at the film and television city, waiting to take the final photos for the TV series. Compared to other actresses, Shu Wan has the most clothing styles. Even the heroine's clothing styles cannot compare to hers. After all, Shu Wan's character in the play is a noble lady, and she has to change her look almost every time she appears. The director was not struggling because Shu Wan's look was not good looking. He was struggling because every outfit seemed to be very good looking, and he was in a dilemma for a moment. It's really strange. After being a director for so many years, Director Zhang asked himself that he was almost immune to beauties. This is the first time he met someone like Shu Wan, whose bone structure and temperament are both top-notch and stunning, so naturally he has a lot of inspiration. The director's preference for Shu Wan soon aroused dissatisfaction among others. Because the time for taking the final photos was limited, the director gave most of his time and energy to Shu Wan, so that everyone else felt neglected. Chapter 39: The Devil. Sister Lin, Shu Wan is so ignorant. The director showed her respect, but she really took herself too seriously. She's been filming for almost half an hour and didn't leave any time for you. That's right, a small-time celebrity thinks she's a big shot. Another actor echoed, "Sister Lin, I heard you're going to attend a film and television festival soon. How dare Shu Wan waste your time?" The one called Sister Lin by everyone is Lin Man, the actress who plays the heroine in the TV series. Different from Shu Wan's unknown status, Lin Man is a real first-line actress with a strong background. Nearly half of the investment in this drama was brought in by Lin Man. Lin Chang was beautiful, but when she looked at people, she always looked down from a high position, which made her look very aggressive. She fiddled with her recently done manicure and said, "Young people always like to show off their talents." That's right. She doesn't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. She only cares about showing off. Don't worry, Sister Lin. Someone will teach her a lesson. Lin Man didn't say anything. She glanced at Shu Wan calmly, a hint of darkness flashing in her eyes. Shu Wan has always been very perceptive, so she naturally noticed the hostile looks from everyone. While posing for the photo as requested by the director, Shu Wan glanced at Lin Man and the others. Shu Wan didn't find any information about these people in the original owner's memory, so she didn't pay any more attention to them. Okay, very good, keep going. Shu Wan is good looking and has an aura that fits the mood of ancient costumes very well. She is simply the muse that directors dream of. Director Zhang was even so excited that he picked up the camera himself to take pictures of Shu Wan. Shu Wan originally thought that being an actor in modern times should be a very easy job, but she didn't expect that after taking a whole set of photos, even someone with such a good physique like Shu Wan felt tired. The sun rose higher and higher. After director Zhang chased Shu Wan and shot almost every possible angle, he was finally willing to let Shu Wan go. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first. We will notify you when the crew officially starts filming. Okay, director. Wang Qian responded enthusiastically, then picked up Shu Wan's bag and left with her. Wang Qian came over when Shu Wan was halfway through the filming. To be honest, he didn't dare to recognize the person sitting in front of the studio at first. Baby, what's wrong with your face? As Wang Qian walked, he carefully studied Shu Wan's profile. He knew that Shu Wan was good looking before, but he had never felt that she was so beautiful that he dared not look directly at her as he did now. Facing Wang Qian's exclamation, Shu Wan was very calm. She turned her head and was about to say something, but when she saw Wang Qian's dress, she suddenly couldn't say anything. The color of Wang Qian's clothes probably changed even faster than Fu Yang's expression. Today he was wearing a pure green suit, and the belt around his pants was a big gold chain that was thicker than his arm, which jingled when he walked. Her hair was pink yesterday, but it turned green today. She used hairspray to fix her hair into an inverted triangle shape, and even sprinkled a layer of gold powder on it. Now it is shining under the sunlight. Given that she didn't know much about this era, Shu Wan ultimately swallowed back all the opinions she wanted to express. I just inquired and the crew's funding for actors and equipment is basically in place. Filming will definitely start in a week at most. You should stay at home and memorize your lines. Don't be like the last drama, where the camera was pointed at your face and you couldn't memorize a single line. Thinking of the last play he had arranged for Shu Wan, Wang Qian became furious. In fact, with Shu Wan's looks, even if her acting skills are poor, there will be many scripts coming to her. After all, there are many people with poor acting skills, but there are really few people who look like Shu Wan. But Shu Wan was really disappointing in the past. She performed well in every audition, but when it came to the actual filming, she couldn't even recite a simple line. Because of this incident, Shu Wan offended many directors and crew members. Later, there were rumors that Shu Wan was a digital actress, saying that she did not recite her lines when acting, but only used 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 to replace the lines, and then used post-production dubbing to make up for it. Once this rumor came out, no matter how Shu Wan explained it, her reputation was basically ruined. This time, Shu Wan's audition was very successful, but the previous failure left a huge shadow on Wang Qian, and he subconsciously wanted to remind Shu Wan to pay more attention. Yeah. Shu Wan replied calmly, besides filming, what else can I do to make money? Time passed quickly, and the next repayment date was not long away. Shu Wan was quite short of money now. Wang Qian looked at Shu Wan in confusion. No way. Your old lover is so stingy. He's willing to buy you a Rolls Royce but doesn't give you money to spend. What old lover? Okay, I understand. Let me change the word to your partner. Wang Qian thought for a long time and came up with the word partner to take care of Shu Wan's self-esteem. One provides the money, the other provides the manpower, aren't they a partnership? Shu Wan didn't understand what Wang Qian meant, but she and Fu Siyu were indeed partners now, so Shu Wan didn't deny it. The car is his, I can't keep spending his money. When she has established herself in this era, she will definitely divorce Fu Siyu. After cutting ties with the Fu family, she will definitely need a large sum of money. Wang Qian naturally didn't know what Shu Wan was thinking. He could only piece together a truth of his imagination from Shu Wan's few words. That is the financial sponsor behind Shu Wan. He is not only old but also stingy. He has supported such a beautiful female star like Shu Wan, but he is not willing to spend money on her. Especially when Wang Qian looked at Shu Wan's face, which was enough to be the best in the entertainment industry, he despised this stingy sponsor even more. Baby, your idea is right. Those stinky men are stingy and selfish. We can't count on them. Don't worry, I will definitely find more ways for you to make money. Wang Qian's words made Shu Wan feel quite comfortable, but his raised orchid finger made Shu Wan feel helpless. Okay, I'll leave first. Yeah, Wang Qian nodded. Just as he was about to scan the shared bike, he suddenly thought of something. Oh no, where are you going? Hospital. Hospital. Wang Qian didn't ask Shu Wan why she was going to the hospital. The hospital is fine. As long as you don't go to school, you can go anywhere. Wang Qian was really scared. Shu Wan wasn't going to school at all, she was going to mass-produce black material. Seeing Wang Qian still in shock, Shu Wan hesitated for a moment, but still didn't plan to tell him that she had to go to school tomorrow. Then I'll leave. Okay, bye, remember to memorize your lines well. After leaving the film and television city, Shu Wan asked the driver to take her to the hospital. But halfway through the journey, Shu Wan asked the driver to stop for a while. She got off to buy some things, and then got back in the car. Okay, let's go. Back at the hospital, before Shu Wan even reached the door of the ward, the housekeeper ran towards her as if she had seen a savior. Madam, you're back. Shu Wan also knew that Fu Yang would definitely not behave himself if she was not there, so she did not ask any more questions and just pushed the door and entered the ward. If no one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the room at this moment was the same ward that Shu Wan had left in the morning. All the furniture was replaced, including the hospital beds, which were replaced with 2 by 2 Siemens beds. There was a high-definition display screen hanging on the wall of the ward. Fu Yang was curled up on the sofa, playing games in front of the screen. He was wearing headphones and didn't notice Shu Wan's arrival at all. He just kept complaining about his teammates. Do you dare to be more stupid? You are so stupid. I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. I can't stand it. Even if I tie a dog to the controller, it would play better than you. Shu Wan frowned slightly. Does the hospital allow the replacement of equipment at will? The housekeeper stepped forward silently. Madam, the major shareholder of this hospital is our young master. In other words, let alone replacing the hospital's equipment, even if everything in the hospital was replaced, the hospital leaders would not dare to say anything. I understand. Shu Wan waved her hand. You guys go out. Okay. With Shu Wan in charge, everyone could finally relax a little. They quickly left the ward, fearing that if they were too late they would be affected by the upcoming war. Fuck, are you blind? The enemy's gun is almost pointing at your eyes and you can't see it. Tell me the truth, are you a 70-year-old Parkinson's patient who stole your grandson's account to play games? You? Fu Yang continued to put pressure on his teammates, and when he was getting more and more excited, his headphones were suddenly taken off. Fu Yang could no longer hear the game sound, and naturally did not notice the enemy approaching, and was killed instantly by the enemy. Looking at the word failure floating on the screen, Fu Yang angrily threw the controller on the table. Shu Wan, why are you so annoying? Fu Yang has now reached the point where he can tell whether it is Shu Wan without looking back. After all, except Shu Wan, no one else dares to take off his headphones when he is playing games. What are you playing? To Fu Yang's surprise, Shu Wan did not accuse him of playing games in a condescending manner. Instead, she sat down next to him, picked up the controller and looked at it carefully. What are you doing? Fu Yang turned his head and looked at Shu Wan warily. Soft policy? I don't buy it. Shu Wan had a good understanding ability. When Fu Yang was on guard against her, she had already finished reading the game manual, which was something she had never come into contact with before. Isn't your teammate good? Let's try it together. Try what? Fu Yang's eyes became more alert. He had never felt so scared when Shu Wan suppressed him with force. He always felt that Shu Wan was more terrifying when she smiled. I won't play with you. Don't try to get close to me. And you must be a badass. Shu Wan didn't waste time talking to Fu Yarn. She nodded and said, okay, if you don't want to play with me, I'll throw all these things away for you. You can choose. No one in the family understood, they had encountered the devil.